Hello, I'm Jacob Hornberger, president of the Future of Freedom Foundation. We are pleased to present you with a lecture by Douglas P. Horne. Doug is the author of a 5-volume book on the John F. Kennedy assassination entitled Inside the Assassination Records Review Board. In fact, Doug served on the staff of the ARRB, which was the official board that Congress brought into existence in the 1990s to secure the release and disclosure of government records relating to the Kennedy assassination. Doug's lecture is entitled Altered History.
My name is Doug Horne, and I worked for the Assassination Records Review Board from August of 1995 through September of 1998. I was hired in 1995 as a senior analyst on the military records team and was promoted halfway through my 3-year tour to become the chief analyst for military records. More than 1 decade after the review board shut down, I published my 5-volume book, Inside the Assassination Records Review Board, in November of 2009. In this book, I present my conclusions about the medical cover-up surrounding the JFK assassination, about the alteration of the Zapruder film, and about the reasons why President Kennedy was killed. I want to thank the Future of Freedom Foundation for allowing me to present the basic conclusions of my book in this presentation. The name of my presentation is Altered History: Exposing Deceit and Deception in the JFK Assassination Medical Evidence. Now, it's my conclusion that President Kennedy's assassination was not the random act of a lone malcontent, devoid of meaning or political consequences. This is what the Warren Commission wants the American people to believe. Rather, it was a domestic coup d'etat carried out by a cabal of individuals representing elements of the national security state in reaction to JFK's foreign and military policy, which was covered up by elements of the federal government. Now, that's a strong statement to make, but there's a lot of evidence in my book and in this presentation backing up those conclusions, which you will soon see. Altered History will address what crucial medical evidence was covered up, how it was done, which elements of the federal government were involved in the cover-up, and the most important question of all, why JFK was assassinated. Let's discuss, first of all, what was the Assassination Records Review Board, this organization for which I worked for 3 years? The JFK Records Act was passed in response to Oliver Stone's film JFK in October of 1992. And the intent of the act, as most of you know, was to locate and declassify JFK assassination records held by the federal government, Congress, and private individuals. The act did not authorize reinvestigation of the assassination. The act was drafted by Robert Blakey, the former staff director of the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Its intent was to simply free up a large cache of records so that the American people could draw their own conclusions about the assassination. In short, the Review Board was the enforcement arm of the JFK Records Act. Now, its primary functions were to ensure adequate searches were conducted by all branches of government, to conduct declassification review of all records that federal agencies did not want to release in full. And over the 4-year lifespan of the Review Board, over 60,000 such records were reviewed, 60,000 records which government agencies wanted to suppress. The methodology employed by the Review Board was that it was an experiment with citizen review. The Review Board was headed by 5 VIP board members who worked part-time and met 2 to 3 days every month, and a full-time staff of about 25 to 30 people, consisting largely of analysts with some clerical staff assisting. The Review Board also created new records. And when I say new records, I mean deposition transcripts and unsworn interview reports. We'll be talking more about these later in the presentation. There are now about 6 million pages in the JFK records at the National Archives. This includes all of the staff work of the Warren Commission and the House Select Committee on Assassinations and all of their documents, as well as new records created by the Review Board itself. The records released or created by the Review Board have revealed more of the untold history of the United States in several key areas. The ARRB took the depositions of some of the key CIA employees involved in the Lee Harvey Oswald Mexico City episode. So those deposition transcripts are all on file in the JFK Records Collection. Many House Select Committee on Assassination records that had previously been locked away or sequestered were released as a result of the JFK Records Act. Some examples are the Hardway-Lopez report on the Lee Harvey Oswald visit to Mexico City, which is now fully open and unredacted. A large quantity of HSCA staff records related to JFK's autopsy, which had been sealed for 50 years, were released in 1993 instead of in the year 2029, which was the original intent, yielding a treasure trove of information and casting serious doubt on the HSCA's medical conclusions about JFK's autopsy. In the military records arena, the area in which I personally worked, there are four categories of records which are now available to the public in the JFK Records Collection, which were not available before the work of the Review Board. We now have the full meeting minutes from the May 1963 SecDef Conference on Vietnam. This is Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara chairing one of his periodic conferences on the Vietnam War in Honolulu, Hawaii, with all the key players from the national security establishment present. During this meeting, he is implementing President Kennedy's orders to withdraw from Vietnam by the end of 1965 and to withdraw 1,000 men before the end of 1963. He's giving the orders to the people at the meeting, telling them they have to move faster and accelerate their withdrawal plans. So there could no longer be any doubt that President Kennedy was going to withdraw from Vietnam because of these meeting minutes. I believe it's a 213-page document and was found for us and provided by the Joint Staff Secretariat in the Pentagon. Perhaps the most important group of military records released by the Review Board is the Northwoods file, which comes from the spring of 1962. These Joint Chiefs of Staff records document numerous proposed pretexts for a full-scale U.S. military invasion of Cuba, attempts to create a false casus belli, or excuse for war. Now, I want to make it clear exactly what the Northwoods file is all about. The operations officer for Operation Mongoose, General Edward Lansdale, directed the Joint Staff in the Pentagon in January of 1962. He directed them to come up with pretexts for a full-scale invasion of Cuba by the U.S. military. The Joint Staff, which does the homework for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was more than willing to comply with this request. The Joint Staff came up with several shocking proposed pretexts for a U.S.-Cuban invasion. One was to conduct a terror campaign, a real terror campaign in U.S. cities like Miami and Washington, D.C., in which anti-Castro Cubans in the United States would pose as Castro agents and actually shoot and maim individuals inside the United States, conduct terrorist attacks in the hopes of provoking a U.S. invasion. Another proposal in the Northwoods file was to sink a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and to blame it on Castro's government. Another shocking proposal was to take an F-86 jet, a U.S. fighter plane from the Korean War era, paint it with markings that would be the same markings found on a Cuban MiG aircraft, and have it simulate attacks on a real airliner filled with real passengers, firing blank bullets. This is a particularly disturbing scenario because of how foolish it was. People on airplanes have cameras and they take pictures, and any photographs taken of such a presumed attack would have shown that the aircraft was really not a MiG, that it was an F-86, and the whole scenario would have unraveled. The most shocking proposal in the Northwoods papers is the proposal to take an airliner full of passengers, have it take off inside the United States, have it land secretly at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and offload the passengers. The plan was then to take a drone aircraft, another airliner of the same model and make, piloted by an autopilot, have it take off, have it fly over Cuba. The airplane would play a recording indicating it was being attacked by Cuban aircraft, and the controllers of the airplane were then to blow up the airplane over Cuba and claim that the Cuban Air Force had shot it down. All of these outrageous ideas were proposed by the Joint Staff inside the Pentagon. The Joint Chiefs of Staff heartily endorsed all of these recommendations and forwarded them to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. They were later rejected by President Kennedy. If it wasn't for the JFK Records Act, we wouldn't know anything about the Northwoods File. The Northwoods File is a very important window back into the Cold War and what our government was really doing behind the scenes at the time, which at the time none of our citizens knew. The Califano Papers are also an important group of papers. Following the Cuban Missile Crisis, which was resolved in October and November of 1962, following the crisis, the U.S. government spent almost an entire year trying to reformulate its Cuba policy. And Joseph Califano, who was acting as the executive agent for the Secretary of the Army, attended all of these meetings, was a careful note-taker, and appears to have kept all the important memos that came across his desk during that 1 year of planning sessions. So this group of papers, the Califano Papers, is a very important historical record which discusses the attempts to reformulate a U.S. policy toward Cuba after the Cuban Missile Crisis. And the important things revealed by the Califano Papers is that there was a serious schism between the State Department and the Pentagon. The Pentagon still wanted to invade Cuba very much. The Pentagon was still in favor of using pretexts for invasion, even though President Kennedy had already rejected that concept. The State Department was not in favor of a full-scale invasion. The State Department wanted to see regime change, and they were willing to help foment a coup, but they were not really in favor of an invasion. So this is the importance of the Califano Papers. They reveal the making of the sausage, as it were, behind the closed doors of government. A final group of records that's important to understand is the Pentagon's 1963 contingency plans for invading Cuba the following year in 1964. These were plans developed by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Maxwell Taylor, which supported not only an invasion of Cuba by the U.S. military the following year, but envisaged doing so under the old concepts in the Northwoods File. General Taylor was openly advocating using more false pretexts for invasion of Cuba. Now, this was contrary to President Kennedy's rejection of the Northwoods concepts in the spring of 1962. So we have evidence here of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, supposedly Kennedy's favorite general, engaged in activities which were contrary to the president's expressed wishes. These contingency plans reveal the following things, all of which are shocking to me as an historian. They included a surprise air attack on the Cuban Independence Day in July of 1964, a surprise attack similar to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. They included developing pretexts for invasion, false excuses for invasion, before the surprise attack, which would supposedly convince the world that the U.S. was justified in its airstrike and invasion. These contingency plans also included wrapping up the invasion and concluding it before the November 1964 presidential election. Presumably, the people drafting these plans in the Pentagon thought that this would make it more palatable to President Kennedy. We don't know today who was privy to this contingency planning above the level of the chairman, General Maxwell Taylor. We don't know if Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara found out about this contingency planning, and we don't know whether President Kennedy found out about this planning. What we do know is that on October 31st, 1963, all of these contingency plans to invade Cuba in 1964 were withdrawn from consideration, formally withdrawn from consideration. There were at least 4 smoking gun documents about the JFK assassination released by the Review Board. Many mainstream historians have falsely claimed that there were no smoking gun documents released by the ARRB. This is not true. Let me show you 4 examples. The first example is an FBI report dated December 1st, 1966, about the Soviet Union's reaction to JFK's assassination. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI had successfully planted bugs inside the KGB residency in New York City. So they had a Russian language, true-life version of the Soviet reaction to the assassination, which went from November of 1963 through September of 1965. The FBI translated all of their transcripts into English and wrote a summary report and distributed the summary report within the FBI higher echelons and also sent a copy to Lyndon B. Johnson. In this report, it is revealed that the KGB decided, after conducting a lengthy investigation, that Lyndon B. Johnson was responsible for JFK's assassination. And they secretly informed the staff of the KGB residency in New York City of this finding. Let me expand on this a little bit. Immediately after the assassination in November of 1963, the KGB did not know what to think. They regretted the assassination. President Kennedy and Khrushchev were beginning to work together to resolve Cold War tensions, and they, for this reason, very much regretted JFK's death. Initially, they did not suspect Lyndon Johnson of any involvement. They informed their staff that they needed to conduct the best possible investigation and determine the true facts of the matter in November of '63. In September of 1965, an official traveled from Moscow to New York City and informed the staff of the KGB residency in New York City of the conclusions of this long investigation. So you'll note that this investigation lasted almost 2 full years. And in September of 1965, the KGB colonel informed the staff of the KGB residency that LBJ was responsible for the assassination. We don't know today what evidence the KGB gathered that caused it to come to these conclusions, but we do know that this was a secret finding that was not used as propaganda by the Soviet Union. This was not some conclusion released in Pravda or Izvestia or used in the Third World to try to discredit the United States. This was a secret finding relayed by the KGB to its staff in New York City. What's also interesting is that J. Edgar Hoover sat on this information for approximately 14 months before writing it up in an official report and then distributing it within the higher levels of the FBI and also to President Johnson himself. That delay is also worthy of further study. Now, presented here is the key page of this December 1966 FBI document. This is the paragraph in which the KGB concludes that Lyndon B. Johnson was responsible for President Kennedy's assassination. We don't know the extent to which this was really true because we don't know what evidence the KGB collected, but we do know that they believed it and that they were not using it as propaganda in the Third World. This was a closely held finding released by the KGB only to its own people behind closed doors. I think the document carries much more import when you can look at it yourself and actually read the words. Another very important document that I consider a smoking gun is a memo written by Secret Service Inspector General Tom Kelly. I call it the 7 Days in May memo. In this memo, Inspector Kelly was opposing legislation making the assassination of the president a federal crime because he clearly distrusted the FBI. In the document, Inspector Kelly made scathing comments clearly pertaining to J. Edgar Hoover, which implied Hoover's personal involvement in covering up the true facts pertaining to JFK's assassination. Now here you can see the key page from what I call the 7 Days in May memo. The language employed by Inspector Kelly is unambiguous and clearly indicates that he believed Director J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI was involved at the very least in covering up the JFK assassination. Perhaps the key phrase in this entire memo is the statement by Inspector Kelly that this proposed legislation could be another 7 days in May. The key word in this phrase is another. This indicates that Inspector Kelly already felt there had been a 7 days in May occur in the United States. In other words, he felt there had already been a coup in this country, and that this proposed legislation might be the means by which there could be another coup in the United States. It's a very strong statement for a federal bureaucrat to make in writing. This man was the Inspector General of the Secret Service. He knew what he was doing. He was putting himself on the record about his discomfort with the way the investigation was proceeding. As most people know today, 7 Days in May was the first book in a new genre, the national security political thriller. It was published in 1962 by journalist Fletcher Nebel. The book was about a hypothesized attempt by the Joint Chiefs of Staff to remove the president from office and take over the government. It was a sensation in 1962 when it came out because many people inside the Beltway in Washington were aware that there was considerable friction between President Kennedy and the Pentagon. That's one of the reasons the book made such a splash. The book was so popular that not only did it become a national bestseller in 1962, a #1 bestseller, but President Kennedy encouraged his Hollywood friend John Frankenheimer to make a movie out of the book. And in 1963, director John Frankenheimer did so. 7 Days in May, the film, was due to be released the week after President Kennedy's assassination. The release was postponed because of the traumatic state the country's emotions were in. The movie was released early in 1964. And perhaps because of the disturbing subject matter, following so close on the Kennedy assassination, it was not a great commercial success at the time. So at the time Inspector Kelly wrote this memo and alluded to the possibility of another 7 Days in May, he was clearly very familiar with the novel and with the film which had just come out. And he was forcefully trying to make a point in this memo that he knew everyone would understood, providing he used that metaphor. A third smoking gun document is the 1968 Army Intelligence Report about a Haitian named Clamar Joseph Charles. Now, Clamar Joseph Charles was a Haitian who was interested in overthrowing the dictator Papa Doc. He was arrested and thrown in jail, and in 1968, the U.S. intelligence community was attempting to determine whether they should help get him out of jail. So this report, written by Army Intelligence, was a background briefing on everything that the U.S. government knew about Clamar Joseph Charles. In the report, the author states that Vice President Johnson was a close associate of George de Mohrenschildt in 1963. This is a significant statement. George de Mohrenschildt was a member of the U.S. intelligence community. He had been a spy for Vichy France, spying on the United States for the Axis during World War II. He had been closely monitored by the FBI during World War II. Later, he seems to have become a CIA asset. Following Lee Harvey Oswald's return from the Soviet Union in 1962, his first domestic handler appears to have been George de Mohrenschildt. George de Mohrenschildt served as Oswald's babysitter and also as his surrogate father during the first half year or more that he was back in the United States. So when this document states that George de Mohrenschildt, who was associated with Clamar Joseph Charles, was meeting with Vice President Johnson in 1963 and was a close associate of Vice President Johnson, this is a significant statement. George de Mohrenschildt was found dead in the mid-1970s on the day when he was due to be interviewed by the House Select Committee on Assassinations. He had been killed by a shotgun blast to the mouth. The coroner decided that he had committed suicide. Other people are not so sure. George de Mohrenschildt, before his death, had written a manuscript of a book in which he expressed personal remorse for the way Lee Harvey Oswald was treated by the American media and by the Warren Commission. George de Mohrenschildt wrote 8 letters to President Johnson after President Kennedy's assassination. We don't know if any of the letters were answered, but I suspect they were a serious annoyance to the new president. The fact that George de Mohrenschildt, Oswald's handler, babysitter, and surrogate father in 1962 and early 1963, is identified as a close associate of Lyndon Johnson in 1963 by this Army intelligence document is a significant fact with serious historical implications. The fourth smoking gun document that I'd like to talk about today is the November 26, 1963 after-action report of U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Roger Boyajian. Now, Roger Boyajian, on the night of President Kennedy's autopsy, was the non-commissioned officer in charge of physical security at the Bethesda morgue, where the autopsy was conducted. He wrote an after-action report on November 26, 1963, the day after President Kennedy's funeral, in which he described the activities the night of the autopsy of himself and his physical security detail, which was from the Marine Barracks in Washington, D.C. In his after-action report, Sergeant Boyajian documents the early arrival of JFK's body at Bethesda Naval Hospital 20 minutes prior to the motorcade from Andrews Air Force Base, which was carrying the Dallas casket. The implications of the Boyajian report will be discussed later in this presentation. This is a copy of the key page in the document. It's a 2-page document. This is the front page, and you can clearly see that in the middle of the page, Sergeant Boyajian writes that the casket arrived at 1835 hours. 1835 hours is 6:35 p.m. civilian time. The only problem is President Kennedy's body was supposed to be in the bronze Dallas casket, which had been offloaded from Air Force One at Andrews Air Force Base. And that casket, inside a light gray Navy ambulance, did not arrive at the front of Bethesda Naval Hospital until 20 minutes later at 6:55 p.m. We'll be discussing this later in the presentation. As I stated at the beginning, my presentation, Altered History, is about deceit and deception in the JFK medical evidence. When I talk about deceit in this presentation, I'm talking about the destruction of records. And when I talk about deception, I'm talking about the introduction of false evidence designed to alter history and fool the American people. So let's talk about the deceit, the destruction of records. Now, much key medical evidence has either been destroyed or has disappeared. And without the missing evidence, yes, it's difficult to overturn the official conclusions. However, think about this. The destruction of such key evidence is prima facie evidence of a U.S. government cover-up in the medical evidence arena. If nothing was amiss, why destroy anything? Let's take a look at some key examples of missing or destroyed evidence. There are as many as 18 different views taken of the president's body at his autopsy that are missing from the official record. While I was researching my book, I conducted a study of all testimony on the record of which photographs were taken at President Kennedy's autopsy. This included Warren Commission testimony of their witnesses. This included the testimony of House Select Committee on Assassination witnesses. This also included the 10 depositions the review board took of autopsy participants and the unsworn interviews conducted by the review board staff of other medical witnesses. A careful review of all these records revealed that there were at least 18 views taken at the autopsy that are missing from the official collection today. Let me explain what I mean when I say one autopsy view. One view taken at the autopsy usually consisted of at least 2 black and white negatives and at least 2 color positive transparencies. This was large format film, 4 by 5 inches in size. So one view would consist of at least 4 photographic images. Some views in the collection today consist of, for example, 2 black and white negatives and as many as 7 or 8 color transparencies. So 18 missing views is equivalent to many, many, many missing photographs. Some of the missing views include a photograph of the president's body taken from above with a photographer standing on a ladder looking down at his nude body on the examining table. A wide shot, if you will. Other missing views include the president propped up in a sitting position, propped up by the hands of the pathologist, showing a gaping wound in the back of his head. There are no such photographs in the collection today. Other missing views include extreme close-ups of a small entry wound in the back of his head with the scalp reflected, and of that same entry wound from the inside of his cranium after the removal of the brain. Both views are missing from the collection. The external view of the entry wound from behind and the internal view of the entry wound from behind. They're both missing. Other views that are missing are pictures of probes in the body, metal probes, which would have revealed bullet trajectories in the body, points of entrance, points of exit. Those photographs were developed by a Navy chief, Chief Robert Knudsen, a very reliable witness for the HSCA. Those photographs are not in the collection today. Another important view that's missing from the official autopsy collection is a photograph of the interior of President Kennedy's chest after the removal of the right lung. This photograph was taken to record the position and the appearance of a large bruise on top of the pleural dome, which would have been located above the tip of the right lung. The pathologist and the photographer at the autopsy went to great pains to properly illuminate the interior of the chest cavity in order to take these photographs. They are not in the official collection today. Other missing evidence includes at least 2 skull x-rays. The radiologist at JFK's autopsy was Dr. Ebersol. The Navy x-ray technician who actually took the x-rays was Gerald Custer. Dr. Ebersol has stated in a researcher interview that there were 6 skull x-rays taken that night. Gerald Custer, the lead x-ray technician that night, stated repeatedly over several decades that there were at least 5 and possibly 6 skull x-rays. So as a minimum, we know that there were at least 5 JFK skull x-rays. There are only 3 skull x-rays in the record today. So we know that at least 2 are missing. President Kennedy's brain is also missing. It's important to explain what I mean by this. In 1965, in April of 1965, the president's brother, Senator Robert F. Kennedy of New York, wrote a memo to the president's physician, Vice Admiral George Berkeley. Now, George Berkeley, as a rear admiral, had been the military physician to President Kennedy. He was retained by President Johnson and promoted to vice admiral. So in 1965, when RFK wrote the memo, it was to Vice Admiral Berkeley. He requested that all of the autopsy materials be transferred to him and the Kennedy family, specifically that they be given to Mrs. Lincoln in the National Archives. Mrs. Lincoln, Evelyn Lincoln, had been JFK's personal secretary for 12 years. She had a courtesy office in the National Archives in which she was allowed to conduct Kennedy family business. So Robert F. Kennedy was asking Berkeley to transfer all the autopsy photographs, the autopsy x-rays, and other materials, which included what was left of the brain and various tissue slides and other documents, to transfer these materials to Evelyn Lincoln, to the Kennedy family custody. Admiral Berkeley did so. And in doing so, he created an inventory of what he was taking away from the Secret Service, where these items had been stored in the Executive Office Building in Washington. Paragraph 9 of the inventory included memos about autopsy photography, it included an original autopsy report, and it also included a metal container containing gross material, 6 by 8 inches in dimensions. In future years, Admiral Berkeley clarified to the HSCA that that container did contain what was left of President Kennedy's brain. He should know, he's the person who had these materials under lock and key in the Executive Office Building. He's the person who drew up the inventory, which was signed by him and 3 or 4 Secret Service personnel in April 1965, and he's the person that delivered the materials in person to Evelyn Lincoln. So the Kennedy family had these materials, all of these autopsy materials, for about 1.5 years. But the Kennedy family was forced to return the materials to the federal government in 1966. Congress had passed a law saying all autopsy-related evidence must be kept by the National Archives. This included the autopsy materials of the Justice Department, conducted negotiations with the Kennedy family for the return of these materials. The Kennedy family did return most of the materials to the U.S. government on October 31st, 1966. The Kennedy family prepared its own inventory of what was returned to the government in 1966. The original inventory prepared by Dr. Berkeley in 1965 was 9 paragraphs long. The Kennedy family inventory of what was being given back to the government was only 7 paragraphs long. One of the missing paragraphs was paragraph 9. Paragraph 9 in the original inventory included the brain. Now, the archives officials were immediately aware of this discrepancy. They compared the deed of gift inventory with 7 paragraphs to the original inventory made by Dr. Berkeley with 9 paragraphs. They knew that all the paragraph 9 items were missing. They knew this on October 31st, 1966. The government decided not to tell the American people about this for several years. Noted forensic pathologist Dr. Cyril Wecht of Pennsylvania was one of the very first private citizens to examine the autopsy materials. He did so in 1971, I believe, and immediately reported the fact that the brain was missing to the New York Times, and the American people became aware of that. The absence of the brain is a serious problem for anyone who would wish to question the Warren Commission's findings or who would wish to re-examine all the medical evidence himself and try to figure out what happened to JFK and Dealey Plaza. So Cyril Wecht made us aware of this problem. It's the Kennedy family that did not return the brain and other paragraph 9 materials to the U.S. government. Burke Marshall, the Kennedy family attorney, told the HSCA in the late 1970s that Robert F. Kennedy had disposed of the paragraph 9 materials so that they would no longer be accessible to anyone. He claimed to have no personal knowledge of exactly what happened to them, but he did claim to know with certainty that RFK had made them inaccessible forever. Skull fragments and bullet fragments are missing today from the official collection of autopsy evidence. 3 skull fragments that were seen at the autopsy on President Kennedy are missing today. These are fragments of cranial bone brought into the Bethesda morgue late during JFK's autopsy by the Secret Service. One of the 3 pathologists that night, Army forensic pathologist Pierre Fink, was having great difficulty establishing points of entry and exit in the skull for the assassin's bullet. After a considerable period of confusion and complaining, the Secret Service responded to Dr. Fink's queries by bringing in these 3 pieces of skull bone into the morgue. Fortunately, the 3 pieces of cranial bone were x-rayed, and the x-ray has survived, and we have the x-ray today. It would be very useful today if investigators could hold the cranial bone fragments in their hands and examine the beveling. The largest bone fragment contained evidence of beveling or cratering which would have indicated probably a point of exit on the skull, and an examination of the fragment would indicate whether the point of exit was on the outside or the inside of the skull, for example. Another one of the fragments, the smallest of the three, completed the circumference of a wound of entry in the skull, according to Dr. Boswell, one of the Navy pathologists. It would be very useful to examine that fragment today and determine whether the exterior surface of the skull showed an entry and whether the interior surface of the skull on the fragment showed beveling. However, we can't examine any of the fragments because they're missing today. We know they were not interred with the body. They're simply missing. The bullet fragments that are missing fall into two categories. One witness, mortician Tom Robinson, observed a vial or test tube full of approximately 10 small dust-sized metal fragments at the autopsy, removed from President Kennedy's cranium. That vial of 10 fragments is not in the official collection today. It's missing. Another witness from the night of the autopsy, Navy Petty Officer Dennis David, prepared a receipt for 4 large bullet fragments and actually was allowed to handle the fragments after he typed the receipt. A federal agent had him type a receipt. He was allowed to handle the 4 fragments. His estimate was that the 4 fragments were more than the mass of 1 bullet and less than the mass of 2 complete bullets. So these were much larger fragments than Tom Robinson saw in the test tube vial. These fragments, handled by Dennis David, were significant enough and large enough that he was asked to prepare a receipt for the federal agent. That receipt is missing today, as are the 4 fragments. The draft autopsy report was burned and a signed copy is now missing. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this problem. We know that the first draft of the autopsy report and most of the handwritten notes made the night of the autopsy are missing with certainty because the chief pathologist, Dr. James J. Humes, admitted under oath to the review board in 1996 that he destroyed in his fireplace on November 24, 1963, both the first draft of the autopsy report and the handwritten notes made at the autopsy. One of the paragraph 9 materials that the Kennedy family never returned to the federal government was a signed, smooth copy of the autopsy report signed by Dr. Humes. That is also missing today because none of the paragraph 9 materials were turned over by the Kennedy family to the National Archives. So you see, we know that the first draft is missing, and we know that the first signed version is missing. This has serious implications. If there was a trial today, the autopsy report of record, Commission Exhibit 387, in the National Archives, which at best can only be the third written version of the autopsy report, would not be admitted into evidence. No judge in his right mind would admit the existing autopsy report into evidence at a trial when he knows that the first draft was burned and the first signed version is missing. Equally disturbing, if not more so, is that the Secret Service has recently destroyed protective survey reports dating from September through November of 1963. Let me explain what this means. After the JFK Records Act was passed by Congress in 1992, it instructed federal agencies to search for assassination records and to either submit them directly to the National Archives immediately, if they were willing to release them in full, or to sequester those documents, to set them aside for later review by the Assassination Records Review Board if those agencies did not want the documents released. So agencies had to search for records. They had to set them aside. If they didn't want them released, they had to give them to the archives if they were willing to release them in full. Furthermore, the National Archives briefed all federal agencies on the requirements of the JFK Records Act before the Review Board came into existence. So all of these agencies were instructed that you will not destroy any JFK assassination records. If you don't think they're important, if you want to destroy them, you're not allowed to do so. You would have to ask the review board's permission. Well, the review board's formation was delayed a little bit by the presidential election in 1992. The first President Bush, who had lost the presidential election to Bill Clinton in 1992, had in his possession the 5 names that had been nominated by professional societies to be the 5 board members of the ARRB. He decided to withhold those names from Bill Clinton and not share them with him. So as a result, after Bill Clinton took office, those people had to be renominated by the professional societies that named them. And then Bill Clinton and Al Gore, who had been very busy during their first 100 days with new activities, new legislation, had put the review board business on the back burner initially. So eventually, the Clinton administration found the time to forward the 5 nominations to the Senate for its advice and consent. Eventually, the Senate did confirm the 5 names nominated. The Clinton administration provided seed money that the review board used initially to begin hiring staff. So the review board officially began its activities on October 1st, 1994. And during the first year of its existence, proceeded to construct an office within an office building in downtown D.C. and to hire staff members. Hiring staff members was a very time-consuming evolution. It took a lot of time. So midway through this first year of activity, the head of research analysis for the ARRB, Jeremy Gunn, began to draw up a list of documents that the review board wanted from each major federal agency, documents that we wanted them to search for, documents the review board wanted to examine. About January of 1995, the review board staff made its requirements known to the Secret Service. And one of the categories of records they wanted to see were the protective survey reports on the protection of President Kennedy. Well, as it turned out, the survey reports for a specific period, September through November of 1963, were not forthcoming from the Secret Service record holders. For about 6 months, the Secret Service officials in charge of these records conducted stalling actions and provided various excuses for why they couldn't find these records. After 6 months of persistent inquiry by Jeremy Gunn and Dr. Joan Zimmerman, the Secret Service finally admitted that the protective survey reports from September through November of 1963 had been destroyed by them in January of 1995. They had conducted their destruction of these records after being told by the National Archives that it was illegal to do so, and they conducted their destruction of these records at the same time that the review board staff was holding internal discussions about which records to request of the Secret Service. The implications are very disturbing. Included in the records destroyed by the Secret Service were protective survey reports for President Kennedy's trips to Miami and to Chicago in November of 1963. Now, we know today, because of an undercover police sting conducted by the Miami police at the time, we know today that there was an assassination plot in the works in Miami. And it didn't come down, it didn't take place in November of 1963, but that's probably why President Kennedy's motorcade was canceled and he flew by helicopter instead to a speaking site. We also know today that there was an assassination plot in the works in the city of Chicago in November of 1963. And probably the only reason that plot was not executed is because President Kennedy's trip was canceled literally at the last minute. It was canceled that morning. The reasons for the cancellation are unclear. It might have been related to the plot. It might have been related to the crisis in Vietnam caused by the coup in Vietnam overthrowing President Diem. But at any rate, those protective survey reports for that time period could have provided valuable information to the review board and to the American people about the Miami and Chicago assassination plots. I'd like to talk now about the deception in the medical evidence, the substitution of false evidence into the official record. Many of the items destroyed or missing appear to have been replaced by highly suspect items of evidence. For example, the existing autopsy report is the third written version of that document. As I mentioned earlier, the first draft was burned, and the first signed version is missing, whereabouts unknown. The 3 extant skull x-rays are all altered copy films. They're composites or forgeries. We'll discuss this in detail later in the presentation. The autopsy photos of the back of JFK's head have been disowned, impugned, by the sworn testimony of both FBI agents at JFK's autopsy and by many other witnesses. Now, this controversial autopsy image, seemingly showing the rear of JFK's head to be intact and suggesting a small entrance wound high in the scalp near the corner of the ruler, is at odds with overwhelmingly consistent eyewitness testimony from both Parkland Hospital in Dallas and Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland. The vast majority of these witnesses have recalled an avulsed exit wound the size of a baseball in the rear of President Kennedy's head and no entry wound near the cowlick. Now, the witnesses who insist they saw a large avulsed wound in the rear of JFK's head, consistent with a wound of exit and devoid of both scalp and bone, include the Parkland Hospital emergency treatment physicians. Now, there were many more physicians than this in Trauma Room 1 at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. These are the names of the most critical witnesses who were the closest to President Kennedy during treatment. These are the people who were standing around the gurney while an attempt was made to save President Kennedy's life, so they had the best view of his wounds. Other people who insist they saw a large blowout in the back of the head were the Parkland Hospital nurses. These are the names of some of the key nurses. Secret Service agent Clint Hill, who rode to Parkland Hospital atop the limousine and observed the president's head wound close up for about 7 minutes, described the wound that he saw eloquently in both a written report and in his sworn testimony before the Warren Commission. Secret Service agent Clint Hill, who rode to Parkland Hospital atop the limousine and observed the president's head wound close up for about 7 minutes, observed the same wound seen by the emergency treatment staff at Parkland Hospital. In a written report dated November 30th, 1963, Clint Hill stated that the right rear of President Kennedy's head was missing and lying in the back seat, and that his brain was exposed. He repeated this description in his sworn testimony before Arlen Specter and the Warren Commission in the spring of 1964. Clint Hill had plenty of time to observe the head wound, and at no time did he describe any damage to the top of President Kennedy's head or to the right side. The only damage Clint Hill described, and the only damage described the day of the assassination by the Parkland Hospital treatment staff, was to the right rear of President Kennedy's head. Both FBI agents present at JFK's autopsy at Bethesda Naval Hospital recall seeing a large wound in the right rear of the head. And additional witnesses who have disagreed with the back of the head photos include the following people. Now, at one time or another, all of these people in various interviews have disagreed with the photograph that you just examined. The 3 autopsy pathologists, Navy doctors James J. Humes and J. Thornton Boswell, and Army Dr. Pierre A. Fink, have generally supported the intact appearance of the head in the photo, but they have all vehemently disagreed with the location of the apparent entrance wound in the photo. None of these 3 men, when they testified to the review board, agreed that the red spot in the cowlick near the ruler was the entrance wound in the back of the head. The entrance wound that they observed in the back of the head at autopsy was much lower in the skull and cannot be seen in the extant photographs. Now, the two FBI agents at JFK's autopsy have impugned the accuracy of this autopsy photograph under oath. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this fact. The FBI agents Seibert and O'Neill were trained observers. Their word and their veracity was routinely relied upon in courts of law and in official reports. This is what they both said to the review board staff under oath in 1997. Agent Seibert looked at the photograph you have just examined and said, quote, "I don't recall anything like this at all during the autopsy. It looks like it could have been reconstructed or something," end quote. And Frank O'Neill said, quote, "This looks like it's been doctored in some way, like the stuff has been pushed back in, and it looks like more toward the end than at the beginning. I thought there was a larger opening in the back of the head," end quote. It's also important to understand that both of these men, when we deposed them in 1997, were still J. Edgar Hoover loyalists. They still wanted to believe that Lee Harvey Oswald had killed the president. They were still loyal to the deceased director of the FBI. So these men had no motive to spin a tale or to endorse conspiracy theories, and yet they both gave us this vital testimony that impugns the accuracy of these key autopsy photographs. In 1997, under oath before the ARRB, former agent James Seibert made this wound diagram of the damage he observed to the back of JFK's head at the autopsy. These two FBI agents had both made hand-drawn sketches of the wounds they recalled for the HSCA in the 1970s. Frank O'Neill remembered making the drawing that was in the HSCA records and verified to us that it was still an accurate representation of what he remembered. Agent Seibert did not remember making the drawing that he made for the HSCA, so we asked Agent Seibert to execute this new drawing for us. We used an anatomical template from an anatomy atlas to ensure accuracy, so that on this occasion, Seibert wasn't making a freehand sketch. He was using a clear image of the back of the skull. The first defect that Agent Seibert drew with dotted line was his first recollection of the size of the wound. He then reconsidered this later during his deposition and went back and drew a larger circle around the original dotted line. The larger version is his final opinion on the size of the wound that he recalls seeing in President Kennedy's head at the autopsy at Bethesda. This diagram by Agent Seibert and the diagram executed by Frank O'Neill for the HSCA are remarkably consistent with the wounds described by the Parkland Hospital treatment staff, as we'll see in the upcoming slides. Now, the autopsy radiologist, Dr. John Ebersol, also disagreed with this autopsy photograph when testifying before the HSC medical panel in 1978. Under oath, Dr. Ebersol gave the following comments. Quote, "My recollection is more of a gaping occipital wound than this. I can certainly not state that this is the way it looked," end quote. And, quote, "more lateral, much more lateral and superior than I remembered," end quote. Now, Dr. Ebersol gave this sworn testimony to the HSCA in 1978. The HSCA staff in its report mentioned that they had deposed him, and they sequestered the record of his deposition transcript for 50 years. They didn't want us to see what he had said about this photograph or about other things concerning the autopsy. But thanks to the JFK Records Act, we now know what he said. Now, likewise, the treatment staff from Parkland Hospital in Dallas observed a head wound on President Kennedy only in the rear of the head. All of the treatment reports written by Parkland Hospital staff on the day of the assassination described the wound as either occipital or occipital-parietal or as posterior. Now, posterior means the back of your head. The occipital bone is squarely in the middle of the back of your head. An occipital-parietal wound would be in the right rear of your head. None of these words they used, occipital, occipital-parietal, and posterior, none of these words describe damage to the top of someone's head or to the right side. And in fact, none of them at Parkland Hospital saw damage to the top of the head or to the right side of the head. They only saw damage to the right rear. Now, in confirmation of this, several treatment physicians described seeing cerebellar tissue extruding from the president's head wound. The cerebellum is a portion of the brain located at the back of the skull. I'd like to reemphasize, none of the treatment reports written at Parkland on the day of the assassination described any damage to JFK's head on the right side, directly above or forward of the right ear, or on the top of the skull. Now, the cerebellum is located low in the skull at the rear of the brain, as you can see in this image from an anatomy atlas. The damage to JFK's right cerebellum, described by several doctors and nurses at Parkland Hospital, was consistent with the wound diagrams of posterior damage to the skull made by Bell and Crenshaw. This set of models is a good way to visualize where the cerebellum is and where the occipital bone is in the skull. The model shown at the left clearly depicts the low posterior location of the cerebellum. In the model on the left, the cerebellum is painted red. So you can see that it's not only at the back of your skull, it's low in the back of your skull. And above it is the cerebral cortex. 4 treatment physicians at Parkland noted severe damage to President Kennedy's right cerebellum, indicating that the wound they observed truly was in the right rear quadrant of the skull. Now, in the center of the frame below, the occipital bone is painted red. Most descriptions of President Kennedy's head wound at Parkland were either occipital or occipital-parietal, thus confirming that he had a large wound in the right rear of his skull. In this image in the center of the photograph, the occipital bone is red and the right parietal bone is colored light gray. So an occipital-parietal wound would clearly still be in the right rear of the skull. The model just to the right of Sitter is my approximation of the wound described by the Dallas doctors and nurses in their written reports the day of the assassination. The one doctor that day who ascribed a dimension, a size to the wound was Dr. Carrico. And in his Warren Commission testimony and in his written treatment notes that day, he described the wound as about 5 by 7 centimeters in size. So on this skull model, I've created a wound that was 5 by 7 centimeters in size. Later, when we deposed Dr. Boswell, one of the 2 Navy pathologists, he explained that President Kennedy's skull was larger than this skull model. So what this means to you, the viewer, is that proportionally on President Kennedy's skull, the wound would have appeared a little smaller than the one on this model. This is the exact size described by Dr. Carrico, 5 by 7 centimeters, but President Kennedy's skull was larger than this. But this gives you a very accurate idea of the approximate location of the wound seen at Parkland Hospital. In 1997, my boss, Jeremy Gunn, and I made a short trip to Texas to interview 3 medical witnesses that had been missed by the Warren Commission. Jeremy Gunn was the general counsel on the review board staff, and he was also the chief analyst. All of the analysts worked for Jeremy. Jeremy Gunn was an experienced deposition attorney, knew how to interview people. I learned a lot from him. While in Texas, we interviewed on successive days, separately, of course. We interviewed Nurse Audrey Bell, Dr. Charles Crenshaw, and Dr. Robert Grossman. These three witnesses had been missed by the Warren Commission. Now, this diagram here shows the wound on President Kennedy's head recalled by Nurse Bell. You'll note that it's in the right rear of the skull. Both Nurse Bell and Dr. Crenshaw described a wound in the right rear of the skull that was devoid of scalp and skull. There was no scalp in this area. There was no skull bone in this area. They could see brain through the wound. And in fact, they both recalled brain extruding from the wound. In 1997, third-year Parkland resident Dr. Charles Crenshaw drew this JFK wound diagram for the review board staff. You'll notice that Dr. Crenshaw's head wound is also a wound in the right rear of the skull. It's a little bit higher than Audrey Bell's, but it's in the same quadrant of the skull, the right rear of the skull. Neither one of these two witnesses described any damage to the top of the skull or to the right side. It's important to remember that. In 1996, the review board staff located and interviewed Tom Robinson, one of the morticians from Gawler's Funeral Home in Washington, D.C. He had arrived with the president's body at 6:35 p.m. and witnessed all of the procedures performed inside Bethesda Naval Hospital that night. We asked him to draw his recollection of President Kennedy's head wound as he first saw it on an anatomical template from an anatomy atlas. This is the diagram Tom Robinson executed for us. You'll note that just like Nurse Bell and just like Dr. Crenshaw, Tom Robinson drew a large wound in the rear of President Kennedy's skull. Now, the wound he recalled appears to be centerline, not on the right side, but it's still in the rear of the skull. That's the important point to take away from this exercise. The same person, Tom Robinson, drew a sketch for the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1977. It was identical to this, except that it was a freehand sketch that just showed a hole in a skull. And you couldn't really tell whether he had drawn the right side of the skull or the top or the back. So this drawing that he executed for the review board staff in 1996 is very important historically. It's identical to what he drew for the House Select Committee, but now we know what he meant, and it's clearly a wound in the back of the skull. Now, there were confirming oral descriptions of an exit wound in the rear of JFK's head provided by two high-ranking naval officers years after the event to JFK researchers. Both of these men, like the mortician Tom Robinson, were present at JFK's autopsy. One man was Dr. George Berkeley, and the other was Captain Robert O. Canada. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Dr. Berkeley was the military physician to the president. Berkeley told Kurtz in 1983 that President Kennedy had a large wound, quote, that had all the appearances of an exit wound, end quote, in the back of his head. Captain Robert Canada was the commanding officer of the treatment hospital at Bethesda. The commanding officer of the medical school portion of the complex was Captain John Stover. Captain Canada was interviewed by Mr. Kurtz in 1968, and he said that he observed a, quote, very large 3 to 5 centimeter wound in the right rear of the president's head in the lower right occipital region, end quote. Dr. Canada said that it was, quote, clearly an exit wound, end quote, because the occipital bone was avulsed or exploded outwards. I can't emphasize enough how important this is. The word avulsed does mean exploded from within to without. The witnesses at Parkland Hospital thought they were observing an avulsed wound that exploded from within to without, which would have made it an exit wound in the rear of the skull. Dr. Canada, quoted here, clearly recalled the same wound seen at Parkland Hospital, and he also thought it was an avulsed wound. I should point out that when Mr. Kurtz published this information in 2006 in his book, he revealed that he had confronted Dr. Canada with the discrepancy between Canada's description of an exit wound in the right rear of the skull with the Warren Commission's conclusion. The Warren Commission concluded that a bullet entered the right rear of President Kennedy's skull and exited the top, exited the right front of the skull on top. That was the Warren Commission conclusion. So Michael Kurtz confronted Dr. Canada with the discrepancy between his recollection of an exit wound in the right rear of the head and the Warren Commission's conclusions. And in his book, Mr. Kurtz writes that Dr. Canada immediately told him, well, that was part of the cover-up. At which point, Dr. Canada then requested that Michael Kurtz withhold this description. He requested that he withhold this information until 25 years after his own death. So unfortunately, Michael Kurtz did withhold the information for quite a long time, and we didn't learn about this observation by Canada until 2006. But at least Kurtz didn't wait until 25 years after Canada's death. And so we still want to thank Michael Kurtz for conducting the interview and for finally revealing its contents to us. It's highly significant. Human skull bone, known as the Harper fragment, was found in Dealey Plaza on Saturday, November 23, 1963. It was photographed and examined by 3 Dallas area pathologists, which we'll discuss some more on the next slide. Now, I want you to examine these 2 images. Everything was done properly in these 2 photographs. They're in good focus. The bone fragment is photographed next to a ruler. So you can see the ruler is in inches in this scale. And the image on the left is the exterior surface, the outside surface of the Harper fragment. The image on the right is the interior surface. And you know it's the interior surface because you can see the markings made by several blood vessels in the bone. These photographs were made by Dallas physicians and hospital staff. That's why they were done properly. And you can see them today in the National Archives in color by special appointment. Let's discuss the significance of these fragments. Now, the examination of the Harper fragment by 3 Dallas area pathologists the very weekend after the assassination revealed that it was occipital bone from the rear of the skull. Let's talk about this. This, first of all, corroborates the observations of all other witnesses who saw an apparent blowout in the rear of JFK's head. This fragment was delivered to Rear Admiral Berkeley, JFK's military physician, by the FBI. He signed a receipt for it, and that receipt exists today, as well as signing for one other skull fragment found in Dealey Plaza, so-called Burroughs fragment. Both of those fragments are missing today. The last person to sign for them was Rear Admiral Berkeley. For this reason, Admiral Berkeley, who was also present during the autopsy, is the prime suspect, I think, for what happened to the 3 missing skull fragments that were x-rayed. I spoke earlier about the 3 fragments x-rayed during the autopsy, the 3 fragments brought to the morgue late during the autopsy by the Secret Service. Those have also disappeared. Dr. Berkeley would appear to be the prime suspect for disposing of those as well. Now, the independent finding that the Harper fragment was occipital bone was arrived at by pathologists Jack Harper, Gerard Noteboom, and Dr. A.B. Cairns, the head of pathology at Methodist Hospital. They arrived at this conclusion, recorded in 2 different FBI interviews, by close personal examination of the fragment itself before there was any official explanation for the assassination. I can't emphasize how important this is. These men were guided by no prejudice, by no official findings, for that matter, by no eyewitness testimony of what anyone had seen. They simply received an item of physical evidence on Saturday, the day after the assassination. They examined it. They determined that it was human bone, human skull bone. They determined that it was fresh, that the blood markings on it were very fresh, and came to a unanimous conclusion that it was occipital bone. Later, in the 1970s, the House Select Committee on Assassinations interviewed Dr. Cairns, who was the chief of pathology at this hospital and was the chief of this team of 3 people that examined the bone the day after the assassination. He was the senior member present. They interviewed Dr. Cairns, and Dr. Cairns told the HSCA staff in the late 1970s that the bone was definitely occipital, and he knew that from examining the tables of the skull and the blood vessel markings on the interior side of the fragment. That staff interview, along with all HSCA staff interviews of all autopsy witnesses, were buried for 50 years. And only because of the JFK Records Act do we have those reports to read today. This report is one of them, with Dr. Cairns. So thanks to Oliver Stone's movie, JFK, we have the JFK Records Act, and thanks to the JFK Records Act, we now have the House Select Committee on Assassinations staff interview reports of multiple medical witnesses who all describe things very much at variance with the autopsy report, as we'll see. Now, this finding by those 3 pathologists on November 23, 1963, that the Harper fragment was definitely occipital bone is extremely important. It corroborates the observations of all of the Parkland Hospital treatment staff and of Secret Service agent Clint Hill that President Kennedy had a wound in the rear of his skull, a wound in the right rear of his head, not in the top of his head and not in the right side of his head. During its deliberations, the House Select Committee on Assassinations established a forensic pathology panel. The consensus, after considerable argument and disagreement by the forensic pathology panel, was that the Harper fragment was parietal bone from the top of the head. This is by the forensic pathology panel of the HSCA in the late 1970s. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, is that they did not have the bone in their hands. They could not examine the bone with their eyes. Dr. Cairns and Dr. Noteboom and Dr. Harper did have the bone in their hands and could examine it with their eyes, and I believe they made the definitive judgment on what type of bone it was and from whence it came in the president's skull. The House Select Committee Forensic Pathology Panel exhibited a severe bias, which I believe led to serious flaws in all of their findings. They bet the farm on the authenticity of the autopsy photographs and the autopsy x-rays. They made a judgment that all of the autopsy photographs were accurate and to be trusted, and that the surviving skull x-rays, the 3 surviving skull x-rays, were accurate and to be trusted. As my presentation shows, neither the autopsy photographs nor the skull x-rays are accurate or to be trusted for various reasons. We'll go into those details momentarily. This was the serious weakness in the methodology employed by the HSCA Forensic Pathology Panel, in my view. They assumed that all the autopsy photos and x-rays, especially the skull x-rays, were authentic, accurate, and to be trusted, and forced their conclusions about everything else to fit into that paradigm. My presentation reveals that there are significant problems with almost all the autopsy photographs and with all 3 skull x-rays. Therefore, I believe the HSCA Forensic Pathology Panel's conclusions are largely incorrect. I'm going to return here to the subject of deception, false evidence placed on the record, by providing you with my 2 basic conclusions about the JFK medical evidence. I'm going to start with my basic conclusions and then lead you through the reasoning that led me to those conclusions. Other autopsy photographs, other than the back of the head photos, appear to depict the results of clandestine post-mortem surgery conducted prior to the autopsy, and were used by the 2 Navy pathologists to intentionally misrepresent the results of this illicit surgery as damage caused by the assassin's bullet. As we proceed, you'll see what I mean by this. We're going to be examining several disturbing images, autopsy photographs from President Kennedy's autopsy. These are officially considered bootleg images, but I have seen the original material 16 times in the course of my duties, and I can assure you that all of these images, although the sources are bootleg sources, all of these images do accurately represent the autopsy images in the National Archives. The images are disturbing, but they must be examined for us to understand the nature of the cover-up. My second major conclusion regarding the medical evidence is that the brain photos in the autopsy collection cannot be images of JFK's brain. Instead, they are images taken at a second fraudulent brain examination of someone else's brain. Now, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, as Carl Sagan once said, and I'm about to provide you with the evidence behind these conclusions. Mortician Tom Robinson told the ARRB staff in 1996 that the damage seen in this autopsy photo of JFK was, quote, what the doctors did, unquote, and was not damage caused by the bullet. We interviewed Tom Robinson in June of 1996 in the Review Board's office. The General Counsel, Jeremy Gunn, conducted the questioning. I was the note taker. Many other people were present, including Executive Director David Marwell and I would say 4 or 5 other staff members. We showed Tom Robinson this image of the top of President Kennedy's head taken at the autopsy, and he became visibly agitated and disturbed. I would say Tom Robinson was more agitated when viewing this image than when viewing any other image that day. He's a country boy, and his exact words are still clear in my mind. He said, well, that makes it look like that's what the bullet did, but he said, that's what the doctors did. That's exactly how he phrased it. At that moment, Jeremy Gunn and I looked at each other, and I can only say it was an epiphany. We knew that the hypothesis about clandestine surgery before the autopsy that had been proposed by David Lifton in his book, Best Evidence, in 1981 was true. The only question was, where did this surgery take place? Tom Robinson vividly recalled the doctors doing this damage. He didn't recall the president arriving looking like this. You'll recall that we just looked at the diagram Tom Robinson made for the review board staff. He recalled a circular hole the size of a small orange in the back of President Kennedy's head. That's the wound he saw when the body arrived. This large wound in this photograph is damage Tom Robinson saw performed by the doctors at Bethesda Naval Hospital. Now, in the way of explanation, Robinson told the ARRB staff that the dotted lines in his wound diagram represented the saw cuts the pathologist made to remove the brain. Let me explain what I mean here. At a normal autopsy, if the person was killed by a gunshot wound to the brain or physical trauma to the brain by a blow to the head, the scalp would first be reflected back. The top of the skull cap, would be sawn off, removed by sawing, literally lifted off the person's head. The pathologist would then have access to the person's brain and could slowly but carefully remove the brain in order to examine it later after it was preserved in formaldehyde. Dr. Humes, the chief pathologist, Dr. James J. Humes, always claimed, especially under oath to the Warren Commission, that he never had to perform a craniotomy. His baseline position from the time he testified before our inspector until the time he testified before the review board was that the head wound was so large that he never had to perform a craniotomy. All he had to do is snip some scalp away here and there, and he could reach in and remove the brain. Well, that sounded ludicrous at best to everyone who ever read those comments. But Tom Robinson, by drawing his recollection of the wound as he originally saw it that night, a wound very consistent with the Dallas observations, and by then telling us that all the damage to the top of the head was caused by the autopsy doctors, Tom Robinson has put the lie to Dr. Hume's claim that he never had to perform a craniotomy. So what Dr. Hume's, I have concluded, really did was perform a modified craniotomy before the autopsy began. There's a lot of evidence for this. We'll be going through it. But the skull was opened up so that evidence could be removed from the body. All evidence of frontal shots, I'm convinced, was removed from the body before the autopsy began. I'm talking about entrance wounds in the front of the skull. I'm talking about bullet tracks in the brain that would have been consistent with a frontal shot, and I'm talking about bullet fragments removed from the brain. This was the purpose for the surgery that Dr. Humes performed before the autopsy began, and this is what Tom Robinson was witnessing, although I'm sure he didn't understand it at the time, the significance of it. He was witnessing a modified craniotomy, and he has told us, he and one other key witness, where this surgery took place. It didn't take place before the body arrived at Bethesda. It took place after the body arrived at Bethesda. Dr. Humes, assisted by Dr. Boswell, performed this illicit clandestine cranial surgery. Now, there's a second witness to this surgery being performed at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and that witness is X-ray technician Ed Reed. There were two Navy X-ray technicians. One was Gerald Custer. He was the petty officer in charge, and his colleague was Ed Reed. Ed Reed told the review board staff under oath in 1997 that he saw Dr. Humes perform both an incision of the scalp and saw cuts to the frontal bone, consistent with the damage directly above JFK's forehead in this autopsy photograph. So let me repeat what I mean here. Just behind JFK's hairline at the top of his forehead, Ed Reed witnessed Dr. Humes make a long sideways incision with a scalpel, follow up with a circular bone saw, and begin to cut open the bone beneath that scalp. These are the motions that Ed Reed demonstrated under oath during his review board deposition. He said Dr. Humes made a scalpel cut like this on President Kennedy's skull, and then pulled out a circular bone saw and began cutting the bone directly underneath the incision. At that point, Ed Reed said he and his supervisor, Gerald Custer, were summarily dismissed from the morgue. Get out of here. Go upstairs to the X-ray department. We'll call you when we need you. According to Ed Reed, they were recalled about 15 minutes later. About 15 minutes later, they went back downstairs, and as Gerald Custer, his colleague, has stated under oath, all of the X-rays of the skull were taken in one session at one time. They were all taken one after the other, and then taken back upstairs, and it took about 30 minutes to develop all of those X-rays, and then they were brought back to the morgue where they were read by Dr. Ebersol. Now, to reiterate, Dr. Humes always insisted that he had never had to perform a craniotomy, a skull cap removal, to remove the president's brain. He maintained this lie under oath for 33 years before the Warren Commission, the HSCA, and the Review Board. Significantly, Humes also informed Army pathologist Pierre Fink, who arrived late at Bethesda to assist with the autopsy, that, quote, no sawing of the skull was necessary, end quote, in order to remove President Kennedy's brain. Now, Dr. Fink was a meticulous note-taker and kept diaries. He took the notes that he made at the time and created an official report for his commanding officer in 1965. His commanding officer was General Bloomberg at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology in Washington, D.C. His report of activities that he witnessed at the autopsy and activities he participated in was typewritten, double-spaced, submitted to General Bloomberg in 1965. And this is how we have this statement recorded. The that no sawing of the skull was necessary to remove the brain. Well, that's ludicrous on the surface of it, number one. No one at Dallas saw a wound large enough to remove a brain through, and no one at Dallas saw a large wound at the right side of the head or in the top of the head. So when Dr. Fink recorded in the Bloomberg report that Humes told him that no sawing of the skull was necessary, it indicates that Dr. Fink was also a victim of deception. Because what happened was that when the skull x-rays were developed and examined, all six, let's assume there were 6 skull x-rays. That's what Dr. Ebersol recalls, is 6 skull x-rays. When the 6 x-rays were developed and examined in the morgue, examined by Dr. Humes, Dr. Boswell, and Dr. Ebersol, a radiologist, Dr. Humes then called Dr. Fink on the phone at 8:00 p.m. that night. And Dr. Humes said, "I've got a complete set of skull films. Please come on in and help us with the rest of the autopsy." So when Dr. Humes called Dr. Fink, he already had a completed set of films, which means that this surgery had already been completed. The x-rays had been taken. And this is why Dr. Fink did not arrive until 8:30 p.m. He arrived at 8:30. When Dr. Fink arrived, the brain had already been removed from the body. The lungs had been removed and also the heart. Now, this is the condition that Fink found when he arrived. That's when Dr. Humes lied to Dr. Fink and said no sawing of the skull was necessary to remove the brain. We know that's not true because of the recollections of Tom Robinson before the review board and because of the sworn testimony of Ed Reed. Now, during the autopsy, Dr. Boswell, one of the 2 Navy pathologists, Dr. Boswell was assisting Dr. Humes. Dr. Boswell executed a freehand sketch on the back of the body chart. The body chart was called the Autopsy Descriptive Sheet. This is an image of the freehand sketch Dr. Boswell made on the back of the body chart. You can see it at the National Archives today by special appointment if you want to. This is a diagram that Dr. Boswell made of the top of President Kennedy's skull. The top, not the side and not the rear. This is the top of the skull. You'll notice that in the center of the diagram are the numerical notations 10 by 17 and the word missing. So Dr. Boswell explained to the HSCA that this means that the bone was completely missing from the top of the skull in an area that was 10 by 17 centimeters in size. Let's discuss what this means for a minute. This is extremely important. This diagram made by Dr. Boswell, showing the entire top of the skull missing, is completely at variance with all of the observations of the Parkland Hospital treatment staff. It's at variance with the observations of Secret Service agent Clint Hill. It's at variance with the observations, the recollections of mortician Tom Robinson, who drew a localized wound in the back of the head only. And it's at variance with the recollections, you'll recall, of Dr. Berkeley and Dr. Canada, who both also told JFK researchers, specifically Mr. Kurtz, that they observed an exit wound in the rear of the head. So, neither Dr. Canada nor Dr. Berkeley described a massive head wound that blew the top of the head off. Nor did Tom Robinson, nor did the Dallas treatment staff, nor did Clint Hill. My conclusion, 50 years after the assassination, is that this diagram is a con job. It was executed knowingly and willfully by Dr. Boswell after the postmortem surgery in order to fool history. And he got away with it for about 33 years. But as the review board took its 10 depositions of autopsy witnesses and participants, and as we continued to interview other medical witnesses, it became clear to me, and I think to Jeremy Gunn as well, that this diagram is an intentional fraud. You'll notice that this diagram has on it the bloodstains purportedly from President Kennedy. President Kennedy's bloodstains are on this piece of paper. And yet, Dr. Humes told the House Select Committee that the reason he burned all of the original autopsy notes was because they had blood on them, and he didn't want the president's blood to become an object of sordid fascination by collectors. So we have a Dr. Humes who told the Warren Commission under oath that he burned the first draft of the autopsy report. We have a Dr. Humes who then changed his story and told the House Select Committee that he burned the original notes written at the autopsy and that he burned the notes because they had blood on them. And yet, we have this crucial piece of paper here, which has a body chart on one side containing various organ weights, and on the other side has this freehand sketch. It has blood all over it, and Dr. Humes didn't destroy this. Jeremy Gunn asked Dr. Humes under oath why he didn't destroy this set of notes, since he was so concerned about President Kennedy's blood not becoming an item for collectors to obsess over. Dr. Humes could provide no explanation. In fact, he gave a flippant response. So this supports my conclusion today that Dr. Boswell made this sketch intentionally to deceive history, representing the results of postmortem surgery as damage done by the assassin's bullet, when of course it's not. As Jeremy Gunn and I prepared to conduct the depositions of Drs. Humes and Boswell late in 1995, I suggested to my boss, Jeremy Gunn, that he allowed me to build a skull model of a human skull, and that we present Drs. Humes and Boswell with this model and ask them to draw a three-dimensional rendition of the wounds they recall at autopsy on the model, because all we had at that time was the two-dimensional sketch of the top of the skull made by Boswell. That's all we had that was made at the autopsy. Jeremy agreed. Dr. Humes, during his deposition, adamantly refused to make any markings on the skull model. However, we were able to talk Dr. Boswell into it. He reluctantly, but eventually, did make a diagram on the skull model of the full extent of the missing bone. That's what we wanted him to draw. What is the extent of the missing bone, which you depicted in your two-dimensional sketch, where you only show the top of the head? We wanted to know what the back of the head was looked like. Dr. Boswell made his markings on the skull model, which you can see today in the National Archives by appointment if you wish. It's a deposition exhibit. You can see this exhibit if you request permission to see it. And I reduced his three-dimensional markings to 4 drawings. So what I did is I reproduced on 4 pieces of paper, to the best of my ability, what he drew on the skull model, for those of you who cannot travel to College Park, Maryland and see the actual skull yourselves. So in this first diagram that I made of Boswell's markings on the skull model, you'll see the massive amounts of bone completely missing from the cranium, according to Boswell, in the back of the skull. It wasn't just the top of the skull, it's also the back of the skull. Boswell, you'll note, drew a very small entry wound in the right rear of the skull, consistent with what they wrote in the autopsy report. The autopsy report states that there was a small wound of entrance about 2.5 centimeters to the right and slightly above the EOP. The EOP is the bump on the back of your head. And so in this sketch of what Boswell drew in the skull model, you can see that, yes, indeed, this small entry wound is drawn about 2.5 centimeters to the right of the external occipital protuberance, the bump on the back of the head. But directly above that, according to Boswell, was this enormous defect, which we now know was not only the top of the skull, it included the entire right rear of the skull. Let's look at the next view. This is the right lateral view of Boswell's skull model, drawn by me. This is the right-hand view, representing what he was attempting to convey in his freehand sketch of the top of the skull. This is the frontal view. It shows considerable frontal bone missing. Now, the frontal bone includes not only your forehead, but part of the top of your head back to the coronal suture. The coronal suture joins a point just forward of your 2 ears. So the frontal bone includes your forehead and part of the dome on top of your head. So there is considerable frontal bone missing in this diagram. And then here is the top view of the skull that's in the archives. And you'll note the great similarity between this sketch that Boswell made on the skull model and his autopsy sketch that he made on the back of the body chart. 10 by 17 missing. So now you have a good concept of what the skull model in the archives depicts. Dr. Boswell essentially took his two-dimensional freehand sketch made at the autopsy and turned it into a three-dimensional rendition on a skull model. So these are my major conclusions about the medical cover-up. Dr. Hume surgically expanded the original exit wound in JFK's head to about 5 times its original size to gain access to the brain and remove forensic evidence of a frontal shot or shots before the autopsy officially began. This postmortem surgery allowed those controlling the cover-up to falsely claim that the massive damage to the top and right side of the skull, seen in the autopsy photos and x-rays, was caused by a shot from behind, consistent with the Texas School Book Depository. Remember, the Warren Commission's conclusion was that a lone assassin killed President Kennedy firing from above and behind. Their conclusion was that Lee Harvey Oswald, a lone malcontent, killed President Kennedy with a bolt-action rifle by firing 3 shots from above and behind, and that 1 shot had missed and that 2 shots had hit the president. The results of this illicit, clandestine surgery were sketched by Dr. Boswell, were x-rayed and photographed, and were intentionally misrepresented by both of the Navy pathologists to the official morgue audience and to numerous government bodies as, quote, damage caused by the assassin's bullet, unquote. Here is some supporting evidence for the postmortem surgery hypothesis. The bright red V-shaped trauma above the right eye is evidence of the surgical removal of an entry wound caused by a shot fired from the front. This is my conclusion. The reason for this is we have 2 witnesses who recall seeing photographs of an entrance wound high above the right eye, high in the forehead, in exactly this location. They saw these photographs the week after the assassination. Those photographs never made it into the official record. However, the location of this clear incision is exactly where they saw an entrance wound in postmortem photographs. Now, multiple lines of evidence indicate that this damage above JFK's right eye was the result of surgical tampering prior to the autopsy. In 1988, Dr. Paul Peters of Parkland Hospital described this damage in a documentary televised by PBS as, quote, an incision, unquote, thereby confirming that it was not present when JFK was treated at Parkland Hospital. There was no surgery whatsoever on JFK's cranium at Parkland Hospital. The only surgery performed on the president at Parkland was the tracheotomy in the throat to assist with breathing. There was no surgery on his skull, and so when Dr. Peters made the comment that this is an incision in a 1988 documentary, he's confirming not only that this is a man-made lesion, it's a man-made wound, but that he didn't see it in Dallas. Now, the 2 witnesses who saw photographs the week after the autopsy of an entrance wound in this exact location were Joe O'Donnell and Dennis David. Now, the 2 witnesses who saw photographs in the week following President Kennedy's autopsy of an entrance wound high in the forehead in exactly this same location were Joe O'Donnell and Dennis David. Joe O'Donnell was a USIA, U.S. Information Agency photographer detailed to the White House during the Kennedy years. Dennis David was a first-class corpsman in the Navy, an HM-1, an E-6. One of his close associates and friends was the person who ran the audiovisual lab at Bethesda Naval Hospital, Lieutenant Commander Pitzer. Within the week following the autopsy, Lieutenant Commander Pitzer showed Dennis David in Pitzer's office images of JFK which showed a small entrance wound high in the forehead, well above the right eye, in exactly this location. Joe O'Donnell was shown photographs of that same wound by Chief Robert Knudsen. Robert Knudsen was a Navy chief, a photographer's mate who worked at the White House. He showed Joe O'Donnell, his White House colleague, photographs of the same small entrance wound within a week of the president's death. Those photographs are not in the record today. They never made it into the official record for obvious reasons. But these witnesses are highly credible people. Tom Robinson first described seeing a small hole in JFK's cranium at this approximate site to the HSCA staff in 1977. And in fact, there's a transcript of this interview. Robinson decided to tape the interview, and because he audiotaped, the HSCA audiotaped, Because the HSCA audio taped, they made a transcript of the interview. When all of the House Committee medical records, when the staff records were released in 1993 because of the JFK Records Act, the HSCA transcript of the Robinson interview was released. And in that transcript, it is revealed that his questioner, Andrew Purdy, at one point asked Mr. Robinson to verify, so this wound is way above the right eye, correct? And Robinson said yes. So it's from that transcript of the HSCA interview of Robinson that we know that he saw the same wound. There's one other indicator that this red V-shaped damage in this autopsy photograph is a man-made incision. During his ARRB deposition, Dr. Boswell described a long laceration present on President Kennedy's skull during his deposition, and he said that the long laceration or tear came down above the right eye. On one occasion, however, I think Dr. Boswell was guilty of a Freudian slip. On one occasion, he described this damage above the right eye in the autopsy photographs as an incised wound. That's a significant statement. An incised wound is a man-made wound, an incision made by a human being. So Dr. Boswell's laceration, what he would have had us believe was a laceration, was even revealed by him on one occasion when he slipped up as an incision. And that's in the deposition transcript. It's in the JFK Records collection, and you can read it yourself. There's additional corroborating evidence of an entrance wound high above the right eye, and that's provided by a new evidence who has come forward since my book was published. I was contacted in the year 2010 by a person named Quentin Schwinn. He's a contractor with a high-level security clearance who works at one of the 8 NASA centers. He was once a student of photography at the Rochester Institute of Technology. He has a vivid recollection of being approached during what was clearly a job interview in late 1982 or early 1983, while he was a student at RIT. He was approached by one of his professors, a Professor David Hazy, and by an unknown stranger from out of town. The stranger had a briefcase. The stranger pulled out 2 photographs. One was a satellite image of airplanes parked on a runway, obviously taken from a great distance. And they asked Mr. Schwinn all kinds of photogrammetric questions about how would you determine the size of this airplane, the length of the wings, the length of these shadows. And apparently he satisfied them with his answers. He indicated to them that he had a good knowledge of photogrammetry and of photography and photographic analysis. They then showed him one color positive transparency, a postmortem image of JFK after death. And I spent 3 years off and on interviewing Mr. Schwinn on the phone, assessing his credibility. I even had him contact RIT, and I had them send me a sealed transcript of his matriculation there. I received the sealed transcript. I verified that he was in school there when he said he was. He did receive the 2 degrees in photography that he said he did. And my considered judgment after interviewing him for 3 years is that Quentin Schwinn is a reliable witness and that he was shown a postmortem image of President Kennedy, which is not in the official collection today, by 2 individuals as part of a recruitment pitch. By the way, he was subsequently offered 2 federal jobs in photography and declined both of them. But this event happened. And so this is what I encouraged him to do. This image is the result of Quentin Schwinn going to a qualified medical illustrator, describing for him what he recall seeing in the image, and getting the medical illustrator to draw a picture. And I believe this is the 3rd or 4th attempt of the effort. I mean, Quentin Schwinn is a perfectionist, and he had, in fact, more than one artist work on the project, and he finally settled on the best artist. And then I think this is the 3rd attempt made by the 2nd artist. This is important for 2 reasons. One is the entrance wound, apparent entrance wound above the right eye, and the other reason is the condition of the throat wound, which we'll talk about later in this presentation. So this is the wound that apparently Dennis David and Joe O'Donnell recall seeing in photographs the week after the autopsy. I forwarded this image to Dennis David with a minimum of description and asked him if it was similar in any way to the photographs he was shown by Lieutenant Commander Pitzer. And he said the entrance wound above the right eye is exactly what he recalls. The condition of the throat wound is different, which we'll talk about later in this presentation, which is significant. But he said that the small entrance wound above the right eye is 100% consistent with the photographs shown to him by Lieutenant Commander Pitzer a week after JFK's death. Joe O'Donnell is now deceased, so I could not contact him. But this, I think, gives the viewer a good impression of an entry wound from a shot from the front, which was later removed from President Kennedy's skull by illicit, clandestine, post-mortem surgery before the autopsy began. My considered conclusion after many years of thought is that that bullet, which entered well above the right eye, that shot from the front, is not the cause of the blowout in the right rear of the head seen at Parkland Hospital. I believe this bullet, which entered in this location, exited high in the left rear of the skull, and it did not make a particularly large exit wound. I believe it made the exit wound seen in this image. This image was described as the posterior skull by the autopsy pathologist. In 1966, when the Kennedy family returned the autopsy photographs to the government, when they gave the photographs to the National Archives, the doctors were called in the next day. Dr. Humes, Dr. Boswell, and Dr. Ebersol, the radiologist, and Mr. Stringer, the photographer. They were told to make a catalog and just describe by title what is being seen in each image. The title they gave this photograph was The Posterior Skull, the Back of the Head. Dr. Mantic, an associate of mine, has been to the archives 9 times. He's viewed the archives' autopsy materials 9 times, both the photographs and the x-rays, with the permission of the Kennedy family. He has examined this image stereoscopically with a stereoscopic viewer that he made himself. He put 2 transparencies in there that were almost identical and was able to see a 3D view of this image. This image is cropped somewhat at the top. The actual transparency in the archive shows more in its field of view than this image does. Dr. Mantic was able to observe that this has to be the rear of the head because at the top of the image he could see President Kennedy's chest. The president's lying on his back on the examining table. This is the top and right side and rear of the head gone in this image. And he could see the nipples on President Kennedy's chest in the 3D stereoscopic viewer and the abdominal fat pads, which had been folded back. So through his personal viewing of the photographs, Dr. Mantic has confirmed that this is indeed the rear of the head and that the large cavity in the cranium is in the top and right rear of the head. Now, examining the image again, you'll notice that in the center of the image, there's a semicircular notch. It's a little bit out of focus, but there's a semicircular notch in the bone and the scalp has been reflected back. The House Select Committee on Assassinations Forensic Pathology Panel identified that notch as forensic evidence of a bullet's exit. Forensic evidence of exit. In other words, it's cratering, and the cratering, the larger part of the hole, is on the outside of the skull. I conclude that this semicircular beveled notch is the exit wound for the bullet that entered right here. I don't believe this exit wound was seen at Parkland Hospital because I don't believe that the scalp underneath it was blown away from the body. I think that they were all focused on the one large head wound they could see, which was the massive void back in this area about the size of a baseball or an orange, which was devoid of scalp and skull. That's the one wound that they all fixated on and observed. So I believe that this exit wound went unobserved at Parkland Hospital. I believe this entrance wound went unobserved at Parkland Hospital because I think it was covered up by the president's bangs. The president had long hair in front, much longer than mine. It was very thick, and I think that's why they didn't see this entrance wound right in the hairline, because it was obscured by the president's bangs. I think it's a reasonable conclusion to make. Now, there's one aspect about this photograph that's very troubling, and most people don't really understand it, and I'm going to explain this controversy to you so that you understand the sleight of hand that's going on here with the U.S. government. The House Select Committee on Assassinations, their forensic pathology panel, decided to reorient this photograph, and they never told anyone when they wrote their report what they had done. They never told you that the autopsy doctors and the autopsy radiologist and the autopsy photographer had called this the posterior skull, the back of the head. They described this photograph as the right front of the head. So the House Select Committee on Assassinations and the Clark panel, which preceded them, Ramsey Clark was Attorney General, and in 1967 he assembled a panel to examine the autopsy materials, and in 1968 they wrote their report. The Clark panel decided that the semicircular beveled notch, yes, it's an exit wound, but that it's right here. But that the exit point was here. And the Clark panel and the HSCA panel, which rubber stamped the Clark panel's work, decided that this photograph really depicts this part of the skull, not the left rear. It's one thing for academics to disagree about something, but when they engage in a subterfuge and sleight of hand and withhold what they have done from the American people, it's really dishonest. The House Select Committee published an entire volume, Volume 7, about the medical evidence and their findings. Never once in that volume did they explain that their panel had reoriented this photo and that they disagreed with the description made by the people who were actually at the autopsy. Well, I choose to believe the people who were at the autopsy. Drs. Humes, Dr. Boswell, Dr. Ebersol, and John Stringer, the photographer, said this was the back of the head. Dr. Mantic has confirmed it. Paul O'Connor, one of the Navy enlisted autopsy technicians who assisted the autopsy doctors that night, confirmed prior to his death that this is indeed an image of the back of the head and that the huge cavity is in the top of the head and the right rear of the head. So I choose to believe the people who were present in the Bethesda morgue that this is an image of the back of the head, and I believe the HSCA panel's conclusion that yes, this is evidence of exit. The beveled notch is evidence of exit, but it's an exit wound in the left rear of the skull, up high. Therefore, it's evidence of a shot from the front. If you have an exit wound in the rear of the skull, it's another way of saying that the president was shot from the front. So that's my interpretation of what this photograph really means. If you read the Clark panel report or the HSCA medical volume, they'll tell you this is the right front of the skull. I don't believe it, and the HSCA panel was intellectually dishonest by not telling its audience that they had reoriented the photo 180 degrees. It's important to understand how all this focus on surgery of the head area began, and I want to give proper credit to the person who discovered this in the official records. The two FBI agents at President Kennedy's autopsy, Seibert and O'Neill, wrote a report of what they saw and witnessed a few days later. As it turns out, they wrote and submitted their report the same day that Roger Boyjan of the Marine Corps wrote and submitted his report. They wrote their report on November 26th, 1963, the day after the funeral. And it's become known in the research community as the Seibert-O'Neill report. It's actually what the FBI calls an FD-302 report. That's the name of the form that it's on. The Seibert-O'Neill report contains verbatim quotes of various things they heard the chief pathologist, Dr. Hume, say during the autopsy. And perhaps the most important quote in the report is where they're quoting Dr. Hume saying the following. Now, they didn't use quote marks in their report. I'm going to use quote marks in this recapitulation for the sake of clarity. They report Dr. Hume saying, quote, There has been surgery of the head area, namely in the top of the skull, unquote. I want to repeat that. There's been surgery of the head area, namely in the top of the skull. That's what they heard Dr. Hume say. That's what they wrote down in their notes. That's what they put in their report. The problem with this is that there was no surgery of the cranium in Dallas whatsoever. So Dr. Humes was reporting a major finding to anybody interested in forensics. And how did this president get killed? Surgery of the head area. Researcher David Lifton discovered this in 1966, I believe, when that Seibert O'Neill report was finally released by the National Archives. That report of what the agents witnessed at the autopsy was buried by the Warren Commission. Arlen Specter made sure it did not get published in the 26 volumes. He sent it straight to the archives. It was released by the archives about 1966. Edward J. Epstein published it in his book, and then Josiah Thompson later published it in his book a year later. So David Lifton became aware in 1966 of this statement, and to him it was an alarming statement because it indicated possible tampering with the president's wounds. David Lifton published a major forensic thriller, a major book on the assassination in 1981 called Best Evidence. Many of you will be familiar with that. He focused on the surgery statement in the Seibert O'Neill report and the importance of it. It was his conclusion that the surgery to the president's wounds that altered the appearance of the wounds and allowed people to remove evidence, it was his conclusion that this surgery took place before the body arrived at Bethesda Naval Hospital. It's my conclusion, after the 10 sworn depositions we took of autopsy witnesses and of our numerous unsworn interviews that we conducted, that this surgery took place at Bethesda Naval Hospital after the body arrived. As I've already stated, we know that the president's body arrived at 6:35 p.m. per Sergeant Boyjan of the Marine Corps, per his report. We know that the official autopsy didn't start until 8 o'clock. So the real question is, what happened to the president's body during that 85 minutes, almost an hour and a half, between 6:35 p.m. and 8 o'clock p.m. when the autopsy started? What happened during that hour and a half? That's the story of this medical cover-up. I'm convinced that that's when this surgery took place, before a minimal audience, very small in size. After 8 o'clock, many witnesses were allowed into the morgue and observed the official autopsy. They saw an enormous head wound, beyond their belief, really, it was so large. They never saw Dr. Humes perform a craniotomy or any surgery. They did see him easily remove the brain. And it's clear to me that it's after 8 o'clock that the FBI agents heard Dr. Humes make this comment. So when David Lifton wrote his book, it was his conclusion that Dr. Humes had made an excited oral utterance revealing the fact that he had discovered tampering done by someone else on the body of the president. There's been surgery of the head area. But this can't be true. It cannot be true. The FBI agents were not admitted into the morgue until 8 o'clock, along with the rest of the morgue audience who witnessed the autopsy from 8 to 11 p.m. Dr. Humes made this statement in front of his large morgue audience and in front of the FBI agents. There's been surgery of the head area, namely in the top of the skull. I believe that this was a panic reaction by Dr. Humes to the disbelief expressed by his audience. After all, his audience was composed of his peers, his medical colleagues from the hospital. These people did not want to believe that this enormous wound in the president's head, where all the bone was missing here and the bone is flapped out on the right side and missing in the rear, they didn't want to believe that was done by one bullet. They found it hard to believe. The enlisted men who were present at the autopsy have stated that There were gasps and exclamations of disbelief. The enlisted men working at the autopsy have told researchers since then that the audience was in a disbelieving frame of mind, was shocked, horrified, and were very skeptical that all this damage could have been caused by one bullet. I think Dr. Humes was reacting to this pressure from his audience. And in stating, oh, there's been surgery of the head area and the top of the skull, I think it was a way for him to distance himself from what he had performed 1 hour earlier. Okay? I think Dr. Humes performed the surgery. Ed Reed saw him doing it. Tom Robinson saw him doing it. He knew that what he had done was obstruction of justice. He was probably extremely nervous about it. So when his audience expressed shock and disbelief, I believe Dr. Humes engaged in what a psychologist calls dissociation. I have a psychologist friend in Pennsylvania, Stephen Kosser. He has told me this is classic dissociation. I see a problem here, Dr. Humes says, but I didn't do it. I'm reporting it to you, so I couldn't have done it. So I think that's what's going on with the surgery statement. And here is the document. Here before you is the key page from the Seibert O'Neill report, which shows the exact language reported by the two FBI agents in their report. Surgery of the head area, namely in the top of the skull. Now, there are 3 additional proofs of illicit clandestine surgery at Bethesda, and I'd like to show you what they are. First, Alan Belmont was the number 3 man in the FBI. Alan Belmont worked directly under Clyde Tolson, and Clyde Tolson worked directly under H. Edgar Hoover. Alan Belmont was later placed in charge of the assassination investigation for the FBI. There's a memo dated the night of the autopsy, 11/22/63, with some marginalia on it, which indicates that it may have been written shortly after 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:30. This memo mentions a bullet found on a stretcher in Dallas, and it also mentions a bullet, quote, lodged behind the ear, end quote, and the FBI's plans to obtain that bullet lodged behind the ear. The important thing here is that no such bullet was mentioned in either the FBI agent's report from November 26th or in the autopsy report written by the Navy. Once again, I emphasize, there's no intact bullet removed from the skull and mentioned in either the FBI agent's report, the Seibert O'Neill report, or in the Navy autopsy protocol. And yet this high-level official knew about a bullet lodged behind the ear on Friday night while the autopsy was still in progress. So it's my conclusion that this high-level official, Alan Belmont, was in telephonic contact that night during the autopsy with someone on the scene who knew what was going on and was reporting it to him by telephone. Somebody, Admiral Galloway, the head of the entire complex, Captain Stover, the head of the medical school, someone other than Seibert and O'Neill. They had not been admitted into the morgue yet. Someone present during that early clandestine surgery was reporting things to Alan Belmont on the telephone, or he would not have put this in writing in a memo addressed to Clyde Tolson. He knew there had been a bullet lodged behind the ear and that it was being recovered. That's a very important statement in law enforcement and forensic terms. Here's another indicator that there was postmortem surgery before the autopsy started, and it's the fact that mortician Tom Robinson witnessed many small metal fragments removed from the cranium and placed in a small vial or test tube. He estimated there were about 10 of these fragments during his review board interview in 1996. Now, the significance of this is that, according to the official record, there were only 2 tiny fragments of metal removed from President Kennedy's skull, according to the record. Those 2 fragments were taken by FBI agents Seibert and O'Neill to the FBI laboratory after the autopsy was over. Their remains, they've been forensically tested, but their remains still exist today. The 2 tiny fragments are in the National Archives and you can see them by special appointment. But those are the only 2 fragments recorded as removed from his body in the autopsy report written by the Navy. And those are the only 2 fragments that physically exist today removed from his body. And yet we know from Tom Robinson here that there was a whole vial or test tube full of 10 or more small fragments. There's a third indicator of postmortem surgery before the autopsy started, and this is the recollections of HM1 Dennis David, who typed a receipt for 4 large bullet fragments and examined them closely himself. Now, Dennis David is an HM1, a first-class corpsman, an E6. He was filling the role that day of chief of the day at Bethesda. He was the person who was shown the 4 fragments by a federal agent and who was required to type a receipt for the 4 fragments, documenting their transfer from the Navy at Bethesda to a federal activity. He remembers typing the receipt. He remembers the agent taking the receipt with him and the typewriter ribbon from the typewriter. He also remembers being shown the fragments and being allowed to hold them in his hand, which is not good forensic procedure, but he says that's what happened. The agent let me hold the fragments, and he said there were 4 fragments, more mass than 1 bullet, less mass than 2 complete bullets. So those items of evidence, those 4 fragments and that receipt, are not in the evidence trail today. No one knows where they are or what happened to them. So to wrap this up, these 3 additional indicators, other than the red incision, which removed the entrance wound here, these 3 additional indicators are proofs that there was clandestine surgery taking place at Bethesda before the autopsy began at 8 o'clock, because the records from the official autopsy, the FBI report and the autopsy protocol, only talk about 2 tiny fragments, which are minuscule in size. It's almost impossible to see them. You need a magnifying glass. So I've concluded, as I said, that there was clandestine illicit surgery to the president's cranium before the autopsy began to remove evidence of shots from the front, before the autopsy began. Was there time to perform this activity before the autopsy began? Well, my conclusions are yes, and here are the reasons why I'm convinced there was more than enough time to perform this obstruction of justice. We know from the Boysen report that a casket arrived at 6:35 p.m. You'll recall that earlier I mentioned the report written by Marine Sergeant Roger Boysen, summarizing the activities of his physical security detail at the Bethesda morgue the night of the autopsy, in which he stated that the casket arrived at 18:35 hours. That's 6:35 p.m. civilian time. A key question as we study the JFK assassination medical evidence is, was there time available to perform the clandestine surgery on President Kennedy's wounds between the time the body arrived at 6:35 p.m. and the time the autopsy began in front of an audience at 8 o'clock p.m.? My conclusions are the answer is yes. We're about to discuss a sequence of key events that occurred between 6:35 p.m. and 8 o'clock p.m. that night, involving 3 separate casket entries. To understand what went down at Bethesda Naval Hospital the night of the assassination, one must study the sequence of events, the timeline of events between 6:35 p.m., when the president's body arrived at the Bethesda morgue loading dock, and 8 o'clock p.m., when the public autopsy record began. What happened during those 85 minutes is the key to understanding how the cover-up was implemented, how brazen it was, and how much it was a cover-up on the fly, really an act of desperation by people who had lost control of events. The first event in the timeline of events is the arrival of the cheap shipping casket at the morgue loading dock in a black hearse at 6:35 p.m. This was offloaded by Navy sailors by a working party headed by Petty Officer Dennis David. Marine Corps Sergeant Boyjan recorded the exact time in his report. Now, I'd like to say a few words about Dennis David and explain what he brings to this story. Dennis David was a Navy corpsman, an HM1 or an E6. He was filling the role that day of Chief of the Day at the Bethesda Naval Hospital. Even though he wasn't a chief, he was an E6. And he had a lot of responsibility. He was called by the Secret Service early that evening and said, "Get a working party together. Your visitor is about to arrive." And he understood what that meant because the Secret Service had taken over the hospital with about 40 agents, and he knew what was coming. President Kennedy's body was coming. So he gathered up all the sailors he could, some from the medical school, some from the dental school, and assembled a working party on the morgue loading dock. He and his working party observed a black hearse drive up in the darkness. A hearse is a black Cadillac specifically designed by the funeral trade to carry caskets. And behind the hearse was a follow-up car. Men in suits with short haircuts got out of the follow-up car and out of the hearse. The two people in front of the hearse were wearing white operating room smocks, which is significant. I believe it means they were employees of the Gawler Funeral Home, and I believe the hearse belonged to the Gawlers Funeral Home. That's the mortuary activity that embalmed the president's remains. Dennis David and his working party moved the shipping casket to the morgue anteroom. That's the chill box room, waiting area outside the morgue proper. And they set down the shipping casket, and then they were told to leave. Dennis David then walked forward to the front of the hospital and sat in an office on the second floor, which was near the rotunda. At the front of Bethesda, there's a rotunda near the main entrance and a tower above the rotunda. About 20 minutes after he offloaded the shipping casket at the morgue loading dock, he observed the motorcade arrive from Andrews Air Force Base. This is a motorcade of many vehicles with police escort, police motorcycle escort, which arrived out in front of the hospital. There was a large crowd waiting, interested citizens and bystanders grieving for the fallen president, just wanting to observe what was going to happen. He observed Jackie Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy get out of the light gray Navy ambulance. He observed a Secret Service agent get out of the ambulance and another man in a suit who happened to be Admiral Berkeley in civilian clothes. Robert S. McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, and others got out of other vehicles. Jackie Kennedy, Robert McNamara, Robert Kennedy, and the Kennedy entourage immediately entered the building, came into the rotunda, and went up the elevators to the VIP suite. Now, the time of arrival of this light gray Navy ambulance was 6:55 p.m. It was recorded by the newspaper people and by the Secret Service agents who wrote reports. This just happens to be 20 minutes after the time of arrival of the casket recorded by Sergeant Boyjan in his Marine Corps after-action report. He recorded a casket arriving. The casket arrived at 18:35. That's 6:35 p.m. The arrival of this motorcade at 6:55 p.m. is 20 minutes later. Both of those times are confidently documented by contemporaneous documents. The 20-minute lag between the arrival of the president's body and the motorcade is exactly what Dennis David recalled for years to any and everyone who interviewed him, is about 20 minutes between the time he moved the shipping casket to the morgue anteroom to the time the motorcade arrived. So this corroborates and verifies Dennis David's story and verifies him as a reliable witness because he was spot on in his recollection of the time lag. He first began telling his story about his involvement in events in 1975 to a newspaper man. Researcher David Lifton interviewed him extensively in 1979 and 1980, including on film. And the story remained consistent. Dennis David has been interviewed many times since 1975, including by me during the time of the review board. And his story has remained very, very consistent, without embellishment, without changes, and in my view, he's an extremely reliable witness. This is important because Dennis David told me when I interviewed him in 1997, I believe it was, that after the autopsy was over, he asked Dr. Boswell, one of the two Navy pathologists, was that President Kennedy's body in the shipping casket that I offloaded from the Black Hearse? And Dr. Boswell affirmed that and said, yes, you ought to know, you carried it into the morgue yourself. So Dennis David received confirmation from one of the two Navy autopsy pathologists, Dr. Boswell, that that was President Kennedy's body that arrived in the shipping casket. And we know the time of the shipping casket's arrival from the Boysen report, 6:35 p.m. As I've said, the light gray Navy ambulance arrived at 6:55 p.m. Let me explain what I mean when I talk about the Dallas casket. Air Force One flew from Love Field in Texas to Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland with the Kennedy entourage on board and with a large ornamental bronze ceremonial viewing coffin. President Kennedy's body had been placed into this viewing casket at Parkland Hospital. Ambulance driver Aubrey Reich, who worked for the O'Neill Funeral Home, had witnessed the body placed in the casket. In fact, he assisted with placing President Kennedy's body, which was wrapped in sheets. The body was wrapped in a sheet, and another sheet was wrapped around the head. He assisted in moving the body at Parkland into the bronze ceremonial coffin. He then witnessed his boss, Mr. O'Neill, close the lid, and because Aubrey Reich was the ambulance driver for the funeral home, for O'Neill Funeral Home, he drove the coffin personally to Love Field and witnessed it taken on board Air Force One. So there was no interruption of that chain of custody at that time. He saw the body placed in the bronze casket. He was with the casket. No one opened it at any time, and he saw it taken on board Air Force One. At 6 o'clock p.m., Air Force One landed at Andrews Air Force Base, and shortly thereafter, the public all over America viewed on their television screens the lowering of this bronze casket in a mechanized forklift, the lowering of the casket to the ground level where it was placed on board a light gray Navy ambulance by many people. Some of the people were members of the Honor Guard, the Joint Service casket team. Some of the people were Kennedy aides assisting with moving the casket into the light gray ambulance. That light gray ambulance did not stop en route to Bethesda Naval Hospital. We know that from our depositions of the two FBI agents who were in that motorcade. It did not stop for any reason. It took about 45 minutes to get there. It arrived at 6:55. But we know from the events with the shipping casket at 6:35 p.m. that bronze Dallas casket could not have contained President Kennedy's body, by definition. So the American people witnessed a charade on television shortly after 6 p.m. on November 22nd. They thought they were watching the president's body put on board a light gray ambulance and driven to Bethesda from Andrews. But what they were really watching was a casket which, unbeknownst to almost everyone around it, was empty. The bronze Dallas casket arrived in the light gray Navy ambulance at 6:55 p.m. After the light gray Navy ambulance arrived, the newspaper reporters out front who wrote stories the next day documented that it sat out front without moving for 12 minutes. The Kennedy entourage and others went inside the hospital immediately. The driver of the light gray Navy ambulance, William Greer, who had driven the limousine in Dealey Plaza, Secret Service agent Greer just sat there with the car, not moving for 12 minutes. At that point, the two FBI agents who had been in the motorcade and whose job was to attend the autopsy, retrieve bullets from the body and take them to the FBI lab. That was their job. They walked up to Greer and said, "Why are you sitting here?" I mean, they knew the Dallas casket was in the light gray ambulance. And he says, "I don't know where the morgue is." And they said, "Okay, we're going to get in our car. You follow us. We get our physicals here every year. You follow us. We'll take you back to the morgue." So William Greer, in the light gray ambulance, with the Dallas casket inside and no one else in the car, followed the FBI agents around to the back of the Bethesda Naval Hospital, arrived at the morgue. At about 7:17, we know this from another document, at about 7:17, 4 federal agents, and only 4 federal agents, removed this Dallas casket, which had to be empty by definition, removed it from the Lycra ambulance and took it to the morgue anteroom. They were not allowed to take it into the morgue. They took it into the anteroom outside the morgue. The 4 agents who moved the casket at about 7:17 p.m. were FBI agents Seibert and O'Neill and Secret Service agents Kellerman and Greer. We know this because the 2 FBI agents were interviewed by the House Committee. The HSCA interviewed them in 1977 and 78. They told about this event in great detail, the casket entry that they personally were involved in. As far as they knew, it was the only casket entry from their viewpoint. And it was only the 4 federal agents moving this casket. And it was so heavy, they had to use a wheeled conveyance, similar to a dolly, to move it. I'm sure what they had was a church truck. In the funeral trade, a gurney with wheels, where the gurney can be raised and lowered, is called a church truck. I'm sure that's what was used to move this heavy casket from the Lycra ambulance to the morgue anteroom. Now, we know the FBI agents were not admitted immediately for 2 reasons. There's 2 items of evidence supporting that. In their official report, and you can here see the document, here you can see the page of their own report in which they state, a tight security was immediately placed around the morgue by the Navy and the Secret Service. The Bureau agents, namely themselves, advised the Secret Service of the Bureau's interest in this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that that's bureaucratic language for they wouldn't let us in, and we were upset about it. These guys were denied immediate entry into the morgue, and the casket was sitting there in the anteroom, and the agents were with it, and they didn't understand why. In his deposition with the review board, Agent Seibert confirmed that they set the casket down in the anteroom, not in the morgue proper. In subsequent years, the agents always denied that anyone kept them out of the morgue and always denied that they failed to maintain a good chain of custody on the body. They always denied that. I think it was nothing but CYA. Everybody lies at some point in their life for some reason. These guys were lying for years to protect their reputations. They weren't about to admit that they lost the chain of custody on the body and that they'd been hoodwinked and that they were kept out of the morgue. So they never admitted to this. But Dr. Humes, the chief pathologist, in a conversation with one of his neighbors who worked for CBS network, television network, told his neighbor that the FBI agents were never in the morgue and that they were kept in an anteroom during the autopsy. So that's the other lie that was told. Both lies were half true, okay? It's true that the 2 FBI agents took the bronze casket from Dallas to the vicinity of the morgue themselves with the assistance of 2 Secret Service agents. That part is true. But they really set it down in the anteroom. It's not true that they were kept out of the morgue during the entire autopsy. But Dr. Humes said they were, and here's the document that shows that. This is the crucial page from the CBS memo written recounting the conversation that Humes had with his neighbor, in which he says the FBI agents were lied. They were never in the morgue during the autopsy. They were kept in an anteroom. So that's the other half of the story. The part of that story that's true is that, yes, they were kept in the anteroom for a while. We know they were admitted later because they took notes and they wrote a report of everything they witnessed and everything they heard. So to summarize here, the second casket entry that night was the empty Dallas casket taken to the morgue anteroom by 4 federal agents at 7:17 p.m. and then set on the floor. There's another casket entry that night, and this is the second entry for the Dallas casket. And it's at 8 o'clock p.m., and it's undeniable that this entry took place because it was the Ceremonial Honor Guard, the Joint Service Casket Team, men from the different armed services in their dress uniforms wearing white gloves, that took the casket into the morgue proper, the bronze Dallas casket, with President Kennedy's body now inside, took it inside at 8 o'clock p.m., set it down. The casket was open in front of witnesses, and everyone saw that it was President Kennedy inside, wrapped in sheets, as he had been when he left Dallas. The two FBI agents witnessed the opening of the Dallas casket. They witnessed President Kennedy's body inside, removed, placed on the examining table, wrapped in sheets, and they recognized that it was him. It's clear to me that they were taken to another room and sequestered, told to stand by and wait while the preparations for the autopsy were being made. They told one of their internal officials in an interview in 1964 that the time of preparations for the autopsy was 7:17 p.m. I know what that means. That's the time that they and the two Secret Service agents offloaded the empty Dallas casket. They didn't know it was empty, but it was. Set it down in the anteroom, and that's the time the FBI agents were refused admittance into the morgue. And that's why they placed enough importance on this event to give a time to it, to give a time to Mr. Rosen of the FBI when they said the time of preparation was 7:17 p.m. I'm convinced that the time they were allowed to finally enter the morgue was right at 8 o'clock, right after the Joint Service Casket Team, the Honor Guard, had taken the Dallas casket into the morgue with President Kennedy's body reintroduced into it. Now, what does this mean? This means that a cursory examination was performed of President Kennedy's true wounds right after he arrived at 6:35. Some photographs were taken of the real wounds. We know that from eyewitness testimony. They never made it into the official record. Clandestine illicit surgery was then performed to radically expand the cranial wound and remove evidence of shots from the front. Surgery was performed on the throat wound to expand the throat wound and remove evidence of a shot from the front and the throat. The two X-ray technicians were then recalled to the morgue. Remember, they had been summarily dismissed when the surgery began. They were recalled to the morgue after being upstairs about 15 minutes. They took the skull X-rays. After that, a quick series of autopsy photographs was taken. Most of the autopsy photographs, as you'll notice in this presentation, show President Kennedy lying supine with his head in a metal head brace or a stirrup. I'm convinced that that entire series of photographs was taken immediately after the skull X-rays and before the autopsy started. Because no one at the autopsy proper, no one at the official autopsy from 8 to 11 p.m. recalls any metal head brace being used. It was normally not used at Bethesda. It was not used that night between 8 and 11. No one in the large audience saw it being used. And yet, 2/3 of the autopsy photographs show President Kennedy's head in this head brace. So I'm convinced that this initial series of shots was taken right after the surgery, right after the X-rays. And the people that did this were very psychologically astute. They even put a fresh towel underneath President Kennedy's head. So you can see in these photographs there's a fresh towel with a blue-green stripe on it and the medical caduceus symbol identifying the location as Bethesda. And this is to give the viewer the impression that the body just arrived because there's a fresh towel laying under his head, underneath the head brace. And of course, no one's made any incisions on the body or the towel wouldn't be fresh, would it? This was a very clever psychological trick. Once this quick series of photographs was taken, all showing the back of the head obscured, totally obscured by the head brace. The body laying flat on the table, the back of the head can't be seen, it's in the head brace. All you can see is massive amounts of damage to the top of the head and the right side. Once those photos are taken, it's at that time that President Kennedy's body had to have been reintroduced into the empty Dallas casket, reunited with the light gray ambulance, and allowed to be found by the Joint Service Casket Team. Now, this is actually what happened that night. If you buy David Lifton's book, Best Evidence, he explains in better detail than anyone else ever has the shell game that was going on with the casket that night. The Joint Service Casket Team flew to Bethesda from Andrews Air Force Base in an Army helicopter. Their job is to stay with the body and provide due ceremony during the autopsy, a ceremonial guard. They lost the custody of the casket. At some point that night, a decoy ambulance was driven away into the darkness at high speed. The casket team got into a pickup truck. a dirty pickup truck in their dress uniforms. You can just imagine what that was like. And chased after this thing in the darkness. And reportedly, the ambulance even turned off its lights. They were chasing an ambulance in the darkness and lost the ambulance. And so for 30 minutes or more, the Joint Service Casket Team had lost track of the Commander-in-Chief's casket, couldn't find it, couldn't take it into the morgue. They went back to the front of the hospital, more than a little bit chagrined and worried about the way they were going to get chewed out. At some point, they became aware that there was a bronze casket sitting in a light gray Navy ambulance out in front of the hospital shortly before 8 o'clock. And they followed it around. It was driven around. They followed it around to the back. And that's when the 8 o'clock casket entry took place. The Joint Service Casket Team had to be allowed to take the president's casket, the one he was placed in Dallas, into the morgue. There had to be a public record of that. So there was. But there was also a record of one person who found all this very disturbing. Mortician Tom Robinson, when he was interviewed by the HSCA in 1977, if you'll check the transcript of his interview, there's one point at which he says, the body was taken, and then the body never came. And that statement of his is filled with ellipses, which indicates that part of his statement has been removed. I mean, that's generally the meaning of ellipses in written text. But he does say the body was taken, and then the body never came. So I think Tom Robinson was the witness to the body being taken away out of the morgue. It's reintroduced into a casket, into a Dallas casket. And then later it was returned, but much later. So summing up, we have a shell game that night. We have a cover-up on the fly, which only succeeded because it was compartmentalized. There were 3 different casket entries, and there were 3 different audiences to the 3 casket entries, and that's the only way these people got away with it. So the first audience to the first casket entry, to the shipping casket from the Black Hearse, is Dennis David and his sailors, but then they're dismissed. And that's the only casket entry they see. The second casket entry is the empty bronze Dallas casket. The audience is the 2 FBI agents and the 2 Secret Service agents. That's the only casket entry the 2 FBI agents ever see. The third casket entry is the second entry for the Dallas casket. JFK's body has been reintroduced into the casket. The witnesses for that are the 2 FBI agents shortly after 8 o'clock and the Joint Service Casket Team, the Honor Guard, and all the other people that were being allowed into the morgue at that time to witness the autopsy record. There were at least 35 witnesses to the autopsy sitting in the gallery. It was a teaching hospital, and there was a row of bleachers, a 3-tiered row of bleachers in the morgue. So as strange and unsettling and disturbing as this story is, it's all true. It's all clearly documented in the record. The Joint Service Casket Team wrote an after-action report, and they recorded the time of their casket entry as 2000. That's 8 o'clock p.m., civilian time. Sergeant Boyajian recorded the time of his casket entry, which was the president's body, at 6:35. And the 2 FBI agents recorded the details of their casket entry, the second one, the empty Dallas casket, to the House committee in the late 1970s, and they reiterated those details to the review board in their sworn depositions in 1997. So these things really took place. And the point I want to make here is that the chain of custody is just as important with bodies as it is with bullets. If you have a bullet that has a broken chain of custody, and several people were to tell a judge at a trial that I don't recognize this as the bullet that I saw the day before. I don't see my initials on this. I don't recognize this bullet. The bullet would not be admitted into evidence. It would be thrown out of trial. It would not be admitted into evidence. This is the story of the magic bullet, by the way, Commission Exhibit 399. It has a broken chain of custody. And many people interviewed by the FBI in the summer of '64 said they could not positively identify it as the bullet they saw the day of the assassination. So that bullet has a broken chain of custody. The body has a broken chain of custody. What does this mean? It means that all the conclusions that derive from the autopsy itself, like the autopsy report and even the autopsy photographs and x-rays, are now suspect. Because the question becomes, what happened to that body between 6:35 p.m. and 8 o'clock? And if one doesn't precisely know, then how can one admit the autopsy report into evidence? So this broken chain of custody of the body indicates tampering with a crime scene. This is very important. This broken chain of custody with the body indicates tampering with a crime scene. It's extremely important to understand that. The illicit surgery on President Kennedy's wounds, which took place between 6:35 and 8 o'clock before the autopsy started, was in effect someone's attempt to sanitize the crime scene, to remove evidence from a crime scene. His body is the crime scene. Expanding wounds on his head by a factor of 5, the original exit wound was expanded from 35 square centimeters to 170 square centimeters. That's 5 times bigger. In order to remove evidence, that changes the geometry of the shooting. It brings into doubt where an entrance wound was, where a real exit wound was, and it would invalidate any conclusions reached by the ensuing autopsy. So the crime scene was sanitized. At the very least, it's obstruction of justice. And that's why this shell game, the story of the 3 casket entries, is so important. It indicates that something is very, very wrong the evening of November 22nd, 1963. If a lone assassin killed the president and it was a simple murder and there was no controversy about what happened, none of this would have been necessary. Now, in the last item, you'll see that the first autopsy incision was at 8:15 p.m. That's correct. That was recorded by the 2 FBI agents in their report. But we know from the Joint Service Casket Team that the casket was actually taken in the final time at 8 o'clock. And I'd like to add one more clarifying comment. When President Kennedy's body first arrived in the shipping casket at 6:35 p.m., it was not only in a cheap aluminum shipping casket, but the body inside was in a zippered body bag. And that's significant because President Kennedy's body was not placed in a body bag at Parkland Hospital. The body was wrapped in a sheet, his nude body was wrapped in a sheet, and his head was wrapped in a sheet at Parkland. So the fact that this body arrives in the wrong casket and in the wrong wrappings at 6:35 indicates a definite break in the chain of custody, and therefore all the conclusions that flow from the autopsy are suspect at the very least. When his body was reintroduced into the Dallas casket before it was allowed to be found again at 8 o'clock, it was once again wrapped as it had been in Dallas. Somebody was the battalion commander on the ground for this cover-up and knew what to do to at least fool the audience. I might add that it was common knowledge at Bethesda that night amongst the Navy enlisted personnel, it was common knowledge that there was a decoy ambulance. Everyone was talking about it. The Secret Service admitted it to some of the enlisted men. And in fact, Lieutenant Lipsey, Army Lieutenant Lipsey, who was the aide to General Wheel. General Wheel was the commandant of the military district of Washington. He was an Army general in charge of all Washington ceremonies. His aide, Lieutenant Lipsey, even informed the House Select Committee on Assassinations when they interviewed him in the 1970s that he knew there was a decoy ambulance and told them there was, that it was common knowledge, and it was done to fool reporters. So he acknowledged a decoy ambulance. It was common knowledge among the enlisted men, and that's what the Joint Service Casket Team tore off after in a pickup truck chasing in the dark was the decoy ambulance. And while they were gone, President Kennedy's body was reintroduced into the Dallas casket, driven back out in front of the hospital in another light gray ambulance. So that's why there was a decoy ambulance. It was to get the honor guard out of the way. So here are my conclusions about the morgue timeline that night. I conclude that the illicit surgery was performed on President Kennedy's body between approximately 6:45 p.m. and probably about 7:05 p.m., removing all forensic evidence of frontal shots. Following cranial surgery to remove evidence of shots from the front, misleading x-rays and photos were taken between about 7:05 and 7:30, and the damage to the cranium caused by surgery was misrepresented for over 3 decades as the exit wound caused by a shot from behind. The large exit wound seen in Dallas in the right rear of the head was carefully obscured by a metal head brace during this initial photo session. And finally, JFK's body was placed inside the bronze Dallas casket shortly before 8 p.m. and was found by the casket team, which promptly brought the body in at 8 o'clock p.m. So the important conclusion to derive from this is that everything that took place, almost everything that took place between 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock p.m. before the large morgue audience was a charade performed by actors in front of an audience. The actors were Drs. Humes and Boswell, the two Navy pathologists. The audience included all of the people sitting in the gallery, and even poor Dr. Fink, who arrived at 8:30 and clearly was not privy to what had gone on before 8 o'clock. Now here's an image of the metal head brace I've discussed, used in the photo setup immediately after the clandestine postmortem surgery. This is the simple device that was used to obscure the condition of the rear of the head. You can't see the condition of the rear of the head. How convenient. And this is true in many, many autopsy views. You can see in this image the medical caduceus, the medical symbol that was on all the Bethesda Naval Hospital towels. You can see that in the image. You can see the fresh towel placed under the head brace to give the impression to the viewer that this body's just arrived, when in fact, that wasn't the case. The question now becomes, if JFK's body was not in the Dallas casket when it was offloaded from the airplane in front of the television cameras after 6 o'clock p.m. on 11/22/63, when was it removed and why? It's clear to me and to David Lufton and others who have studied this problem that the body was removed very soon after it was taken on board the airplane, almost immediately, and certainly was removed before the swearing in of President Johnson. So the body was removed almost immediately, and I think it was done out of simple fear that the Dallas authorities might show up and demand to do a Texas autopsy. After all, the Secret Service had had a confrontation with Dr. Earl Rose, the county coroner at Parkland Hospital, as the body left the building. Dr. Rose had insisted that an autopsy be performed immediately under Texas law. He was the county coroner, it was his job, and the Secret Service had adamantly refused to allow him to perform his duty. At the time, the assassination of a president wasn't even a federal crime, and this crime was subject to Texas state law at the time. And so Dr. Rose was entirely within his rights to demand that an autopsy be performed. If he had been allowed to do so, all of American history would likely be different today. I mean, significant events that have happened in the last 50 years would be completely different. The cover-up of the JFK assassination would not have been possible. But the Secret Service denied Dr. Rose the permission to do an autopsy. Profanity was exchanged. They pushed him out of the way. He insisted, and they told him, if you don't get out of the way, we're going to run you over with the casket. That's the recollection of Dr. Paul Peters, who was interviewed in 1988 for a documentary. So after showing their weapons, they were allowed to leave the hospital. But I'm sure the overriding fear in the minds of the Secret Service was that the Texas authorities might show up before the airplane could take off and take the body from them and perform an honest autopsy. And I'm sure that these people were under strict instructions not to allow a Texas autopsy. There's no doubt in my mind. So I think that's why the body was immediately removed from the casket right after the casket was taken on board the airplane, certainly before the swearing in, because we know that after the swearing in, the Kennedy entourage gathered around the casket and conducted an Irish wake. As the plane flew back to Washington, they all sat around and drank alcohol and told stories about the dead president to each other and stayed by the casket. So this had to happen right away. So this removal of the body from the casket had to have happened immediately, right after it was loaded onto the airplane. The question then becomes, how did President Kennedy's body arrive at Bethesda Naval Hospital before the Andrews Air Force Base motorcade? I've told you already that the body arrived 20 minutes before the bronze casket. And the question becomes, how did it get there and was there enough time? The answer is there was enough time, and now I'll explain to you exactly what happened. Let's run very quickly through this series of events. Air Force One landed at 6 o'clock. It was on the blocks at 6:04. The bronze casket from Dallas was driven away in the light gray Navy cardiac ambulance at 6:09 p.m. LBJ's Hilo, Army 1, took off at 6:19 p.m. As soon as that happened, the television lights were turned off, extinguished almost immediately, and the television feed from Andrews Air Force Base terminated. I've watched the recordings on DVD, and that's the source for these times and for these observations. We know that Johnson's Hilo landed at 6:26 p.m. at the south lawn of the White House. Therefore, we know the length of that trip. The length of that trip was 7 minutes. And we also know that Washington, D.C. is a very small city, and that Bethesda is very close to northwest Washington, D.C., very close. And the White House is in northwest Washington. Bethesda is very close by. So we know that JFK's body would only have taken a little bit longer than the time it took Johnson's Hilo to get to the White House to get to Bethesda. Was there enough time available? And the answer is yes. The lights went out at Andrews at 6:19 p.m. If JFK's body, wrapped in sheets now and not in a casket, if JFK's body had taken off in a helicopter for Bethesda sometime between 6:20 and 6:22, it would have had an 8 to 10 minute time period to arrive at Bethesda. And I judge that that's adequate to get there. It took 7 minutes to get to the White House. I'm sure Johnson's helicopter was not speeding. I'm sure that pilot that night, after what had happened in this country, was taking his time and flying very carefully to the White House. So to get to Bethesda would only have taken 1 or 2 minutes longer. And as it turns out, if that trip took 8 to 10 minutes, then the body could have arrived at the Bethesda Oak Club parking lot by 6:30, and which would have given the shipping casket and the hearse plenty of time to arrive at the morgue loading dock by 6:35. Now let me amplify on some of this. We know from Paul O'Connor, one of the Navy enlisted autopsy technicians who was at the autopsy, we know from Paul O'Connor and his interviews with William Law in the year 2003 that a helicopter did land in the Oak Club parking lot. He heard this. He said that noise was very loud. It was distinct and different from the helicopters that landed in front of Bethesda at the normal landing pad. So the helicopters that landed in front, he knew that they were landing on the normal helo pad, and that would have been the Army helicopters carrying the honor guard from Andrews. Paul O'Connor knew that the Oak Club parking lot, the Officers Club parking lot, was very close to the morgue. He heard a helicopter land in what could only have been the Oak Club parking lot. So, and his story was consistently that a very short time later, after he heard that helicopter land close by in the parking lot, the morgue doors burst open and the shipping casket was brought in. So, Paul O'Connor is not only a witness to a helicopter landing at the Officers Club parking lot, but he's the witness to the arrival of a shipping casket and of the fact that the body was inside a zippered body bag. He's a very important witness. My next topic of discussion is the cranial x-rays of President Kennedy that exist today. There are only 3 extant skull x-rays. We know that 5 or 6 were taken. There are only 3 that exist today. And I mentioned earlier that all 3 of those are copy films. They're not originals. They're forged composite copy films. They're altered images. So let's examine what happened to the skull x-rays, why, and how it happened. 2 of the 3 skull x-rays were altered following the autopsy to remove evidence of exit at the rear of President Kennedy's skull. Now, 2 of the x-rays total, 2 or 3, were destroyed. They're not on the record today. On some occasions, Gerald Custer, the x-ray technician, said that 5 x-rays were taken. On some occasions, he said 6. Dr. Ebersol, the radiologist, told Dr. David Mantic in an interview that there were 6 skull x-rays exposed. This means that either 2 or 3 skull x-rays were destroyed. A minimum of 2 were destroyed. Dr. David Mantic, a radiation oncologist, an MD, and a PhD in physics, as I mentioned earlier, has visited the National Archives a total of 9 times to study primarily the JFK skull x-rays, as well as the autopsy photographs. His conclusions after his 9 visits are that the surviving 3 skull x-rays are composite copy films, forgeries, not originals. The 2 lateral skull x-rays, the side views, show an impossibly dense white patch in the right rear of the skull, obscuring the exit wound seen in both Dallas and at Bethesda Naval Hospital. The 1 AP x-ray, which is the anterior-posterior view, the x-ray beam went from the front of the skull to the rear of the skull. The AP x-ray has had an apparent bullet fragment, conveniently matching the accused assassin's weapon superimposed on the image. Let me explain what I mean. This is an image of the right lateral skull x-ray. This is an enhanced image of the x-ray made by the HSCA staff. The reason they felt it was necessary to make an enhanced image in the first place is because the JFK skull x-rays are very unusual in appearance. They show a very high degree of contrast that is not normally seen in a skull x-ray. So they had to make an enhanced image to better study it. And instead of a blowout in the right rear of the skull, which would be evidence of missing bone behind the right ear and missing brain tissue, you see a very bright or lucent area. You can see it in this image. Now in an x-ray, light areas indicate that the x-rays pass through very dense material and couldn't quite all make it through the material. And dark areas indicates that the x-rays pass through very thin material or areas where there was just air, and that's why they're dark. Dr. Mantic used the science of optical densitometry to study the skull x-rays in the National Archives. Basically what he did was to use a device called a densitometer and study the amount of light coming through each skull x-ray at hundreds of different locations. This is a technique used in radiation oncology, which he adapted to the study of the JFK skull x-rays. And his empirical data that he gathered over his 9 visits revealed that this white patch in the rear of the skull behind the ear transmits about 1,100 times more light than the frontal region of the skull x-ray. So area F in this image is the frontal region of the right lateral skull x-ray. And the reason that it's very dark is because there was a lot of brain tissue missing in this area, and there was a lot of air in the skull at that point. That's why it's very dark. There's not a lot of tissue for the x-ray to pass through. The very dense region, the very lucent or bright region on the x-ray, which is labeled P for patch or P for posterior here. Normally that, on a normal skull x-ray, the brightest area on the skull should only emit 2 or 3 times as much light as on the darkest area on the picture. And once again, let me explain that. In a normal skull x-ray, area P should only emit In a normal skull x-ray, first of all, you wouldn't see this high degree of contrast. It's just very unusual. It's very abnormal. And second, in a normal skull x-ray, area P, the brightest area, would only emit 2 to 3 times more light than the darkest part of that skull x-ray, which is area F in this picture. But in the JFK lateral skull x-rays, area P emits 1,100 times more light than the frontal region. Dr. Mantic has concluded that area P was created by light blasting that region when the lateral x-rays were copied. This alteration of the lateral x-rays was performed to hide the blowout in the right rear of the skull. So let me explain in layman's terms what was involved in making these altered copy films of the JFK skull x-rays. Once the authentic x-ray was developed, you had a large sheet of film with an image on it. All one had to do in those days was to go into a dark room, place a sheet of copy film underneath the developed x-ray. So you have an x-ray that's already developed, place a sheet of copy film underneath it of the same size, and then turn on the room lights for 10 to 20 seconds. So no x-rays were involved in making copy films in those days. You just turned on the ambient lights in the room. Then you turned the light off again, and you would put a mask or a template on top of the developed x-ray, leaving a hole for the area that you wanted to light blast. In this case, the area to be light blasted was the right rear of the skull, where there was a large hole seen in Dallas. So a template was placed over the top of the authentic x-ray, and then that area was light blasted. And then the copy x-ray was developed, and the original x-ray was either destroyed or suppressed. So Dr. Mantic, in a series of control experiments, has replicated this technique. He's done it himself, and this was relatively easy to do. The third skull x-ray is the AP, and you'll see that in what appears to be to the viewer, it appears to be in the orbit of the right eye, you see a large, bright object, okay? Now this is an AP x-ray. The x-ray beam went from the front of the head toward the back, and that bright object is supposed to be a bullet fragment that was shaved off and remained on the back of the head, okay? So one can see this bullet fragment on the lateral x-rays from the side, but it's very, very small and very, very thin, very minuscule. On this AP x-ray, the object is very, very bright and very, very dense. In fact, it's denser than all of President Kennedy's fillings combined. You can't see the president's dental work in these x-rays. They've been removed by the House committee. But Dr. Mantic studied the optical density of the dental amalgams, the fillings. And this bright object is more dense than all of the fillings combined when they're seen end to end in this x-ray. That's a physical impossibility, since this same object, when seen on the lateral x-rays, is trivial and insignificant in size. So Dr. Mantic's conclusion is that this object is also the product of light blasting, of alteration. This is also a copy film. It's not an authentic x-ray. And this is done to incriminate the accused assassin. The width of this fragment is 6.5 millimeters, which just happens to be the caliber of the ammunition reportedly used by the accused assassin. The important thing to remember about this is that Jeremy Gunn and I were so impressed by Dr. Mantic's research that we decided to ask the autopsy pathologists questions about this fragment at their depositions. All three autopsy pathologists, Dr. Humes, Dr. Boswell, and Dr. Fink, stated under oath to the review board that they do not recall seeing this bright fragment on the skull x-rays the night of the autopsy. Nor did they remove any fragment this size from the body of the president. And after all, what was the purpose of taking x-rays at the president's autopsy? The sole purpose was to find metal in the body, bullet fragments, and to allow the doctors to locate them and remove them for submission to the FBI lab for analysis. So none of the three pathologists saw this fragment when they viewed this x-ray the night of the autopsy. These statements were made under oath in 19 96. And they all admitted that no fragment of this size was removed from the body. So Dr. Mantik's conclusion that this is an altered X-ray, that this is a forgery, and that this bullet fragment is the subject of light blasting has been confirmed by sworn testimony. So here's a recapitulation of what I just explained. In addition, both Dr. Humes and FBI agent Frank O'Neill both testified under oath that the two lateral X-rays, they were looking at the originals when they were under oath, looked very peculiar to them and displayed a degree of extreme contrast not seen when the films were examined during the autopsy itself. For example, this extremely dark void in the frontal region of the skull troubled both Dr. Humes and Agent O'Neill during their review board depositions. Neither man recalled seeing a skull X-ray that looked like that the night of the autopsy. My conclusion is that the high degree of contrast in the extant skull X-rays is an artifact of alteration. It's an artifact left by the forgers who did imperfect work. The longer the lights were left on during the copying process, the higher the degree of contrast. So the forgers didn't do a perfect job. And the high degree of contrast in the surviving X-rays today is proof of imperfect alteration. It's that simple. The final act of deception in the medical evidence arena was the placement of substitute brain photos in the official collection. As an aside, I'd just like to say that I believe that the brain photos in the National Archives, which cannot be and which are not images of President Kennedy's brain, are the single strongest evidence of a cover-up in the Kennedy assassination. This evidence is that important. So let me explain what the problem is here. The pattern of damage seen in the brain photographs in the archives is not consistent at all with the pattern of damage seen in Dallas, or at the autopsy for that matter. The photographs of a brain in the archives show the right cerebellum to be undamaged, completely undamaged. And the damage seen in the photographs to the top of the brain, to the cerebral cortex, appears to be generally consistent with a shot that might have been fired from behind. There's also too much mass present in the brain photographs. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. In 1996, my boss, Jeremy Gunn, asked me to conduct a timeline showing what happened to President Kennedy's brain after the autopsy on his body. I was happy to perform that study, and the results were startling. After the autopsy on the body, the brain has been removed and is always placed in a formalin fixation, that's formaldehyde, for preservation. The brain cannot be further cut and examined until it's preserved and solidifies somewhat. So President Kennedy's brain was placed in a bucket in a formalin solution, 10% formalin solution, 10% formaldehyde, and it was preserved by two methods at the same time. One method was the soaking, called exfusion, and the other method was called infusion. There was a drip created, and formaldehyde was fed into the brain. The brain was placed into the bucket upside down. Formaldehyde drip was let into the brain through a tube into the remaining arteries in the brain. So that combined technique was called perfusion. And that's the technique used to preserve President Kennedy's brain. Normally, there's one brain exam after the autopsy on someone's body. You're only going to examine a brain once because normally when you examine the brain, it's cut up like a loaf of bread. The so-called bread loaf incisions are called coronal incisions. They're made in this manner, from fore to aft, or from behind to the front. And the goal is to show bullet tracks in the brain, the pattern of damage. So once you conduct a brain exam one time, you can't do another one because the brain has essentially been cut up and destroyed. But what you do when you conduct the sectioning is you take pictures of each section. So that's the normal procedure. Most brain exams are conducted 1 or 2 weeks after an autopsy because it takes that long normally for the brain to fix and to become hardened enough so that it won't fall apart when it's cut. President Kennedy's brain was preserved by this joint technique called perfusion, both soaking and injected drip, so it was able to be examined sooner than it would normally have been. It was examined Monday morning, November 25th. We know that for a fact. What's disturbing is that my timeline analysis revealed that there was a second brain exam, supposedly of President Kennedy's brain. We know the authentic brain exam was on Monday, November 25th, the day of the funeral. It was conducted in the morning. The very reliable witnesses to that procedure are John Stringer, the photographer, and Dr. Boswell, who were consistent over the years with both the HSCA and the Review Board about when this was conducted. Dr. Humes was all over the place and kept changing his mind on when it was conducted, for obvious reasons. There was a second brain exam conducted, my timeline study showed, about a week later. Sometime between November 29th and December 2nd, the second exam was conducted. We know this because Dr. Fink recorded in his notes to General Bloomberg that Dr. Humes called me on November 29th and said the brain will be examined and invited me to participate. So we know the phone call took place on November 29th, long after the authentic brain was examined. Dr. Fink was called, come down and help us with the brain exam. We know that brain tissue was examined on December 2nd because of the recollections of Navy Chief Chester Boyers to the House Committee on Assassinations. So that exam, that second exam, took place between November 29th and December 2nd. There's something wrong with this. You can only examine somebody's brain once, especially if you conduct the coronal serial sectioning at the first exam. Dr. Fink was not at the first brain exam. Dr. Fink was at the second brain exam. The official photographer at the autopsy on the body, John Stringer, was present at the first brain exam. He took those pictures, including the brain sections, after each section was made. John Stringer did not attend a second brain exam, so an unknown Navy photographer took the pictures at the second exam. So here's a summary of the timeline. As I've said, the first exam was on November 25th. The second exam was conducted between the 29th and the 2nd of December. Now, I'd like to amplify this with a few comments. John Stringer recalled vividly taking each brain section after it had been cut, positioning it on a light box so that the brain section was illuminated from below and from above, photographing each section one at a time. So he took many photographs of brain sections. Before the brain was cut, John Stringer took images of the intact brain, but he only took images of the top surface, the superior aspect of the brain, the top of the brain. He did not take basilar views of the underside. The photographs in the archives today show no sections, no brain sections whatsoever. And the photographs in the archives show both superior views of the intact brain and basilar views taken from underneath. So the views in the archives show views that Stringer knows he did not take. And this collection in the archives does not show views that Stringer knows that he did take. Not only that, John Stringer recalled for us under oath, before he examined the photographs, he recalled the types of film that he used. He used a certain type of black and white film, Pan-X negative film for his brain photographs, and color positive transparency Kodachrome E3 film for his color shots of the brain. The brain photographs in the archives today are on the wrong kind of film. The brain photographs in the archives are taken on, the black and white film is Ansco, it's not Kodak. John Stringer used Kodak film for his black and white negatives. The black and white negatives in the archives are Ansco film, it's a different brand. Not only that, the black and white negatives in the archives are numbered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. John Stringer said that he used duplex holders. Duplex film and duplex holders is not numbered at the factory. It's not numbered. So the fact that the brain photos in the archives are numbered today indicates to John Stringer that they were taken using a film pack, one continuous roll of black and white negative film, which was later cut into individual negatives that are numbered. Furthermore, the color positive transparencies in the archives today of the brain are not on Kodak film, as John Stringer recalled using. They're on an unknown type of color film. The brand name is not on the edge print, and the film notches on each transparency are not the same as you would find on Ektachrome film. So John Stringer used Ektachrome film, which he knew had certain types of film notches in the corner that the photographer could feel in the darkroom, in the dark. And the notches in the film in the archive today are not the same notches you find in Ektachrome film. And it's not Kodak film like Ektachrome was. So this is courtroom evidence that would have the brain photos thrown out of evidence at any trial. They would not be admitted. Now this slide shows an artist's conception of what one of the brain photographs looks like. An illustrator named Ida Docks was hired by the House Select Committee on Assassinations. She made precise illustrator copies of this brain photograph and of the back of the head photograph for use in public hearings in 1978. So there are no bootleg photographs of the brain photographs, but we do know what one of them looks like from this artist illustration published in a House Select Committee report. This is a superior view of a brain. And you'll note that the right side of the cerebral cortex, the right top of the brain, is severely disrupted and looks like most of the mass is present, but it's been disrupted and it's outfolded off to the right. Significantly, you'll notice that the cerebellum is completely intact. Now, we reviewed earlier in this presentation the location of the cerebellum, low in the rear of your head. It was the red object in the skull model. You'll notice the cerebellum in this image is completely intact. In reality, it wasn't. 4 different Parkland physicians wrote in their treatment notes the day of the assassination that the cerebellum was severely damaged, macerated, torn, and that part of it was missing. Not only that, Dr. McClelland vividly recalls, even to this day, 50 years later, that as he stood at the head of the gurney while President Kennedy's treatment was ongoing, part of the right cerebellum fell out of the skull and landed on the gurney, onto the cart. That's a graphic recollection, but it's the kind of thing that none of us would ever forget. Dr. McClelland also testified to the Warren Commission in 1964 that he looked inside the wound after the president was declared dead, and in his estimation, at least 1/3 of the brain was missing. I repeat, at least 1/3 of the brain was missing. That was his estimate at Parkland Hospital. FBI agent Frank O'Neill told the review board under oath in 1997 that, in his estimation, when he saw the brain removed during the autopsy on the body, over 1/2 of the brain's mass was missing. Over 1/2 was missing. And after all, he saw more of it than Dr. McClelland did. Dr. McClelland was looking into an open wound and making an estimate. Agent O'Neill saw the brain as it was being removed and after removal at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and he said over 1/2 was missing. Frank O'Neill, during his deposition, said, and most of the mass was missing right here. He said, that's where it blew. Those were his words. That's the area of the right cerebellum and the cerebral cortex right above it, the occipital lobe of the cerebral cortex. Tom Robinson, the undertaker, told the review board during his interview in 1996 that a lot of brain mass was missing in this area, and he placed his hand on the back of his head. So these descriptions of brain damage by Frank O'Neill and Tom Robinson are entirely consistent with the Dallas wound descriptions from Parkland Hospital and they're consistent with the observations of Clint Hill in the limousine. Dr. David Mantik, MD, and I both agree that President Kennedy was shot in the head 3 times, once from behind and twice from the right front. The shot from behind entered low in his skull. It was traveling at almost horizontally, so it probably came from the Daltex building. One of the 2 shots from the right front entered high above the right eye at the hairline, and it's my conclusion that it probably exited the upper left rear of the skull per the autopsy photograph. Dr. Mantik and I are confident that the second shot from the right front entered President Kennedy's skull just forward of and just above the right ear, right about here, and caused the large blowout seen at the rear of his head. I want to repeat that. The second shot from the right front entered right about here and blew out this area here. So it was almost a tangential wound. Dr. Kemp Clark, at the press conference following the president's death at Parkland Hospital, Dr. Clark, who was the head of neurosurgery, expressed the opinion that the head wound he saw may have been a tangential wound. In other words, it may have entered and exited at the same place. So if not a true tangential wound, it was almost the same, almost a tangential wound. This shot here that exited here probably came from near the corner of the stockade fence on the grassy knoll, either from the acoustic location noted by the House Committee, 14 feet from the corner of the fence, or possibly from the Badgeman location seen in the Mormon photograph. Somewhere near the corner of that fence, someone stood and fired the shot that struck President Kennedy here and caused this avulsed exit wound seen by everyone at Parkland Hospital. I believe that someone much farther down the fence line, from the area where the fence line meets the overpass, fired this shot, which entered here and exited here. So now that you've examined this simple schematic of where those 3 shots entered the skull, now that you've had time to look at that, let's summarize these conclusions. Okay. 1 shot from behind, entered low in the rear of the skull, probably did not exit. This would explain why the orbit of the right eye was cracked, the right eye was displaced, and the vomer was crushed, per Dr. Boswell's notes. The vomer is the bone in the middle of your nose. So the right eye was, the orbit was cracked, the vomer was crushed, and of course, no one saw any exit wound on the front of President Kennedy's face. So this shot probably stayed in the body, and this bullet was probably removed during the surgery prior to the autopsy. Another shot from the immediate right front came from near the corner of the stockade fence. And as I just mentioned, the second shot from the right front came from much farther down the fence line and entered high above the right eye. And it was this entrance wound that had to be excised during the postmortem surgery. That's why you have a large red incision, a large red V in the president's forehead right above his eye, which no one saw at Parkland Hospital. Let me emphasize the importance of that point. No one at Parkland Hospital saw a bright red triangle of bloody damage above the president's right eye. Nobody described anything like that. And in fact, the president's own wife, Jackie Kennedy, told the Warren Commission when she testified in 1964, "From the front, there was nothing." Quote, "From the front, there was nothing," unquote. And that she was holding his head down in the car after the shooting, trying to keep his head on. So surely if there had been such a wound on his face, or for that matter, if the top of his head had been removed, or if the right side of his head had been removed, as we see in the Zapruder film and as we see in the autopsy photos, if the right side of his head had been blown out, she would have seen those things and she would not have made the statement she made. But Jackie Kennedy said, quote, "From the front, there was nothing," unquote. And no one at Parkland Hospital saw this bright red triangle. So my conclusion is that this bright red triangle we see in the autopsy photographs is an incision made to remove this third entrance wound discussed here, this entrance wound that was about the size of a dime right here in the hairline. That's my conclusion, that President Kennedy was shot twice in the body. I think this is something that most JFK researchers will agree with. We all know that President Kennedy was shot in the upper right thorax, in the back of his body, somewhere in the upper portion of his back. The Warren Commission decided to redescribe it as his lower neck, but that verbal plastic surgery was performed by Gerald Ford, but it was really in the upper right thorax, as described in the autopsy report. And that bullet was fired from somewhere behind him. No one at Parkland Hospital saw the entrance wound in President Kennedy's upper back. That's because they were hurriedly trying to save his life. They were dealing with the two major wounds that they were aware of, that they had seen, which was a gaping exit wound in the right rear of his skull and a small entrance wound in his neck just above the collar, just to the right of the midline, a small entrance wound right about here. So at Parkland, what happened was this. The president was laid on his back. The examining doctor, Dr. Carrico, did a quick physical examination for large cavities with his hands. He didn't feel any large cavities on the president's back. The clothes were cut and removed from his body with scissors and scalpels. They were quickly removed. The president remained on his back, and his back was not examined during the attempts to keep him alive. So the people at Parkland were not aware of the wound in the upper back. People at Parkland were aware of an entrance wound here, which had every characteristic of an entrance wound and no characteristics whatsoever of a wound of exit. This entrance wound in the neck is the second wound on the body that we know of. And this is the location where Dr. Perry, the emergency room surgeon, made an emergency tracheotomy incision right through the wound, a horizontal incision, very short, 2.5 to 3 centimeters, just below the Adam's apple, and just exactly where the wound was, right about here, so that a breathing tube could be inserted into the president's windpipe, and he could then be put on a breathing machine, because there was a blockage in the president's throat, blood and other debris, and he needed assistance in breathing. So the two wounds on the body are the back wound revealed during the autopsy and the entrance wound in the throat revealed at Parkland Hospital. Now, it's important to understand here that regardless of what Dr. Hume said about this later, that this truly was an entrance wound in the throat, another shot from the front. We know this because a press conference was held following President Kennedy's death at Parkland Hospital. The two doctors who answered the questions of reporters at the press conference were Doctors Kemp Clark and Malcolm Perry. Kemp Clark was the head of neurosurgery. Malcolm Perry was the emergency room surgeon who performed the tracheotomy. Malcolm Perry answered the question 3 times. 3 times during that press conference, he said, "This is an entry wound, a bullet coming from the front." He didn't know what the official story was going to be later. He described what he saw when he treated the president. And fortunately, there's a transcript that exists, a verbatim transcript of this press conference. The Secret Service denied that it existed when the Warren Commission asked for a transcript, but it exists. And in fact, the copy I have has a Secret Service time and date stamp on it. So the Secret Service later had to cough this thing up, and the archives ended up releasing it. So this is White House transcript 1427C. There was a stenographer named Wayne Hawks who was traveling with the presidential party to Texas, and he sat there with his stenotypist machine and made the transcript as the reporters asked the questions, and the doctors provided their responses. So 3 times Dr. Perry verified that this was an entrance wound in the throat. And then various doctors verified this, various Parkland physicians verified this in their treatment reports that they wrote that day. By the time they were interviewed under oath by our inspector in the spring of 1964, Dr. Humes and the Navy had decided that they wanted this to be an exit wound, and our inspector did all he could to get several Dallas doctors to say that this might have been an exit wound. To a man, these people either said it could have been either, they copped out, in other words, under pressure, or they very reluctantly agreed to his many stipulations and his loaded leading questions. But what matters the most are the statements made the day of the assassination by Dr. Perry and the treatment notes, the treatment reports written the day of the assassination by the treating physicians. And all of those written statements say this was an entrance wound, a third shot from the front. So let's summarize. The shot from behind has an uncertain origin. All that we really know about the shot from behind is that the wound, when examined at the autopsy, was very shallow and, in fact, did not even penetrate the lung cavity. So the pleura, the membrane that surrounds your lung cavity, was not punctured at all by this very shallow wound. At the same time, the autopsy pathologist expressed great puzzlement and frustration that they could not find any bullet in the body inside this wound. They had a very short bullet track, which Dr. Humes could feel with the end of his small finger, and which was probed by Dr. Fink. And the probe, both probes, the finger and the metal probe, did not reveal an exit wound anywhere else in the body. And in fact, as I said, the pleura was not violated. So the absence of a bullet in this shallow wound was a real mystery at the time of the autopsy, or so Dr. Humes professed it to be. There are reasons to doubt Dr. Humes' apparent puzzlement as to where's this bullet, and there are 2 reasons. Paul O'Connor was dismissed from the morgue during the autopsy proceeding at one point. He was uncertain of when, but he was dismissed. He was under guard, placed under guard by a Marine in the hallway. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere. About 40 minutes later, when he returned to the morgue, one of his colleagues who had stayed in the morgue told him that he had missed some procedures, and that one of the procedures that he missed was that the doctors removed a large fragment of a bullet from the intercostal area. Well, the intercostal area is the muscles between your ribs. And so think about what this means. One of the men in the morgue witnessed one of the autopsy pathologists remove a large fragment of metal from between the ribs and said there was a lot of bleeding in the intercostal area. And yet at the public autopsy performed by Dr. Humes between 8 and 11 p.m. later that night, he professed great puzzlement and frustration that he could find no bullet in the body. But what Paul O'Connor was told by his colleague puts the lie to that. And in fact, another enlisted man, Gerald Custer, one of the X-ray technicians, said in numerous interviews, as well as under oath, that as he was positioning one of his X-ray cassettes underneath the body of the president to take one of the chest X-rays, that a piece of metal fell from the president's thorax onto the table, onto the examining table. And that one of the doctors present reached forward with a set of forceps and picked it up. So we have 2 enlisted witnesses, 2 enlisted men, who told the truth years later, that there was evidence of some piece of metal in the body from the bullet that struck the president in the back, but that evidence has simply disappeared from the record, that's all. I'd like to talk a bit about the entrance wound in the throat, item number 2 on this slide. Many assassination researchers today believe that shot was fired from the south grassy knoll. In other words, the grassy knoll opposite the one where the headshots came from. The faraway grassy knoll, way off to the left of the limousine. That's the south grassy knoll. Many researchers believe that shot came from the south knoll and that it penetrated the windshield, that it's the bullet that created the hole in the windshield, that that's the bullet that entered the president's neck and did not exit his body. You'll recall, anyone who's seen the Zapruder film, you'll recall the president reacting sharply to a frontal stimulus. And that's clearly him reacting to a frontal shot, this shot right here. Most researchers now believe it came from the south knoll, off in this direction to his left. That bullet did not penetrate the body. Dr. Clark, the attending neurosurgeon during President Kennedy's treatment, told a New York newspaper the weekend of the assassination in an interview, he told the New York Times, I believe it was, that he thought that bullet ranged downward into the chest and did not exit the body. So based on what they saw at Parkland Hospital, they did not see an exit wound for this entry. So we have a puzzle. Dr. Humes writes in the autopsy report, the version that survives today, that there was a large bruise inside the upper chest on the right side, and the bruise was on top of the pleural dome, right on top of the right lung, such that, as Dr. Humes explained during his sworn testimony before the Warren Commission, such that after the lungs had been removed at autopsy, the inside of the chest had to be illuminated, and then photographs were taken of this bruise on top of the pleural dome, which would have been right on top of the top portion of the lung. In Dr. Humes's mind, he claimed that this was evidence of the passage of a bullet from behind, through the neck, and out the front. That's utter nonsense, but that's what he claimed at the time, and that's why he said he photographed the bruise. He considered it important at the time. I believe the bruise is not evidence of a transiting bullet from behind. The bullet from behind didn't transit. It was going downward at a sharp angle, and the two autopsy technicians, Paul O'Connor and James Jenkins, both remember that the probing of this shallow back wound. They remember seeing the probe pushed and making a dent in the pleura after the lungs had been removed. And they remember that the indentation in the pleura from the probing of this shallow wound were somewhere below the heart, actually at the level of the descending aorta, such that if that bullet had continued to travel in a more or less straight line, it would have exited at or below the heart, and it certainly could not have gone through anyone's neck. So it's possible, in my view, that this bruise on top of the right lung, if that's really where it was evidence of a shot from the front, striking the president in the neck, being deflected by the tracheal rings. The tracheal rings were damaged, being deflected and going downward in his chest, as Dr. Clark had speculated, and then coming to a stop. A bullet which had transited the car's windshield would have lost a lot of momentum, a lot of velocity would have been lost. And that could explain why it would enter, be deflected by the trachea, and then go downward in the chest and stop. So that for many years was my speculation on the real cause for the bruise on top of the pleural dome. What's interesting today is that this photograph is missing from the official collection. I now think I understand why, and it's a completely new interpretation of this part of the evidence that I've never written about before. One of the two enlisted autopsy technicians, James Jenkins, spoke at a JFK assassination conference in Dallas on the 50th anniversary of the assassination. This is last November, 2013. James Curtis Jenkins, a very shy and retiring man who does not enjoy publicity at all, finally came and appeared at a research symposium and answered people's questions. He said he did not remember any bruise on top of the pleural dome. He remembered seeing a bruise on the middle lobe of the right lung itself. Now think about this. He remembered seeing a bruise on the middle lobe of the right lung. If that's the truth, then that bruise would line up with the shallow back wound. You see? The shallow back wound, which Humes claimed there was no exit for, was traveling downward at a steep angle. The FBI agents heard Dr. Hume say this. In fact, they recorded in their report that Dr. Hume said at the autopsy that the back wound was going downward at a 40 to 60 degree angle. No building was really that tall in Dealey Plaza, but that would have been the pathologist's estimate at the time. They recorded what he said. That type of trajectory, going steeply downward from a wound entering the back, could very well be the cause of a bruise on the middle lobe of the right lung. I tend to believe James Curtis Jenkins on this score, and I tend to not believe Dr. Hume's. I think what was really photographed at the autopsy was a bruise on the middle lobe of the right lung. And I believe the reason the photograph is not in the collection is because Dr. Hume's later lied about the bruise. I believe he lied about it in the autopsy report and changed its location, saying in the autopsy report the bruise was way above the tip of the right lung on the pleural dome. I don't think I no longer believe there was such a bruise on top of the pleural dome, way above the top of the right lung. I believe Jenkins, the bruise was in the middle lobe of the right lung, and I believe that's what was photographed, and I believe that's why the photograph of the bruise is missing from the collection, and I believe that Hume's statements that the bruise was much higher in the autopsy report are simply a fiction. This is an image of the back wound. There are so many questions about this wound that they will never be answered unless there's an exhumation of the president's body. If there ever is such an exhumation, it may not take place for many decades until a lot of the emotions surrounding this subject have attenuated. But some of the questions people have, is that the actual wound we see near the top of the ruler, off to the right of the ruler? Or is it the other dark spot below the big dark spot? Is the real wound underneath the ruler, and is someone hiding it for some reason? We could never get any of the autopsy pathologists to explain why there was a ruler in this photograph. No one could explain why. I found that rather strange. Unless there's an exhumation, we'll never really know if this is the wound described in the autopsy report. We need to move on to the throat wound because the throat wound was also the subject of tampering at Bethesda Naval Hospital prior to the beginning of the autopsy. Now, this disturbing image is the so-called stare of death photo. You can see that it's taken early that night because the president's head is in the metal head brace. You can see the bar for the metal head brace off to the left. You can see the fresh towel that's been placed underneath his head and shoulders. And the wound in this image is a horrible-looking gash. It bears no resemblance whatsoever to the incision made by Dr. Perry. Now, Dr. Crenshaw, a third-year resident who was present in Trauma Room 1 at Parkland during President Kennedy's treatment, he was interviewed in depth by ABC News in 1992 for a big news story. And one of the things he had to say was that when he looked at this autopsy photograph, in his opinion, someone had tampered with this wound and greatly expanded the size of the tracheotomy incision. He said he had never seen a tracheotomy incision that big in his life. He said Dr. Perry was a master with the blade and made a very, very small incision. When David Lifton interviewed Dr. Perry in the 1970s, Dr. Perry told him that the incision was only 2.5 to 3 centimeters wide. In the autopsy report, Dr. Humes describes this incision as 6.5 centimeters wide, and yet in his sworn testimony in 1964, Dr. Humes said this gash was 7 to 8 centimeters wide, really enormous. And in the autopsy report, Dr. Humes says it's 6.5 centimeters wide and it has widely gaping irregular edges. Dr. Crenshaw said in the news piece in 1992 that after the breathing tube was removed from the president's neck following death, the small incision closed of its own volition and was a neat, small, horizontal incision, no wider than 3 centimeters at the most, and it had closed. So, based on Dr. Crenshaw's recollections, And based on what we see in this photograph, this wound has been severely tampered with. The purpose would be twofold. One would be to try to obtain access to whatever bullet went in from the front and remove evidence of a shot from the front. That was the whole purpose of this surgery prior to the autopsy, was to remove evidence of shots from the front. So this would have been along that same line of thought. In addition, enlarging this wound to try to obtain access to the bullet would have had the added benefit to the people doing the cover-up of making this look like an exit wound. Because right now, except for the possible hint, you see the hint of an entrance wound at the bottom of the gash. You see, it looks like part of a small, possibly part of the small actual wound of entrance. Most of it is just a large, unformed gash. And indeed, the final version of the autopsy report, the one in the archives today, claims that this is an exit wound, that it's not an entrance wound. Now we have some other evidence related to this wound, and that is the artist's illustration made for Quentin Schwen by a medical illustrator this past year. You'll recall that this is the best recollection Quentin Schwen has of the color transparency shown to him in 1982 or 1983 during a recruiting pitch by the federal government. Not only does this image depict an entrance wound above the right eye, but it depicts a different stage of tampering for the throat wound. Quentin Schwen described this eloquently to me during many interviews on the telephone. What is shown here by the artist is that he recalls a vertical incision bisecting the horizontal incision. So when the body left Parkland Hospital, President Kennedy only had a short horizontal incision which had closed after the trach tube was removed. Quentin Schwen remembers seeing a transparency with a vertical incision at 90 degrees to the horizontal one, which bisected it, and he said the vertical incision was actually longer than the horizontal incision, and that the four edges of the skin flaps had been peeled back. Just like if you cut a cross shape into an orange, you could peel back the skin of the orange to try to see what was underneath. He vividly remembers this. So what I conclude we're looking at here is an interim stage of this tampering. So the Dallas observations were an entry wound in the throat, about 5 millimeters wide, very small. This, I believe, is an interim photograph showing what the wound looked like after a first stage of tampering or investigation, and then the large, unseemly gash that we have in the existing autopsy photos is the final stage of the alteration when the butchers got done with their work. So to conclude, I believe 5 shots definitely hit President Kennedy from 3 directions. 2 shots from behind, 1 shot from the left front, and 2 shots from the right front of the limousine. This constitutes undeniable evidence of crossfire and therefore of conspiracy. There's an important point I'm trying to make here. Once a researcher crosses this threshold and is convinced that there was a conspiracy, you need to get out of Dealey Plaza and focus on the cover-up. Continuing to obsess over the details of what happened in Dealey Plaza, because the complete story can never be known, reduces the assassination to a parlor game and trivializes it. Studying the cover-up and how quickly it was implemented and by whom reveals that America experienced a coup d'etat in 1963. So the proper question, once you believe there was a crossfire and therefore a conspiracy, the proper question then becomes, why was JFK removed from office? And I'll be covering this at the end of this presentation. Many people do not know that the autopsy conclusions following President Kennedy's death were quite malleable during the first 2 weeks after the autopsy. They were changing. They were being revised very quickly. Most people don't know this. There were 4 sets of conclusions that we can identify in time. And I'm going to explain what those were below, but the implications should be very disturbing. truth was not the only client. If it was, there would have only been one set of conclusions. The fact that there were 4 sets of conclusions, each different from the other, indicates that the people behind the cover-up were trying to decide what they could sell to the American people and to future investigations. That's all they were concerned about. So let's talk about these 4 sets of conclusions. The first set of conclusions was reached before 11 o'clock p.m., before the FBI agents left the morgue. We know that because these conclusions were recorded by the 2 FBI agents in their report, the report dated November 26, 1963, the Seibert O'Neill report. The conclusions grandly announced by Dr. Humes to the entire morgue audience and the FBI agents were that the pattern was clear. The president was hit twice from behind, once in the head from behind, and once in the back, and that the back wound did not transit the body, and that that bullet must have fallen out onto a stretcher at Parkland Memorial Hospital during cardiac massage while President Kennedy was being treated. Let me repeat that. Dr. Humes' initial conclusion during the autopsy was that the bullet that entered the back did not exit the body. At least this is what he told everyone. And that that bullet must have fallen out of the body onto a stretcher in Dallas, because the agents at the autopsy did receive word that a bullet had been found on a stretcher in Dallas. It was unclear what stretcher at the time. So they reported this to Dr. Humes, that a bullet had been found on a stretcher. This provided a convenient explanation for him before 11 o'clock at night for what happened to this bullet that caused this shallow back wound. And so this is what he announced to the morgue audience. Within 30 minutes, this set of conclusions had changed. The FBI agents left the morgue at 11 o'clock, and they proceeded to the FBI lab with the 2 small bullet fragments from the cranium, very small fragments. While at the FBI lab, they dictated a report, a telegram, to the Baltimore field office, which was later released as a telex that night. But the FBI agents left at 11. A second set of conclusions was reached by 11:45 p.m. Let me explain how this came about. Dr. Humes finally made telephone contact with Dr. Perry in Dallas shortly after the FBI agents left. We know it was after they left because if he had called Dr. Perry before the FBI agents left, they would have recorded that fact in their report. They recorded no phone call to Dallas in their report whatsoever. So therefore, that phone call took place shortly after they left. We know it took place that night for a number of reasons. Dr. Ebersol, a radiologist, when he testified to the HSCA, said he recalled the phone call to Dallas by Dr. Humes. And he had estimated that it was about 10:30 at night, and then later in the deposition he said, or later. So he remembered it taking place, and he remembered it taking place Friday night from the Bethesda morgue. Dr. Perry, the emergency surgeon who had performed the tracheotomy on President Kennedy, came back to work on Saturday morning, and Nurse Audrey Bell, the chief operating room nurse, said to him, "You look like hell. You must not have gotten any sleep." And he told her at the time, "I didn't get much sleep because they were on the phone all night long from Bethesda, badgering me, trying to get me to change my mind about the entrance wound in the throat. They wanted me to say it was an exit wound." So we learned this from Nurse Bell when we interviewed her in 1997, and it's on the audio tape that's in the National Archives. You can listen to it. You can listen to it for yourself. It's a pretty damning piece of information. So we know from the Perry statement and from the Ebersol statement that there was a phone call to Dr. Perry from the Bethesda morgue Friday night during the autopsy. A third indicator that there was a phone call with Dr. Perry Friday night is Dr. Perry himself. He testified before the Warren Commission more than once. And in some of his testimony, he indicated that he thought there was more than one call to Dr. Humes and that it was on Friday night. Dr. Humes' story was that I only called Dr. Perry once and that it was Saturday morning. So Dr. Perry recalled more than one call, and he recalled it as being on Friday night. So there was definitely a call between Dr. Humes and Dr. Perry Friday night. It almost certainly occurred right after the FBI agents left the morgue. And this is when Dr. Humes learned that there was a bullet wound in the throat. And this must have caused tremendous consternation amongst him and everyone else intent on executing the cover-up, because they had just announced a two-hit scenario to the FBI agents. 2 shots from behind only, and no bullet transited the body. One bullet entered the back and fell out of the body during chest massage. That was one conclusion by Dr. Humes. The second bullet entered the back of the skull and exited the upper right side of the skull. That was the second Dr. Humes conclusion. But to learn from the Dallas surgeon who treated the president that there was a bullet wound in the throat created a major problem for the people at Bethesda. Some very disturbing things happened between this phone call and 11:45. Tom Robinson, the mortician, recalls seeing the pathologist insert a long metal probe low in the back of President Kennedy's skull, very low in the back, and having the probe exit from the tracheotomy site. In other words, someone made a forced passage with a metal probe to try to prove a bullet that entered low in the skull and transited the front of the neck. They had to make this into an exit wound to support the lone assassin scenario. That was clearly the orders that Humes and Boswell were operating under. So Tom Robinson recalls this probe being used and told the review board about it in 1996. Similarly, verifying what Robinson told us, Dr. Humes told his neighbor over the fence, his neighbor who was a CBS executive, that there was one x-ray taken of a metal probe going through the neck, which went in various directions and bent up and down, but which came out the front of the throat. And there is no such x-ray in the collection today. There is no such x-ray. I think the reason for that is obvious. It's anatomically impossible, really, almost impossible for that to have happened, for a bullet to have entered low here and to have gone through the foramen magnum, bounced off a vertebrae in just the right way so that it would have come out the front of the front of the neck without shattering the neck vertebrae. I mean, it's a virtual impossibility. But that night, that wasn't the way people were thinking. Someone inserted a probe low in the president's skull, made a forced passage, brought it out the front of the neck, made an x-ray of it. Dr. Humes talked about the x-ray to his neighbors, and in fact, here's a picture of the document. Once again, this is the famous CBS memo in which Dr. Humes also talks about this x-ray taken of a probe coming out the front of the neck. There is no such x-ray in the collection. Someone obviously decided later that it wasn't believable and removed it from the collection. They culled the collection. So what all this means is that Dr. Humes and his colleagues were struggling with a way to explain what Dr. Perry described on the phone as an exit instead of an entrance. And I conclude that by 11:45, they had succeeded, and I'm going to tell you how I came up with that time. General Wheel's aide, Lieutenant Lipsey, remember, General Wheel was the commandant of the military district of Washington. His aide, Lieutenant Lipsey, was interviewed by the HSCA in 1978. Richard Lipsey drew a diagram of a 3-shot scenario that he heard Dr. Humes proclaim to the morgue audience, and drew a diagram of it and explained it in great detail to his interviewers from the HSCA staff. That one bullet had entered the back of the head and blown out the right front. That was bullet 1. Bullet 2 had gone in low in the rear of the skull and come out the neck. That's Lipsey's bullet number 2. Lipsey's bullet number 3 was a shallow back wound that went in the back, didn't go anywhere, and there was no bullet found in the body. So these are the 3 hits that Lipsey heard Dr. Humes describing. The FBI agents never heard a 3-hit scenario described by Dr. Humes. They were professional observers, and they took notes. They heard a 2-hit scenario. So the fact that Lipsey overheard a 3-hit scenario and could describe it with great confidence in 1978 means he heard the new explanation that Humes came up with sometime between 11:05 and 11:45. And the reason I say that is at 11:45, the body was turned over to the Gawler's funeral home for embalming. So at 11:45, the doctors took their hands off the body, and there were no more activities by them on the body of JFK. So sometime between that phone call with Perry at 11:05 and 11:45, when the body was turned over to Gawler's, Humes concocted this new explanation. And you'll recall that I've already told you that the first draft of the autopsy report was burned by Dr. Humes in his fireplace on Sunday. That first draft, interestingly enough, was reviewed at Bethesda Naval Hospital on Saturday by Dr. Humes and Dr. Boswell. Dr. Fink was pointedly not invited. That's interesting to me. He was not invited. John Stringer, the official photographer, told me after his deposition was concluded that the reason the doctors did not invite Dr. Fink to the first brain examination was because, quote, he caused too much trouble at the autopsy, unquote. That was John Stringer's opinion for why Dr. Fink was not present at the first brain exam. It was a very revealing statement. So what we had was Dr. Humes and Dr. Boswell, who were not forensic pathologists. They were just pathologists. Dr. Humes was a forensic pathologist. He was trained to obsess about entrance wounds and exit wounds on the body. That was his sole function that night, and in his mind, and his sole focus was to find where are the entrance wounds and exit wounds. And when he couldn't find entrance wounds and exit wounds in the skull, that's when the Secret Service brought in extra skull fragments, which they said had been found in the limousine. Now, Dr. Fink was trained as a forensic pathologist. He was qualified to study forensic causes of death, bullet wounds, stabbings, machete cuts, things of that nature, and come to the proper medico-legal conclusions. Doctors Humes and Boswell were not forensic pathologists. They were just ordinary pathologists. Much of the tissues they examined were just tissue samples or tissue sections and slides made at someone else's autopsy. Or autopsies that they performed when they were younger were autopsies on people who died through disease, not through gunshot wounding, not through stabbings. So Dr. Fink was a forensic pathologist. His sole focus the night of the autopsy was entrance wounds and exit wounds. And he made such a stink about it that at one point the Secret Service felt compelled to bring in these 3 skull fragments. And they actually used the words, when they presented them to Dr. Humes in this charade in front of this audience, they said these were removed. They used the word removed. They didn't say they were blasted out by a bullet. They said these were removed. And the FBI agents wrote that language in their report, that the 3 skull fragments were brought in. Dr. Humes was instructed by the Secret Service that they had been removed. That's really interesting language. As John Stringer told me, it was his opinion that the reason Dr. Fink was not invited to the brain exam of President Kennedy's brain was because, quote, he caused too much trouble at the autopsy, unquote. Now this tells me that Dr. Fink, who is a board-certified forensic pathologist, was a meticulous professional and was obsessing, as he should have, over entrance wounds and exit wounds during the autopsy, and was dissatisfied, which is why the other 3 fragments were brought into the room by the Secret Service when Dr. Fink was unhappy. I think this same personality trait of Dr. Fink, this same tenacity of his obsession with the basic facts, is one reason why he was not invited to review the first draft of the autopsy report on Saturday. Well, we know from the review board's deposition of Dr. Boswell that Boswell and Humes met at Bethesda Saturday, late in the morning, and reviewed the first draft of the autopsy report. Dr. Fink was not there. So I think we know why. He caused too much trouble at the autopsy, per John Stringer. That first draft, however, was reviewed by Captain Canada. This is the same Captain Canada I've discussed earlier. He reviewed the first draft, and undoubtedly others did as well. I'm sure Admiral Galloway looked at it. He was the head of the entire complex, probably Captain Stover as well. But in the letter of transmittal for the existing autopsy report, it states that Captain Canada reviewed the first draft. Someone Saturday found that draft unacceptable. Now, it's always been my assumption, and it still is today, that the content of the first draft was the three-hit scenario that Richard Lipsey recalls hearing. He recalls hearing it, obviously, shortly after the FBI agents left the morgue and after the phone call with Dr. Humes. He recalls hearing it, probably at about 11:30 or 11:45. And this was undoubtedly the content of the first draft. Someone found it unacceptable Saturday. We know from the work of the HSCA that Dr. Humes went home Saturday afternoon and Saturday night, he struggled for several hours and rewrote the autopsy report. And then, by his own admission, he burned in his fireplace the first draft on Sunday morning. I think I know why the authorities at Bethesda rejected the first draft of the autopsy report. The official story was that there were 3 shots fired that day. And everybody knew that Governor Connolly had been shot. And everybody knew that President Kennedy had been shot in the head and shot in the back. That's what the world knew at that time. So that's 3 shots. I think someone Saturday said, uh-oh, Governor Connolly was shot too. You can't have all 3 shots hitting President Kennedy. I think that's what happened on Saturday. So the 3-shot scenario was rejected. And Dr. Humes wrote another version of the autopsy report, as I said, Saturday night, and he burned the first draft on Sunday. Now let's talk about the next version. The next version is item 3 on this slide. And the scenario has gone from 3 hits from behind back to 2 hits. So President Kennedy, who Humes announced late Friday, was hit by 3 shots, and which he put in the first draft. It's now back to 2 hits. And I think I know the contents of this first signed version. I think I've figured out what the contents were of this second written version of the autopsy report. By the way, this is the signed version that the Kennedy family never returned to the U.S. government. This would be the signed autopsy report signed by Dr. Humes that was mentioned in paragraph 9 of the Dr. Berkeley inventory in April 1965, which disappeared into the custody of the Kennedy family and was never returned to the government for whatever reason. So this first signed version, I believe, said the following. 1 shot to the head, a bullet from behind, low in the head, exiting somewhere up here. A shallow back wound again, shallow back wound that did not exit the body. And I believe it said that the wound in the throat was caused by a fragment from the headshot. We have good evidence for believing that that's how Dr. Humes dealt with the wound in the throat problem. Remember, he talked to Perry on Friday night. He had to explain this in some way because the Dallas doctors had seen it and they were going to be talking about it and testifying about it eventually to various investigations. So the evidence we have that Dr. Humes tried to explain this away as a fragment from the headshot coming out the front of the neck is from the chief counsel of the Warren Commission, J. Lee Rankin. And this is from an executive session transcript, which at the time was classified top secret. This executive session transcript from January of 1964 is Rankin meeting with the commissioners. I believe it was for the first time. And he's saying, we have to figure out how to deal with this throat wound, in so many words. And he says, because it says here in the autopsy, he uses the word autopsy. He doesn't say autopsy report. He says, it says here in the autopsy that the throat wound was caused by a fragment. So what did he mean by that? Well, there were 2 newspaper stories in December of 1963, one in Philadelphia and one in Washington, and they both mentioned that the throat wound in the front of the neck was caused by a fragment from the headshot. So the confluence of these reports, the two newspaper stories, which were an official leak of some kind from somebody in the government to the media. They wanted the public to believe this. The confluence of the two newspaper stories that this hole in the neck was caused by a fragment from the headshot, and J. Lee Rankin's comment in a private session of the Warren Commission in January that it was in the autopsy that it was caused by a fragment, that leads me to this conclusion, that the contents of the first signed version were one shot in the head from behind, one shot in the back, shallow wound, no transit of the body, and a fragment from the headshot caused this hole in the neck. And I don't think that autopsy report survived very long for the following reason. Shortly after Monday, November 25th, now this report would have been the one that was signed Sunday. The missing signed version, in my view, has to be the autopsy report signed on Sunday, the one the doctors talk about in their testimony. It's the signed version we don't have anymore. And the reason I think this didn't survive more than 2 or 3 days is because everybody started watching the Zapruder film. Everybody in the government after Monday the 25th, copies of the Zapruder film started to proliferate. The FBI borrowed a copy from the Secret Service, and then they made second-generation copies from it. And then the Secret Service had its copies, and everybody was starting to watch the Z film. And the Z film clearly shows the president reacting to a frontal stimulus, to a wound of some kind in his neck, long before the headshot. Long before the headshot. In fact, he begins reacting to the frontal stimulus in frame 225, when the car emerges from behind the road sign. So that's why that autopsy report didn't survive very long. And so the final item on this slide here is the autopsy report we have in evidence today. The extant autopsy report, Commission Exhibit 387, is also a two-hit scenario. This one, however, posits the one shot to the head from behind and a shot in the back, which suddenly, miraculously, is said to have transited the body for the very first time. This is the very first time this final version of the autopsy conclusions, the fourth version of the conclusions, the third written version, is the one that says a bullet in the back transited the region of the neck, came out the front of the neck, creating this exit wound. Months later, Arlen Specter and Dr. Humes together invented the single bullet theory, saying that that's the same bullet that hit Governor Connolly. But initially, this concept of a transiting bullet that went through the upper back, somehow went through or around the neck without damaging it, and then came out the front of the throat, that concept is first written down in the third written version of the autopsy report. So there's no reason we should have any confidence in it. In fact, the stories that surround the nature of the throat wound are really remarkably varied. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Dr. Fink, who testified before the Shaw trial in New Orleans in 1969, I believe, said that the autopsy surgeons were prohibited from probing. They were told not to probe the incision in the throat by someone of a very high rank during the autopsy. They were directed not to probe the throat wound or the tracheotomy incision. They were told not to probe it. That's one story that comes from the pathologist. Another story is Dr. Boswell, who is telling, I think, the closest version to the truth, the closest version. Dr. Boswell told both the HSCA staff in the late 70s, and he told the review board that, oh yes, he said, we realized we had an exit wound in the throat by the end of the autopsy. That's a very interesting statement because it's in conflict with what Dr. Humes always said on the record. Dr. Humes always said that there was no phone call to Dr. Perry on Friday night, that he didn't call Dr. Perry until Saturday morning. We know now that's not true. Dr. Perry said it wasn't true, and Nurse Bell said it wasn't true, and Dr. Ebersol said it wasn't true. Dr. Humes claimed in his testimony before the Warren Commission that Saturday morning when he called Dr. Perry, it was only then that he learned there had been a wound of some kind in the throat, and it was then Dr. Humes claimed that he had this aha moment, where he connected the dots of entrance wound in the back, bruise on top of the right lung, gash in the throat, and he purportedly, supposedly went, aha, and the light bulb came on, and supposedly after he's relinquished the body, after he has given up any chance of finding this magical bullet track, he decides that, okay, that bullet that went in the back transited the neck and came out the front. So when you have three people who can't keep their story straight, it means that the official story isn't true and that they're all lying, or at least two of them are. Dr. Humes told us that there was never any attempt to probe the throat wound during the autopsy because he didn't think it was a bullet wound. He was appalled. He said he thought it was a horrible-looking incision. They'd never seen one that bad, and the enlisted men at the autopsy said it looked like a big old gash, and nobody had ever seen a trach that big or that wide or that badly done. But Humes claimed we never tried to probe it, and yet Dr. Fink said under oath at the Shaw trial that they were told not to probe it. So, at this point, do we really have any reason to believe that there really was a bruise at the top of the pleural dome above the right lung? I no longer have any reason to believe that. I think the bruise on top of the pleural dome above the top of the right lung is something Humes made up out of whole cloth when he rewrote the autopsy report for the last time. I think there was probably a bruise in the lung area, but it was probably in the middle lobe of the right lung, like James Jenkins revealed last November. And if so, then that bruise would have been where the bullet that entered high in the back, that would have been where that short round, where that bullet stopped. So, summarizing here, we've got 4 conclusions about the autopsy wounds that are reached before December 11th. That's a pretty rapid transformation of conclusions. We know that on December 11th, the final version of the autopsy report, the one that exists today in the archives, was taken to Dallas by Secret Service agent Elmer Moore and was shown to all the Dallas physicians who had been in treatment room 1. They were told to read it. This was the government's way of telling them, you're wrong. There was no entrance wound in the throat. It was a wound of exit. The bullet transited the body. And oh, by the way, the government knows that that's the bullet wound you missed in Dallas. You didn't know the president was shot in the back. That bullet came out the front of his throat. So you guys didn't know what you were totally doing and saying. And we're telling you, as the authority, the U.S. government, that you were wrong and that the wound in the throat was an exit. So by December 11th, when Moore took that report to Dallas and forced everyone to read it, by then these conclusions were finalized. And what's really amusing and interesting to me, and appalling really, is that in January '64, Rankin is meeting with Horne commissioners, and he still has an earlier version of the autopsy report in front of him, because that's when he says, we have here in the autopsy that the neck wound was caused by a fragment. He's talking about the previous version. So this is an amazing, almost a comedy of errors. And if it wasn't for the secrecy in place at the time, and the lack of openness in government, these people would not have gotten away with this. In fact, if there had been a trial, if the accused assassin had not been murdered, and there had been a trial, as I've said before, most of this evidence would not have been admitted into the courtroom by the judge. The autopsy report would not have been admitted because of the chain of custody problem with the body and because it was rewritten so many times. The autopsy photographs would have been shown to the Dallas physicians. The defense counsel would have asked all of the Dallas doctors and nurses if these were the wounds they saw in the body, and as soon as they said, no way in hell, that's not like anything like I saw, the jig would have been up. That would have been it. And then the defense counsel would also have called many witnesses from the autopsy, other than the pathologist. They would have called the enlisted autopsy technicians and the FBI agents, and this cover-up would not have succeeded if there had been a trial. It would have been blown wide open. As it was, the Warren Commission got away with a fast one. They succeeded in never showing the autopsy photographs to the Dallas doctors and nurses. The key Dallas treating physicians and the key nurses that treated the president did testify under oath to the Warren Commission. Some of them did so in Dallas, and some of them came to Washington. None of them were shown any of the autopsy photographs. And so they had no chance to say whether these images did or did not comport with what they saw. The thing you need to understand is that when Jeremy Gunn was questioning Drs. Humes and Boswell under oath in 1996, he asked them if this wide series of autopsy shots, all the shots of the head and the head brace, he said, are these pictures taken before incisions or after you made incisions on the body? And both pathologists, both Humes and Boswell, said they were taken before we made any incisions on the body. So that's their official story. They're sticking to it, but we know now that that cannot be true. It cannot be true. The surgery was witnessed by Tom Robinson and Ed Reed, and Robinson, Berkeley, and Canada observed the same exit wound in President Kennedy's head that was seen in Dallas right after the body arrived. Therefore, the surgery took place at Bethesda. Case closed. Before we move on to the subject of the Zapruder film, I'd like to revisit one more time the importance of the back of the head photo, the famous or infamous photographs from the autopsy which appear to show the back of President Kennedy's head intact. As discussed earlier, there are many reasons not to have any faith or confidence in this photograph showing the back of President Kennedy's head intact. Those reasons include the observations of the Parkland Hospital treatment staff, the observations of Secret Service Agent Clint Hill, the observations of mortician Tom Robinson, the observations of Rear Admiral Berkeley, of Captain Canada, and of FBI agents Seibert and O'Neill. There is one other witness that I have not discussed yet whose recollections were crucial in disproving this as a photograph that we can have any confidence in. The review board took 10 depositions, as I've mentioned, of autopsy participants or witnesses. One of those depositions was of former Navy Petty Officer Sandra Spencer, who was a first-class photographer's mate in the U.S. Navy at the time of President Kennedy's assassination. She was not at the autopsy. However, she did develop a lot of postmortem photography of the president taken after death. And she developed those images the weekend following his assassination. Sandra Spencer, in the opinion of Jeremy Gunn, our general counsel, was the most credible witness we had before us in the medical evidence arena, the most credible witness we had. That's a heck of a statement coming from Jeremy Gunn. I found her very credible also. Sandra Spencer described to us seeing numerous photographs of President Kennedy taken at the autopsy. She thought they were taken at the autopsy. When we brought her to Washington and took her deposition and showed her the autopsy photographs in the collection today, she visibly blanched and became disturbed. And she said, he really looks beat up. She said, I did not see the president in any condition that I see in these photographs today in the official collection. We said, well, would you please describe what you did see? She said, well, they were taken after death, but she said he was fully clothed and he was all fixed up and cleaned up. And I didn't see blood everywhere and I didn't see these wounds all opened up. She said, except for one. So she recalled one photograph that she developed of the back of President Kennedy's head, which still showed a huge chunk of matter missing from the back of his skull in about this area right here. Just about halfway up and maybe just to the right of the center. And she gave us some dimensions for, I think it was about 2 or 2.5 inches wide. But so what she was describing, you need to understand, was a defect in the back of President Kennedy's head that could not be closed even after the end of the embalming procedure. Because what she was clearly describing was that she had developed a series of post-embalming photographs taken of the president after he had been reclothed and after he had been cleaned up and fixed up. And so the fact that she recalled making numerous prints of this one photograph showing a hole in the back of the head after the embalming was completed proves that this image in the collection today cannot represent reality. It is either a rearrangement of scalp from elsewhere on the head, rearranged for just 5 minutes to take a quick set of deceptive photographs, or it's an altered photograph. Now, Dr. Mantic has been to the archives 9 times, as I mentioned, and he has done something that my boss and I never did during the days of the review board. Dr. Mantic has used stereoscopic viewing. So he has looked at this back of the head image with the stereoscopic viewer, and he has told me and has told others that that's the one image of the head in the whole collection that doesn't look right when viewed stereoscopically. He says that that middle portion of the back of the head in this controversial image does not look three-dimensional. It looks two-dimensional. And the rest of the head around it looks normal, looks three-dimensional. So based on Dr. Mantic's observations and his eloquent descriptions of what he saw in his interpretations, I now believe that he's likely correct and that this back of the head photo is most likely an altered photograph. He thinks it's probably a soft edge matte insertion. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think it's much more likely that it's an altered photograph than it is rearranged scalp. When I wrote my book, I thought the scalp had been rearranged from the left side of the president's head and that they just covered up the back of his head for the sake of taking that one picture. But now I tend to believe that Dr. Mantic's probably right. It's probably an altered image. And the proof of the pudding is the recollections of Sandra Spencer and her sworn testimony under oath that the photographs taken after the completion of embalming still showed a hole in the back of the head. And in fact, she's corroborated by the recollections of 2 other witnesses, Tom Robinson, the embalmer, and Paul O'Connor, one of the Navy enlisted men at the autopsy. Both said years later that when the embalming was completed, there was still a hole in the back of the head. It was covered by a rubber seal or rubber dam. The scalp was sewn into the rubber dam, but that there was no scalp in that area, and that the hole could not be closed because there was no bone and no scalp, and that it was hidden by turning the president's head slightly to the right on the pillow. The president, they observed, was placed in the casket. His head was turned slightly to the right to make sure that that defect, which was still present, was not visible in case there was going to be an open casket funeral, because at the time they didn't know. They didn't know Friday night whether there would be an open casket funeral or not. So one of the reasons Sandra Spencer was considered such a reliable witness by Jeremy Gunn and I is because of her, not only because of her demeanor, her sobriety, but because of her former position. She had been detailed to the White House and worked for Chief Robert Knudsen, the Navy chief photographer's mate, who was sent there to be a social photographer. She worked for Chief Knudsen and basically developed all his pictures. So she would develop his social photography on almost a daily basis whenever the president and his family were in town. And she did so at the Naval Photographic Center across the river in Anacostia, a highly secure facility at the time. So she was a very trusted member of the inner circle of photographers who basically knew and saw everything. The social photographers who photographed the president and his brother and the family were privy to a considerable number of social secrets on occasions. They were able to keep their lips sealed and keep their mouths shut, and for that reason they were trusted. People like Robert Knudsen were highly trusted by Robert and John Kennedy, according to Knudsen's family. So the fact that Sandra Spencer worked with these people, photographed or developed the photographs for many important ceremonies and family functions is the reason why we held her in such high esteem. One final note, Sandra Spencer was in charge of selecting the images for the prayer card to be handed out at President Kennedy's funeral, and which were also mailed to thousands of other people. So she worked with the widowed First Lady on the selection of the most favored photograph to use, and she personally designed the prayer card and ensured that X number of thousand copies were printed up the weekend before the funeral. So she was a very busy person that weekend, developing postmortem photography, and the prayer card. So that pretty much says it all regarding Sandra Spencer and her trustworthiness, and the American people and the review board owe her a great debt. Okay, my next topic for discussion is the Zapruder film. This is stage 3 of what I call the deception. We're talking about deceit and deception in the evidence, and this is my third category of deception. Now, I'll preface all of these statements about the film by simply saying that, as you may know, the Zapruder film copyright is currently held by the 6th Floor Museum in Dallas. And if we had wanted to use Zapruder film images in this portion of my presentation, we would have had to seek commercial licensing, and we would have had to pay a licensing fee. That was beyond the scope of this project, so we're going to have a discussion. So we're going to have a discussion about the Zapruder film that addresses, for the most part, chain of custody problems with the film, the weekend of the assassination. Where I talk about changes to image content in the film, I will occasionally reference 1 or 2 key frame numbers, which you can easily access in another venue. You can go to your computer search engine and put in Zapruder film, and you'll receive many sources of imagery. The one source that I know will assist you in digesting this part of my presentation is the DVD called Image of an Assassination. It was commissioned and paid for by the Zapruder family before they turned over the copyright to the film to the 6th Floor Museum. So in 1998, this DVD, Image of an Assassination, was released. It's still for sale, and it consists of first-generation images made from the extant film in the archives by the LMH company, the Zapruder family, in 1997. The DVD was sold a year later. They took first-generation copies of each frame, digitized them, and then reassembled them as a motion picture. So this tool is one way where you can easily access any specific frame numbers that I might mention. Now, the images in that DVD, many of them are subject to a high contrast buildup. The contrast has been played with, and many of them are a bit darker than perhaps they should be, and some of the color has been brightened up. And so it's not an exact copy of what's in the archives, but for our purposes, for the purposes of this discussion, that is one of the many tools you could use to access any frame numbers that I refer to in this presentation. So let's move on now and talk about the Z film. Now, I've concluded that the famous Zapruder home movie appears to be an altered film, not the authentic out-of-camera original. The Zapruder film is admittedly the hottest topic within the JFK research community, so you are going to get my own personal conclusions about the status of this film based on my 3 years of work with the Assassinations Records Review Board, where I was the point person for all Zapruder film matters, and based on additional study that I've conducted during the decade following the shutdown of the review board. So without any further ado, these are the things about the film that I believe have been altered. The true exit wound in the right rear of the head has been crudely blacked out. I would encourage anyone who has access to the film to look at frame 317. And the large head wound seen in the right front and top of the head may be nothing but artwork. In fact, it has to be artwork because it's entirely inconsistent with the wound seen at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. Now, we've been discussing the wound seen at Parkland Hospital, and in fact, the wound seen right after President Kennedy arrived at Bethesda by many people. And none of those people described any damage to the top of the head or to the right side of the head, forward of the right ear. And yet in the Zapruder film, that's the only damage you see. You see the right rear of the head blacked out. In fact, the entire rear of the head blacked out, severely blacked out, with darkness that's almost D-max, it's so dark. And you see a massive wound on the top of the head and a large wound on the right side of the head, which look very, very similar, but not exactly the same as the autopsy photographs we've been looking at. Now, here are some other indicators of the film's likely alteration. Abraham Zapruder and his secretary, Marilyn Sitzman, who was standing with him on the pergola, both claimed that he started filming the motorcade before the car turned the corner from Houston to Elm Street. They both have said that. Both said that for years before they passed away. They were consistent with each other. You don't see the turn of the limousine from Houston to Elm in the existing film. The exit debris seen traveling to the left rear of JFK's head by numerous Dealey Plaza eyewitnesses is not seen in the existing film. Some of the people that have described this quite vividly, Dealey Plaza witnesses, are the Willis family in the Men Who Killed Kennedy series, Charles Brem in Mark Lane's film Rush to Judgment, B.J. Hargis, one of the motorcycle policemen to the left rear of the limousine in numerous interviews, and Beverly Oliver. And I might add, there were two Dallas County surveyors, Mr. Brenneman and West, who were commissioned by Life magazine very shortly after the assassination to make a plat map, an accurate plat map, a surveyor's map of Dealey Plaza and what happened during the assassination using blow-up frames from the Zapruder film. They were told these are blow-up frames from Mr. Zapruder's film. So they had access shortly after the assassination to 8x10 glossy prints, at least 4 or 5 of which they recalled years later showed exit debris leaving the president's head and traveling toward the left rear. This recollection of theirs is consistent with motorcycle outriders Hargis and Marshall being hit in the face, in the visor, all over their uniforms with debris to the left rear of the limousine. It's entirely consistent with that. Now, those gentlemen are deceased now, those two surveyors, but they gave newspaper interviews in the 1970s. Their comments are on record, and they're credible in the sense that they're describing the type of debris and the direction of travel consistent with all the Dealey Plaza eyewitnesses who talk about it. Now, the rapid motion of JFK's body back and to the left in the Zapruder film, the so-called head snap, interestingly enough, was not described by Dealey Plaza eyewitnesses. A lot of people have never thought about this. We're so used to watching the Zapruder film and seeing the back and to the left motion of the president during the shooting, and we're so used to equating that with shots from the right front that we assume that all the people in Dealey Plaza saw this. None of the Dealey Plaza eyewitnesses that I know of, and I've studied this case for over 3 decades, none of them described such a rapid motion to the left and to the rear by the president. In fact, some of them described the head going forward. So, many other researchers and I now agree that if the exit debris frames traveling to the left of the head were removed through optical excision, in other words, if a new Zapruder film was made with an optical printer which removed the frames that people didn't want shown, the removal of certain frames would cause other actions to speed up by their very absence. So if you remove exit debris frames traveling to the left rear from that sequence of the shooting, then any motion the president's body had are going to be rapidly speeded up. And so I conclude today, I highly suspect that the rapidity and force of this motion back and to the left, the violent nature of it, is actually an unintended artifact of film alteration. It's an unintended artifact of removal of exit debris frames because none of the Dealey Plaza eyewitnesses saw it. I'm not saying the president didn't move back and to the left. I think he moved back and to the left much slower than you see in the film, and it's just been speeded up tremendously. Something to think about. Okay, one more indicator of possible alteration, likely alteration, is the car stop. Many witnesses claim to have seen the limousine stop during the shooting on Elm Street. The most eloquent witnesses were the people closest to the limousine. In other words, the people most likely to be reliable witnesses in this regard. I'm going to name a few of them. One of them is Bill Newman, who was standing with his wife Gail and his two little children just to the right of the limousine during the shooting. They threw their kids to the ground and covered them to try to keep their kids from being shot. But Bill Newman, starting in the late 1960s and throughout the 1970s, consistently told people that the car stopped very briefly during the shooting, very briefly, for about a second or a second and a half, and that there was no doubt in his mind this was the case. I had the privilege to talk to him on the phone in 2009, and he told me the same story. So he's a car stop witness. He was the closest person to the right of the limousine. Jean Hill, standing to the left of the limousine with her friend Mary Mormon. Jean Hill executed an affidavit for the sheriff's office that day, the day of the assassination. And in the midst of her affidavit, she says, I heard some shots, and then the car stopped for an instant, and then I heard some more shots. So that's another car stop witness adjacent to the limousine, just to the left of the limousine. Hugh Betzner is another persuasive car stop witness. Hugh Betzner was taking photographs of the motorcade from just behind the limousine and to the left, maybe 100 or 150 feet behind the limousine as it went down Elm Street. Mr. Betzner executed a sheriff's affidavit the day of the assassination, and twice in his affidavit, Betzner talks about the car stopping. So in one instance, he talks about seeing what he thought was a firecracker exploding in the car, and the car stopped for an instant. And in a later part of his affidavit, he talks about running immediately down the street to where the car had stopped. So that's three very reliable car stop witnesses. And another one is Mr. Hargis, the motorcycle cop to the immediate left rear of the limousine, who was splattered with blood and bloody water and brain matter during the assassination so forcefully that he thought he had been shot himself. He gave an interview to a newspaper which apparently was not published, but which author Richard Trask located. So in Richard Trask's book, Pictures of the Pain, he quotes this typed up interview quote of the newspaper with Officer Hargis, and he talks about the car stopping during the shooting. There are other people that talk about the car stopping. One of my friends did an analysis, and he decided that about 16 of the 52 witnesses were very, very persuasive and very reliable, and that others among the 52 people were farther away, and some of them were describing the way the car they were in stopped because they assumed the cars in front of them stopped. So at least 16 of these 52 people are very persuasive, and I think should be taken seriously. The last one I'll mention is Mr. Roy Truly. Roy Truly was one of Oswald's bosses in the book depository, and he gave a statement right after the assassination in which he said the limousine swerved sharply to the left during the shooting and stopped. So were all these people mistaken? And if so, how could they be mistaken in the same way? It's something to think about. You don't see a car stop in the Zapruder film today. You see the car slowing a bit, and people that have timed it have said, well, it seems to slow to about 9 miles an hour or something like that. And yet in other films taken from the other side, the Nix film and the Muchmore film, you can see the brake lights coming on. So this is, as I said, one of the four principal reasons, in addition to the blacking out of the exit wound in the back of the head. This is one of the four additional reasons why we believe the film may have been altered. Now, I'd like to shift this discussion to an aspect of the Zapruder film that most Americans don't know about yet. And it's something I have personal familiarity with, in which I'm well qualified to explain to you. And that is the chain of custody problems with the Zapruder film the very weekend of the assassination. The public story that everybody thought they knew for decades was that the Zapruder film was sold to life on Saturday. I'm now going to discuss an aspect of Zapruder film alteration that most Americans are not familiar with yet. And that is the serious break in the film's chain of custody the very weekend of the assassination. The most famous magazine in America at the time, the most famous pictorial spread magazine, news magazine, was Life magazine. And Life was owned and run by the Time Life Incorporated empire. And Life magazine's representative, Richard Stolley, purchased rights to the film, the rights to print still images from the film, from Abraham Zapruder on Saturday, November 23rd, the day after the film was developed in Dallas. Those rights from the first sale contract were the rights to borrow the original film for a week, and at which point Life magazine would have to return the original a week later, and then Zapruder would give them one of the copies. Those were the terms, and it was for $50,000, and it was print rights only. So at any rate, Mr. Stolley, after this contract was signed, put the camera original film, 8mm home movie, on an airplane to Chicago Saturday afternoon. He has said this consistently over the years. There's no reason not to believe him. I believe him. What happened to it after that is under dispute now. The story that people believed for decades was that the Life printing plant in Chicago had the film all weekend, from Saturday night on through the weekend, and that they took this original film, and from the original film, which is color, they made their first magazine spread of images from the Zapruder film. Now, the interesting thing is the first magazine spread was the November 29th issue of Life. It came out, the first issue was sold early on Tuesday the 26th, and subsequent issues were mailed out in the days after that. The first few issues came out Tuesday the 26th, but they didn't show color images. They showed very fuzzy, muddy-looking black and white images. It's always been a kind of a mystery. Why were the images so bad? Why were so many of them so tiny? And why were so few of them large images? And why were they of such poor quality? We'll talk more about that later. I think I know the reason now. At any rate, it was thought that Life had the film all weekend. We now know that that's not true. I'm going to give you the short version of what happened, and then I'm going to backtrack and explain to you how I came up with these conclusions. It's important that you understand how I came up with the conclusions for you to take them seriously. And you really need to take them seriously, because this is a rewriting of history so that we're no longer believing a myth and we're now believing the truth. The original Zapruder film wasn't in Chicago very long. It was diverted somewhere in Chicago and flown to Washington, D.C. on Saturday, the same day it was purchased. It arrived in Washington, D.C. at 10 o'clock p.m. Saturday night. It was sent to the CIA's National Photographic Interpretation Center, this country's primary facility for analyzing photographs. Now, the NPIC, or NPIC as it was called, is the CIA facility which conducted photographic analysis primarily of U-2 photographs, U-2 aerial surveillance, or the early satellite reconnaissance photos from the Corona satellite program. They also conducted some human surveillance photographs, but mostly it was aerial. But this place was a joint national asset managed by the CIA with many members of the military working there, and they were the preeminent experts in this country in doing photographic analysis. So the original film went there at 10 o'clock at night, Saturday, and the mission for the NPIC was to make briefing boards, was to blow up individual frames, magnify individual frames from the Zapruder film, make prints, mount the prints on briefing boards on cardboard stock, 20 by 22 inches, almost a perfect square, and write notes of what you did, what you know about the film, what you understand about it, what frame number, things like that, what magnification factor, and make these briefing boards for government officials. The people that brought them the film, Secret Service agents, left at 3 a.m. the next morning, left at Sunday at 3 a.m., before the briefing boards were finished. The people at NPIC didn't know where they were going, but they left with the film at 3 a.m. The next night, Sunday night, well after dark, in other words, 24 hours after the Saturday night arrival of the film, another Zapruder film showed up at the NPIC. And once again, the mission of the NPIC was to make briefing boards, to blow up individual frames from the Z film, mount them on briefing board stock so that government officials could be briefed. That sounds a little strange, you may say. Didn't they just do it the night before? Well, they had done it the night before. And in fact, the work crew that had done the work the night before was not called in the next night on Sunday. A completely different crew was called in, which was highly unusual because the crew called in the previous night was the duty officer, Dino Brugioni, we'll be talking about Dino in just a minute, and department heads from the building. The head of the graphics department, Bill Banfield, and the head photogrammetrist, Ralph Pierce, plus worker bees to help them out. So 3 big shot managers were called in to do that work Saturday night. That makes sense to me. Much lower level people were called in the next night. A completely different work crew was called in, which is really rings alarm bells. This is one of the hallmarks of a compartmentalized operation. You call in a different crew of people so they don't know what happened the night before, and so that the people who worked on the film the night before don't know what happened the second night. So the Zapruder film, which was brought to the INPIC Sunday night for the second briefing board event, was brought to them, the courier said, from Rochester, New York, from Kodak headquarters, from the world's premier research and development lab called Hawkeye Works. Hawkeye Works was Kodak's own R&D facility where they developed all kinds of new products, new motion picture film, you name it, new still picture film, and it was also the facility where they did highly classified work for the CIA. The CIA had classified contracts in place for Kodak to do work for them at Hawkeye Works related to the U2 program and the Corona programs. But I can assure you that much more was done at Hawkeye Works than just CIA work on U2 and Corona photos. So the courier, a Secret Service agent, brought the film from Rochester, New York. He says, I've come from Hawkeye Works, and he said, I want certain frames magnified and blown up and made into briefing boards. He then proceeded to tell lies about the film. He told the work crew at INPIC for the second event that this was a camera original film and it had been developed at Hawkeye Works. Now we know that's not true. We know the camera original Zapruder film was developed Friday in Dallas. Everyone knows that. It's well documented. It was developed Friday in Dallas. 3 contact prints were then exposed. They were then developed, and all 4 films were slit from the 16 millimeter format they were in the camera, 16 millimeters wide, image strips from side A and B going in opposite directions, upside down and backwards. They were then slit after developing into 8 millimeter wide films. So the original film and the 3 first-day copies were developed in Dallas on Friday. Everyone knows that. Everyone accepts that today. No one questions that. It's a fact. The Secret Service agent, who, by the way, called himself Bill Smith, which is highly questionable, Bill Smith told the INPIC crew Sunday night that the Zapruder film he was delivering to them was the camera original film that had been developed in Rochester at Hawkeye Works. They knew what that meant. They knew what Hawkeye Works was. The problem was the film was not 8 millimeters wide. It was suddenly 16 millimeters wide again. In other words, the film brought to these people Sunday night for the making of briefing board set number 2 was no longer slit to 8 millimeters like the film brought to INPIC Saturday night. The film brought Saturday night, which that work crew, by the way, Dino Brugioni, is convinced it was the original film. He's convinced of it because it was so sharp and so clear. And he remembers they had to go out and open up a photography store and buy and purchase an 8 millimeter projector so they could actually project the film and look at it before they worked on it, because they didn't have any 8 millimeter projectors at INPIC. They had 16 millimeter and 35. They didn't have 8 millimeter. So it's a fact that an 8 millimeter original was delivered to INPIC Saturday night, per Dino Brugioni. Sunday night, what was delivered was this 16 millimeter double 8 film that had not yet been slit down the middle, which is what normally happens at the factory. And the technician, Homer McMahon, who's the head of the color lab, the technician making the blow-ups, the inner negatives from which he made prints of the individual frames, that technician recalled seeing in his enlarger, vividly recalled, seeing the upside down and backwards image strips of a double 8 film which had not yet been slit. This was very clear in his memory. So what happened, it's clear to me, was alterations of some type were performed on the film at Hawkeye Works all day long on Sunday. A new Zapruder film was created masquerading as a camera original film. Masquerading in the sense that it was 16 millimeters wide again. And the whole movie had optically been reunited with the Elm Street scenes, and the film hadn't been split yet. Secret Service agent who served as courier on Sunday night and brought another Zapruder film to INPIC from Rochester, from Hawkeye Works, told another lie. He told them that the citizen who donated the film had done so free of charge and didn't want any financial remuneration, didn't want any money. He did it as a patriotic act. We know that's not true. Abraham Zapruder signed a contract on Saturday for $50,000 just to give Life magazine print rights for 1 week. And then on Monday, Life executed a new contract with him, to his benefit, not to theirs, selling it to him a second time for $150,000 total instead of $50,000. And the deal on Monday was Life wanted everything. Life wanted the original film and all the copies in its permanent custody, and they wanted all rights worldwide, including motion picture rights. So the point here is that there was no patriotic citizen who had donated the Zapruder film at no cost to the government. That was a fiction. So clearly, if Bill Smith says Bill Smith was the name of the Secret Service agent. If Bill Smith says he came from Rochester, from Hawkeye Works, with the film, and it had just been developed there, that part's true, but it was not a camera original film, and it was not a donation. It was clearly a reconstructed Zapruder film designed to mimic what an out-of-camera original would look like. The next dot in the series of dots that I'm connecting is the story of what images were on the set of briefing boards made Sunday night and what images were in Life magazine the week after the assassination. The briefing boards made at event number 2 still survive. One set of 4 briefing boards still survives. It's in the National Archives in flat number 90A in the JFK Records collection. You can go see it by appointment today. 4 long panels that are not square, long rectangular panels with a total of 28 prints on the 4 panels. The images in those prints and the frame numbers associated with them match the film as we know it today in the archives. The images of the assassination published in Life magazine in the November 29th issue match the images shown in the film today in the National Archives. You see the massive head wound, the top of the head apparently gone, the right side of the head blown open, etc., etc. So, the conclusion I draw from this is that whatever alteration was accomplished was very hurried. It was a rush job. It was completed by Sunday night after probably only a 12 to 14-hour period to do the work. And at that time, 2 things happened. We know that the new original was taken to Washington to INPIC for the making of sanitized briefing boards. The other thing that happened was that apparently dirty dupes were made of this new Zapruder film. Fuzzy, imperfect, black and white copies were made. Because today, in the 6th floor museum, there exists a set of dirty dupes, 3 dirty dupes made of the Zapruder film. It's the Zapruder film as we know it today. And one of these dirty dupes has the markings on it consistent with the exact frames that were reproduced in Life magazine in the November 29th issue. So you can tell this is the work print, if you will, that the people at Life worked with to put those first frames in the magazine. And I conclude that the reason Life magazine published such terrible versions of the Zapruder film, starting on Tuesday, the day after the funeral, in the November 29th issue, The reason the images were so poor and were black and white and were so fuzzy and muddy is because they didn't yet have the new original returned to them. It was still in the hands of the government. And the only thing that Hawkeye Works could get to Chicago Sunday night were these black and white dirty dupes. So it's my conclusion that that's why the first Z-frames published in Life magazine were of such poor quality. But the image content is the same as that in the film today. So I think a rush job was done at Hawkeye Works on Sunday. The technology of the day, the analog technology of the time, was only capable of altering certain things in a film. There was no CGI at the time, no computer-generated imagery, no digital technology. All they had was analog technology, the tried and true techniques used by Hollywood. So my conclusion is that the film was altered in a limited way, in the ways I've already discussed, by the use of optical printers and the technique of aerial imaging. It was a rush job. It was an imperfect job of alteration, very imperfect. Now, one unintended artifact of alteration, as I've already discussed, was speeding up the motion of the body to the left and the rear. Speeding that up and making it look so much more violent really implied a frontal shot, as we all know. That's the impression we get when we watch the Zapruder film for the first time. And it's the same impression we get when we watch the Zapruder film for the 100th time, is that guy was shot from the front. That, I believe, was an unintended artifact of alteration, of frame excision, optical frame excision, removal of exit-debris frames from the left rear. So the motion of the body speeded up. It made it look like JFK was shot from the front. That was not a good thing for the people engaged in this cover-up. The people trying to sell the legend of a lone assassin firing from above and behind. The other thing that was not good was the crude blackouts on the back of the head, which you can now see today with today's modern digitized scanning technology on individual frames of the Z film. You can see the blackouts of the back of the head, exactly where all the Dallas witnesses and Clint Hill saw an exit wound. You can see crude animation blacking out the back of the head. So because of these two problems, this is why I believe Life magazine suppressed the film as a motion picture for 12 years. Never once exploited it as a motion picture. Never once licensed it to anyone to use commercially as a motion picture for 12 years. After spending $100,000 extra to get its hands on the so-called original and to get motion picture rights, Life magazine didn't use that capability. That doesn't make any business sense, but it does make sense if the goal is to suppress the film. So let's go through what happened that weekend, and let's examine who Dino Brugione was and what happened during these two briefing board events. As I've discussed, an 8mm wide slit Zapruder film arrived at the National Photographic Interpretation Center Saturday night. It was there from about 10 p.m. Saturday night until about 3 a.m. Sunday morning, the 24th. Enlargements were made in the world's state-of-the-art enlarger, the 10 by 20 by 40 enlarger. Enlargements, that is, inner negatives were made, and then prints were made from the inner negatives, and briefing boards were made. This was event number one. As I've said, a second set of briefing boards, apparently of an altered Zapruder film, were prepared one day later at INPIC on the next evening, on the evening of Sunday, November 24th, and into Monday morning, 1963. As I've said, this second film was an unslit, 16mm wide, double-8 film displaying all the characteristics of an as-yet unslit camera original home movie. It was couriered to INPIC from a highly classified Kodak film lab in Rochester called the Hawkeye plant. Now, the Hawkeye plant was Kodak's name for its R&D facility. The CIA's name for the facility was a code name called Hawkeye Works. And the agent who brought the film to INPIC Sunday night said, "I've just come from Hawkeye Works in Rochester. That's where this film was developed." It's important to understand that the briefing boards from event number one apparently convinced CIA Director John McCone that JFK was not killed by a lone gunman, but rather by multiple shooters. Those briefing boards from event number one cannot be located today. These briefing boards from event number one, made by Dino Brugione and his team, were much different in character from the briefing boards made at event number two, 24 hours later. The briefing boards from event one, there were two briefing board sets. Each set was 2 panels joined together by a hinge in the middle so that they could be closed, like a butterfly's wings. And each of those panels was 20 by 22 inches. The hinge in the middle allowed them to close. The total number of prints on each one of those briefing board sets was 12 to 15 prints. And the only information displayed was frame number, which they had to count manually, frame number and magnification factor, how much they were enlarged in the enlarger. We know from the writings of historian Arthur Schlesinger Jr. in his book RFK and His Times that CIA Director John McCone got together with Bobby Kennedy, the deceased president's brother. He was still Attorney General in name, if not in fact, and told him shortly after the assassination that his conclusion was that there was more than one gunman, that there were 2 shooters. This first set of briefing boards from an unaltered Zapruder film is most likely the source of that conclusion, one would think. I think it's a reasonable speculation. Now, one set of briefing boards, as I've said, from Event 2 survives today in the National Archives. Unfortunately, the briefing boards from Event number 1 have disappeared. 2 briefing boards were made. One was for Director McCone. One was for the customer, the Secret Service. The Secret Service is the outfit that commissioned the making of the briefing boards. They wanted these made so they could brief government officials, so they could understand what had happened. So 2 sets were made. Neither one of them exists today. But we have one set of 4 briefing board panels, which are not connected by any hinge, one set of 4 panels that does exist today from Event number 2. Now, as I've said, Events 1 and 2 utilize completely different teams. In view of the reasons to suspect that this film has been altered, this is very suspicious activity. The team at Event number 2, Homer McMahon and his assistant Ben Hunter, were told by the Secret Service agent Bill Smith that they were not allowed to discuss their activity with anyone else, including their own supervisors. They were told that if their own supervisors questioned the reasons for their overtime, they were to refer them to Captain Sands. Captain Sands was the official who opened the building that night for Homer McMahon and Ben Hunter. Captain Sands was the deputy director of the facility. Bill Smith also told them that the image content in the film was to be treated as above top secret. There were no classification labels put on the briefing boards themselves, but they were told that it was to be treated as above top secret. Now, Dino Brugioni, who was the chief information officer at the INPIC, he was the right-hand man of the director, Arthur Lundell. Dino Brugioni has recalled a different image content for the head explosion in the Zapruder film than the head explosion we see in the film today. So if you access the Zapruder film today from any number of sources, and you look at frame 313, you will see that there's one frame that graphically depicts an explosion near President Kennedy's head. And the explosion is pink or red or orange in nature, depending on which version of the Zapruder film you look at. It's very bright in color. And the explosion is actually down low. It's down near the front part of his head. Actually, I think it's away from his head. It's not even on his head. It's like out here. But that head explosion is something that anyone who's watched the film, especially in slow motion, can readily recall. Dino Brugioni, a man with impeccable credentials, as I said, recalls a very different head explosion than seen in the film today. This is another reason to believe that he did see the camera original film Saturday night, and that the film he saw Saturday night was very different from the one seen the next day on Sunday evening at the same facility. 1 or 2 JFK researchers had contacted Dino Brugioni before 2009, but the information they got was hard to understand, and I don't think it was well documented. In 2009, Peter Janney, a JFK researcher in New England and the author of the book Mary's Mosaic, Peter Janney called Dino Brugioni out of the blue. It was a cold telephone call. And Peter said to Dino, "Are you Dino Brugioni, who used to work at INPIC?" And Dino said, "Yes, I am. What can I do for you?" Peter said, "Well, my father used to work for the CIA, and his name was Fred Janney." And Dino says, "Oh, yeah, I knew Fred Janney. I knew him well." And so Peter said, okay. So Peter said, I've been studying some interviews that the review board did with some NPIC employees about their work with the Zapruder film. And he said, I wanted to ask you some questions. He said, would you talk to me? Dino readily agreed. He said, sure. So during 2009, Peter Janney proceeded to interview Dino Brugione 8 or 9 times. Each of these was a lengthy interview recorded on MP3 media. Peter contacted me after the very first interview and said, I have an interesting witness here. Let me tell you what he just told me. Let's develop some more questions. So I worked with Peter Janney in a partnership throughout 2009 to develop a series of increasingly complex questions for Dino about the event he monitored. And by the end of the year, we had a pretty good feel for what he did on Saturday night, November 23rd, and early Sunday morning, November 24th. We had a pretty good sense of it. And I trusted Dino Brugione completely. If you Google Dino Brugione, or put him into any search engine, and read his biography on Wikipedia, you'll see that he is today the foremost living photo interpreter from the era of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. He knows more than anyone alive on the planet Earth, has more experience with photo interpretation from that era. And at that time, he was the world's second leading photo interpreter. The only person better than him was his boss, Arthur Lundell. And Arthur Lundell and Dino were the plank owners. They were the co-founders of the NPIC in 1955. So this is a high-level, reliable, highly credible expert we were dealing with, a man who had received a national medal for his work during the Cuban Missile Crisis. This man, Dino Brugione, was the chief information officer at NPIC. He made all the briefing boards for all the government officials made by NPIC for 3 decades. So he made briefing boards for President Eisenhower, he and his staff, for Presidents Kennedy and Johnson and Nixon, and attended personally many of the briefings in the White House cabinet room when his boss would go over, Arthur Lundell, with the notes that Dino had prepared. Arthur Lundell would give the briefing, would present the briefing boards. Dino would be sitting in the room. So Dino was a man who had access to presidents, who did work for presidents and cabinet members, and who was trusted by everyone. So by the end of 2009, we had a good account of what Dino had done during event number 1. And then we were surprised, as you so often are with witnesses, when you think you've got everything there is to get, you find out you were wrong. In 2011, Peter Janney visited Dino Brugione at his home, took with him an image of frame 313, the head explosion, and showed it to Dino Brugione and said, is this the head explosion you saw when you looked at the Zapruder film? You keep talking about how shocked you were when you saw the president's brains flying through the air. Is this what you saw? And Dino immediately said, no, this is not what I saw. And as he continued to talk with Peter, he became more and more agitated that the explosion he remembered was much bigger, went much higher in the air, and could not have been just 1 frame. Must have been many more frames than just 1 frame. Later that year, I conducted a video interview of Dino, in which he also told me that the head explosion he witnessed was not red or pink. It was a white mist, so it went much higher in the air. There was a huge piece of debris flying into the air from the president's head. The head explosion was a white mist, not red and bloody colored. So that cinched it for me that the film today, the Zapruder film we have today in the National Archives, is an altered film. That completely convinced me beyond any shadow of a doubt. So I'm going to play for you now an extended audio excerpt that's 4.5 minutes long of Peter Janney's interview with Dino in April of 2011 when Peter first showed him an image of frame 313. This is Dino Brugione's reaction to seeing that frame.
Okay, extant film, Dino. This is the only frame where you have any indication of, his brains exploding.
Oh, it went into the air. I remember it went in the air.
Was it more than 1 frame? It would have to have been, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, there's only one frame on the entire Zapruder film, frame 313, that gives any indication of that.
No, it was in the, I remember it was in the sky.
Yeah, but you see that's the only frame. It's just one frame. This, now we go up to 635, 335, but let's go back to 313, okay? That's the
There's
only...
no 314?
Yeah, there is a 314, but it has none of this, pink haze, blood water.
No, I remember all of us being shocked.
And was it going out the back when you saw it?
It was going out front.
It was going out the front.
Going up.
Up. Okay. But was it leaving a trail in the rear?
No, it was straight up.
Uh-huh.
I remember.
But if that event took place, wouldn't you suspect to see it on more than one frame?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And because you're shooting, what, 18 frames per second? Isn't that what that camera did?
There should have been more than one frame.
Yeah, right. There should have been. Because here now is a picture.
There's no doubt in my mind, and I remember all of us being shocked because I thought the spray was say 3 or 4 feet from his head.
Uh-huh. Up in the air?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, see, here we are again. I want to just have you look at this one more time. So
what I saw was more than that.
this is frame 313. So you saw more pink mist going up, straight up?
What I remember it was like right here,
Uh-huh.
but high.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't low, it was high.
Uh-huh. Now, okay, so this is the only frame on the whole Zapruder film that you get to see.
No, there was more than that.
So you're saying there was more than one frame, for sure. How many frames do you think there would be?
I don't know, but all I know is that we were shocked when we saw it.
Right. For nearly 50 years.
Well, now they claim that if you go down to the archives, you ask for the Zapruder film, they claim that that's the true one?
That's the true one, right. The one the frames that we just looked at. No? You're shaking your head. That's not the true one, is it? Is that what you mean?
I say the one that I saw, man, his head, it was way high off of his head.
Yeah. The debris.
And I can't imagine that there would only be one frame.
Right. That's it. Right there.
Because that film, I remember looking at the film, and I remember how shocked we were. All of us that were there were shocked.
And you wouldn't have, there couldn't have been that much of a shock if there was just one frame, right? That would have gone by pretty quickly.
No, that's right.
Right?
Yeah. So,
this is a pretty dramatic event that lasted probably, 2 or 3 seconds at least, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was more than just what I saw was more than what you had there.
Now I'd like to go back to the 2 NPIC events and summarize the differences between events 1 and 2. Event number 1 was presided over by Duty Officer Dino Brugioni, assisted by Ralph Pierce and Bill Banfield. A slit 8mm film was brought by 2 Secret Service agents directly from the airport at 10 p.m. Saturday night, November 23rd. This is significant. Directly from the airport. They had not yet seen the film. An 8mm projector had to be purchased to view it. 2 briefing boards were made after they left at 3 a.m. with the film in hand. The briefing boards were 2 panels each, joined by a hinge in the middle, and contained 12 to 15 prints. Now, event number 2 was quite different. It occurred 24 hours later, late Sunday night, well after dark, on November 24th. That's when it commenced. It ended on the next morning, November 25th. Navy Captain Sands, the deputy director of NPIC, introduced one Secret Service agent, Bill Smith, to Homer McMahon, the head of the Color Lab, and his young assistant, Ben Hunter, who had just gotten out of the Air Force and just gone to work for the CIA. Now, Bill Smith stated he couriered the original film from Hawkeye Works in Rochester, New York. The film was a 16mm unslit double-8 film. 3 sets of prints were made of each blow-up frame, and only one set of the 4-panel briefing board survives today, but we do have one set. Let's look at those images. This is panel number 1 from NPIC event number 2. So this is NPIC panel 1. This is all from event number 2. This is panel number 2. This is panel number 3. And this is panel number 4. The total number of frames is 28 frames. I've conducted an extensive frame assignment analysis of these 28 frames. These 28 frame numbers are written down in working notes made by Homer McMahon and Ben Hunter. So I compared each one of these frames with that frame number, that corresponding frame number in the film we know today in the archives. And they are all either exactly identical, in other words, the image content is the same, and the frame number is exactly the same, or it's only one frame number off. So there were a few frames later in the sequence where the frame number is one frame off, and I account that to simple human fatigue and error during the counting process, because these people had to count the frames by hand. I mean, they're not numbered on the film. They had to count them by hand, and you're dealing with an 8mm strip of film that's very thin, and it would have been a very tedious process. So my frame assignment analysis verifies to me that the images on these briefing boards, as I said earlier, are the same as in the extant film in the archives today. That tells me that the alteration was completed. The same wounds seen in the Zapruder film in the archives today were seen in Life magazine in the November 29th issue. So I want to reiterate, the alteration was a rush job. There were only so many things that could be done to the film with the technology of the day, and it was completed after 12 to 14 hours. I'd like to point out one more thing about these 4 briefing board panels. If you look at the head explosion on panel 4, which you can see here, you'll see 2 colored triangles below the print. That possibly implies a double headshot. On the 4 briefing board panels, there are a total of 6 colored triangles. They clearly, they seem to me to be someone's impression or idea of how many shots hit the occupants of the limousine. Let's go back, in fact, let's go back and look at panel 1 and look for the colored triangles. Now in this panel, in panel number 1, you can see 2 colored triangles. One is in between the first 2 frames, and just below the frames, there is a red triangle. And then on the second row, as the limousine begins to come out from behind the Stemmons Freeway sign, you see another colored triangle. So that's 2 triangles on panel 1. Let's go to panel 2. On panel 2, there's another colored triangle in the middle row between the first and second prints. It's a blue triangle. Let's go to panel 3. Panel 3 displays 1 colored triangle. It's on the first row, just prior to the first print on the left. So that's 4 so far. Let's go to the final panel, panel 4. You see 2 colored triangles below frame 313, the headshot. So to reiterate, there are a total of 6 colored triangles in the surviving briefing board panels. It's of great interest to me and should be to anyone who studies the film. I don't have definitive proof as to what they represented, but I think it's a reasonable conclusion that it was somebody's idea of where shots hit occupants of the limousine. Now this is a photograph in this slide of Dino Brucioni as he appeared in 2011 when I conducted my video interview of him. His mind was still very sharp. He was 91 years old at the time. His mind was extremely sharp. You can watch an interview online with me discussing the Zapruder film and with extended excerpts of Dino Brucioni discussing the Zapruder film that's been put online by Irish filmmaker Shane O'Sullivan. It's at the Vimeo site. At the end of this presentation, I will give you the address to my blog site. My blog site will lead you to the link to that 85-minute interview. But if you want to assess Dino Brucioni's credibility yourself, I encourage you to watch that 85-minute interview. You can make your own decision. Now, this slide summarizes the fact that Dino Brucioni is adamant that he did not make the 4 briefing board panels that are in the archives today. He insisted on this to Peter Janney in 2009 in numerous interviews, and he reaffirmed it for me in his July 2011 video interview. This confirms that there were 2 events that weekend. Now, I'm going to talk very briefly, about an ongoing effort in Hollywood to analyze the altered image content in the Zapruder film. 2 close friends of mine in California, Sidney Wilkinson and Tom Whitehead, together engaged in a joint husband-wife research project back in 2008. Sidney decided to purchase a duplicate 35mm negative, a dupe negative of the Zapruder film from the National Archives. She knew that the film had been purchased by the American people at great expense. She knew it was in the archives. She decided she wanted to purchase a copy of the Zapruder film. So after she obtained permission from the copyright holder, the archives told her to select which contractor she wanted, and they authorized her to have a contractor make a 35mm dupe negative of the film. So she has a 35mm dupe negative, which is only a 3rd-generation copy. It's a copy very, very close to the original. I'll be discussing in the next slide this research effort, which is ongoing in California, to study the image content in the film. Sidney did not know what to expect when she purchased this dupe negative of the Z film. She was just curious about all the film issues. She didn't know what to believe, whether it was altered or not. And she shared a natural curiosity with many of us, so she decided to do something about it. So for the cost of $795, she purchased a 35mm dupe negative, which, by the way, any of you can do if you so desire. Okay, in just one slide, I'm going to briefly discuss the research effort going on out in California. My friends in California, once they received the dupe negative, they made 2 sets of digital scans of the film. One was an HD scan of the same resolution that you see in your large screen TV set today. Your high definition TV set, 1920 by 1080 pixels per frame, is the same resolution of one set, their HD set of scans. They made a second set of digital scans of each frame at this current state-of-the-art 6K, which means that one 6K scan of one Zapruder film frame has a total of over 28.6 million pixels of information per frame. 6,144 pixels on one axis by 4,668 on another axis. Very, very high resolution. The current film restorations for famous films such as Lawrence of Arabia and the 10 Commandments were done in 4K. So these 6K digital scans of the dupe negative of the Z film are very important forensic tools. The scans were done in logarithmic color, not the linear color that you see in documentaries and television shows. So at first glance, they appear to be a little bit flat scans, a little bit washed out, but they reveal a maximum in image content. Anybody in the film industry who studies film in a forensic manner is going to use logarithmic color to study the film. When they're finished doing their study and their manipulations, they then convert it back to linear for public display. So to sum up here, the digital scans of numerous frames in this 35mm dupe negative reveal significant anomalies, which appear to be crude blacking out of the true exit wound seen at Parkland Hospital. Was this possible with the technology of the day? In other words, was it possible to use animation techniques, the kind of animation techniques that Walt Disney would use in a cartoon to black out wounds in a photograph and possibly paint on other wounds onto the images? The answer is yes. This slide which I obtained from a 1965 textbook called The Technique of Special Effects Cinematography by Professor Raymond Fielding, depicts what is known as an aerial imaging setup. Now, a professional in the trade who worked in those times would call this an aerial optical printer. This is a schematic simplified diagram of what a modified optical printer would look like in an aerial imaging setup. An animation stand is installed in the middle of the gear. The original frames, which are projected from a camera on the floor, are sent up through a condenser lens. They're blown up in size. They're projected onto the animation stand, and an acetate cell is placed on top of the animation stand, which is perfectly clear. You can draw any artwork you want on the acetate cell. You can black out the back of the head where the exit wound is. You can paint on new wounds on the top of the head, which match the autopsy photographs if you want. And then that altered image is rephotographed one time by a process camera at the top of the image here. So the beauty of aerial imaging is it requires a minimum of time and only one pass with a process camera. So each frame that you would alter with animation would be rephotographed one time with a process camera, and in that way, a new film could be created. This next slide shows a photograph from Fielding's textbook of a modified Oxbury optical printer with an animation stand in the middle. And you'll notice from the dress of the individual in the photo that this photo was clearly taken in the 1950s. He's not wearing 1960s clothing. What I'd like to show you now is a blow-up of this image, which you can now see on your screens. You can see the animation stand in the center of the image. The man is looking down at the animation stand. The process camera is at the top of the rig, and the playback camera is at the bottom. And for those of you who have a really good screen and can read the text, you can see that it says that aerial imaging is self-matting and only one pass is required to produce a new film frame. So yes, I conclude that the technology was available in 1963 to alter the Zapruder film in the ways that I have postulated. The technology did not exist in 1963 to alter significant aspects of the film. For example, to alter the motion of the president's body in the car. That's why we have an altered Zapruder film, and yet it shows apparent evidence of conspiracy, of a shot from the front. Back and to the left. The president's body is slammed back and to the left. The reason that's still in the film and wasn't removed is because the technology did not exist to remove that part of the image. The only technology available, as I can best determine, and as my film friends in Hollywood can best determine, was the ability to black something out or paint something on. That was about it. You could not add new bodies to the film or change the position of bodies. You could remove frames optically through step printing, but you could not perform miracles. So I conclude that the alteration was limited in nature, was rushed by time considerations, because at the time no one knew what investigations there would be of the assassination. People were anticipating congressional investigations in both houses. They were anticipating a Texas inquest and anticipating who knows what, and a trial they were anticipating. So at least early Sunday morning they were. And so in my opinion, it was a rush job, and that's why it was imperfect. And that's why we can detect the alterations today, is because it was a bad job. It was a rush job. The alterations were imperfect, were not extremely well done, and were limited by the technology of the day. They were good enough to show this film at regular speed on a little homemade movie screen with an 8mm home projector and fool somebody. The alterations were not good enough to loan the film to an expert and let him examine frame by frame in high magnification. Now let's review Dino Brugioni's recollections of the headshot. Let's review what he says about the headshot that he saw that is different from the headshot we know today. Number one, he says the head explosion was quite shocking, much higher in the air than in frame 313, and that a large piece of skull or other biological material was launched into the air. He does not recall the red mist seen in frame 313 today. Instead, he recalls a white mist. And he insists that the head explosion he witnessed was of such a duration and time that it could not have been just one frame. It had to consist of more than one frame. Dino is adamant about this. Let me explain how we can be so sure. The factory-designed operating speed of the Zapruder camera was 16 frames per second. As tested after the assassination, the average speed was determined to be a little bit fast, about 18.3 frames per second. But whether the film was shot at 16 or 18, that's 16 or 18 different photographs taken of action every second. And if there had been a massive head explosion, with mist hanging in the air and debris flying through the air, surely it would have lasted more than 1/16th or 1/18th of a second, surely. And apparently Dino's recollection is so vivid of some sense of time duration of what they all witnessed that he's convinced that it cannot have just been one frame. So he doubts the validity of the current film. He doubts its authenticity for all three of these reasons. Now, Professor Raymond Fielding, the author of the textbook I mentioned earlier, has been quoted by one of my adversaries in this matter as saying the following, quote, "If such an attempt at image manipulation had occurred in 1963, the results could not possibly have survived professional scrutiny," unquote. That's what's happening today in California. About 40 film professionals in Los Angeles have viewed the digital scans of these frames from the Z film. All of them have said that the so-called shadows on the back of the head, the blacking out, look extremely peculiar, unlike anything they've ever seen come out of a camera, unlike anything made by nature. And about a third of these people have just flat said outright, this film's been altered and this is the proof. Many of them suspect that the large head wound seen on top of President Kennedy's head and on the right side, many of them suspect that that part of the image has been added on as an alteration also. And some of the people that have said this are people that don't know anything about the Kennedy assassination. They don't know anything about the autopsy photos. They just said, this doesn't look right. So it's my contention that the quote by Professor Fielding is correct, that that type of alteration would not withstand professional scrutiny because today it is not withstanding such scrutiny. It has never been subjected to that kind of scrutiny until the present day. Professionals in Hollywood, film editors, film restoration experts, and colorists begin viewing the 35mm dupe negative digital scans back in 2009. And people are still being shown these images today. The film, as it exists today, as viewed with today's enhanced technology, is not withstanding professional scrutiny. So all I can tell you is to stay tuned. My friends in California are working very hard on a documentary and will release it as soon as possible. But I believe that this documentary will change the world and will convince the world that the Zapruder film is not an authentic film, not as we know it today. So in summary, the Zapruder film had to hide the results of a fatal shot from the front and also depict a large exit wound, consistent with the autopsy wound photos, in order to sell the idea of a lone assassin firing from behind. Now, the two compartmentalized in-pick operations with the Z film and what happened to the film in between those two operations, which I've already discussed in depth, are evidence that alteration did take place and that it was carried out by the U.S. government immediately after the assassination. The Secret Service and the CIA were all over this film the weekend of the assassination. All over it. Intense interest was expressed. And the film went to a place where the capability surely existed to alter the film. I'm talking about optical printers at Hawkeye Works. Now, Dino Brugione visited Hawkeye Works more than once, and he told me that he visited it at least once before the assassination. And the director of the facility, Mr. Green, who worked for Kodak, told Dino that, quote, they could do anything with film at Hawkeye Works. Mr. Green said, we can do anything. So Dino did not tour the entire facility. He toured the part of the facility dedicated to U-2 and Corona satellite photography. But the director of the facility repeatedly told him that they had incredible capabilities to do things with films. Apparently, the one thing they could not do was do 40 times magnification with it and larger. So, film had to go twice to Washington to make these blow-ups for briefing boards, because Washington had the 10 by 20 by 40 above state-of-the-art and larger. But you can be sure that since Hawkeye Works was a research and development facility for new motion picture products, that it had optical printers. And from there, you can figure out the rest of the story. Now, this alteration at Hawkeye Works occurred on Sunday. It occurred one day after the first autopsy photographs were developed. The first autopsy photos were developed on Saturday, November 23rd. So by that time, the size and scope of the head wound was known. The Zapruder film had to be made to match, roughly match, the so-called wound damage seen in the autopsy photographs. An entire new film was created at the Hawkeye plant in Rochester, masquerading as an apparent camera original film. So to conclude here, the research being conducted on the digital scans on the West Coast revealed that the alteration included hiding the true exit wound in the rear of the skull, and much other evidence indicates that a false exit wound was almost certainly painted on frames of JFK's head, consistent with the official cover story. Now, you can go to almost any version of the Z film available today at YouTube or in any book, or you can access the DVD, Image of an Assassination, and examine frame 317 as closely as possible. I also encourage you to examine frames 321 and 323 and one of the Stemmons freeway signs, frame 220. In frame 220, you'll see a serious anomaly in the corner of the sign, and the pictures are worth 1,000 words. So those are the 4 frames I would refer people to. Frame 220, 317 especially, 321, and 323. Now, there are 2 additional frames which are of great interest, frames 335 and 337, which you can view in any version of the Zapruder film. Frames 335 and 337 depict an enormous wound on top of the head and on the right side of the head that no one saw in Dallas, Texas. No one saw it in Dealey Plaza. No one saw it at Parkland Hospital. And that is the reason that those frames are of particular interest to researchers, is they show a wound that just wasn't seen by anybody in Dallas the day the president was assassinated. So, this is the point I'm trying to make. If you believe the Dallas doctors, and you believe they're trustworthy, and you believe Clint Hill, and you believe Tom Robinson, and you believe the 2 FBI agents at the autopsy, and you believe Admiral Berkeley and Captain Canada that the president had an exit wound in the right rear of his head, shouldn't it trouble you that you don't see that exit wound in the Zapruder film today? Because you don't. Instead of that wound, you see a very, very dark area. And in frame 317, the dark area has unusually straight edges. It looks very artificial, very unlike a real shadow on human hair. So, study the images yourself and make up your own mind. But, once again, if you believe the president had an exit wound here, you should be asking yourself, why don't I see that on the Zapruder film? There was more than enough light that day in Dealey Plaza to expose such a wound, if it had been present. You don't see it in the extant film. Instead, you see a black patch in several frames. This is the key to understanding and believing that the film was altered. I would say the second most important fact to keep in mind is the head explosion, and the fact that Dino Brugione saw a very different head explosion than you see in the film today. Dino Brugione's high degree of trustworthiness and his high level of credibility have convinced me, and have convinced Peter Janney and many other people, that he's telling the truth when he says he saw a very different head explosion in the Z film than we see today. I trust his recollections. So by now you should begin to see a very serious pattern in the evidence. The chain of custody of key evidence is disrupted or falls apart time after time. The chain of custody in the Tippit shooting falls apart. The shell casings and the bullets from the Tippit shooting fall apart. They don't match each other, and they don't match the initials, markings people made on them that day. So that evidence is suspect. The chain of custody of the magic bullet, Commission Exhibit 399, falls apart if you read the FBI report written in July 1964. Somebody in the FBI was honest. Somebody told an agent to go out in the field and interview everyone who handled the magic bullet, the stretcher bullet, the day it was found. And somebody did that. And they wrote an honest report. And if you read that report, you're going to be shocked at how the chain of custody of that bullet simply falls apart. The bullet in the archives today is not the same shape or type as the bullet found on a stretcher. And several of the witnesses say they could not positively identify it as the bullet they handled that day. I believe only one witness said that he could, and that was the last fellow who handled it. So the chain of custody on the autopsy report, as you now know, has completely fallen apart. The original draft was burned. The original notes were burned, except for one page. The first signed copy disappeared, and the autopsy report in the archives is at least the third written version. So there's no chain of custody there. The chain of custody of the autopsy photo collection is seriously suspect, since there are as many as 18 views missing today. I discuss the details of this in my book in Chapter 4. So not only are there missing autopsy photographs, but as we know, many of the photographs depict images that are completely inconsistent with what was seen in Dallas. And some autopsy photographs, like the back of the head images, depict things that no one saw in Dallas, and that very few people say they saw at the Bethesda autopsy. Only the 3 autopsy pathologists who are already in this cover-up up to here, only those 3 people have looked at the back of the head photos and claimed that, well, yes, that's pretty much the way the head looked, except that the entrance wound is in the wrong place. Everyone else at the autopsy that I know of has looked at those images and said, that's not what I saw at the autopsy. I saw the right rear of the head missing, or I saw the whole head opened up like this, after the surgery. So I think the autopsy photographs would be challenged on an individual basis at trial, and very few, if any, would be admitted to trial. The final point that I'd like to reiterate is that the chain of custody of the brain photos in the autopsy photo collection has been destroyed. They cannot be images of JFK's brain. They're taken on the wrong kind of film. They're shot from the wrong vantage point. They don't include the pictures of sections that were taken. And one point that I failed to mention earlier is that one of our consultants at the review board, Dr. Kirshner, who was a forensic pathologist of worldwide repute, Dr. Kirshner looked at those brain images, and without really knowing much about the Kennedy assassination, he said, this brain looks very old. He said, this brain is at least 2 or 3 weeks old because it's very well fixed. It is not pink in color at all. It's all gray. And he said, so this brain could not have had these photos taken soon after the autopsy. I looked at Jeremy Gunn and he looked at me, and we knew that that was a gotcha moment. That was an epiphany, because we know that President Kennedy's brain was examined 3 days after the autopsy, on Monday, November 25th, 2.5 days later, not 3, and that it would not have had this appearance. It would not have looked gray. It would have looked pink or red at the brain exam. So all of these multiple proofs point to one pattern: interrupted chain of custody, destruction of evidence, and substitution of false evidence. So if you have felt uncomfortable for years with the conclusions of the Warren Commission, now you have several good reasons to back up your displeasure and your discomfort. The medical evidence is the biggest mess that I've ever seen as an analyst and an investigator, and it just is a house of cards that has collapsed. So what does the cover-up mean? let's examine some of these ideas together. The U.S. government controlled the evidence in the JFK assassination, especially the medical evidence, not the mafia, not the Cubans, and not the Soviet Union. The widespread destruction and alteration of evidence therefore implies a U.S. government need to lie about the facts of JFK's death. Now, you can argue about why they would want to lie, but it's clear that the government wanted to and did lie about the facts of JFK's death. LBJ's primary concern in establishing the Warren Commission was not fact-finding, it was rumor control. One of his primary goals was to shut down other investigations, to shut down congressional investigations in the House and Senate, and to shut down a Texas inquest, which he knew was coming. He succeeded in shutting down those other investigations with the Warren Commission. There's a memo that exists today written by a Warren Commission staffer called the Eisenberg Memo. It was written by Melvin Eisenberg. He recorded the statements of Earl Warren made during Earl Warren's first meeting with his staff. Here is a copy on your screen of the Eisenberg Memo. You can see from this memo that LBJ's primary concern was rumor control. He was concerned that others had blamed the assassination on a faction which wanted him in power, and he didn't like that rumor. Chief Justice Warren also mentioned to his staff that LBJ had used the fear of nuclear war to twist Warren's arm and to get him to chair this commission, which Earl Warren did not want to chair. But LBJ trotted out the World War III cover story and used it to instill fear into Warren, and Warren agreed to chair the commission. There's no doubt in my mind that this excuse or this cover story was used by government officials at a high level with many of the mid-level people involved in the cover-up. Most of the mid-level people involved in the cover-up were not guilty of anything sinister. They were following orders, and they probably thought they were doing something patriotic to help their country and to defend against a third world war. The Kennedy family did not believe the official story. They believed there had been a large domestic conspiracy to kill JFK, and they sent a family emissary, artist Bill Walton, to the Soviet Union to so inform the Soviet government. This story about the Kennedy family's beliefs regarding the assassination immediately after the event and about the emissary they sent to the Soviet Union is in the book One Hell of a Gamble, and I highly recommend that anyone interested in this story read this book, which is co-authored by Naftali and Forsenko. The authors accessed KGB files which recorded the content of the meetings between the Kennedy family emissary, Bill Walton, and the KGB agent, Georgy Bolshakov, in Moscow. So I believe this is an accurate source for what the Kennedy family representative told the Russians at the time, and what they told them was, we don't hold you responsible for the assassination. We don't think you had anything to do with it. We believe it was a large domestic conspiracy. Most people I know don't study the assassination because they think it's a parlor game or something fun to do. They study it because they want to understand whether or not their government told them the truth. They want to understand what exactly happened in 1963. So why was JFK killed? At the height of America's Cold War with the Soviet Union, President Kennedy was pursuing foreign policy objectives that were anathema to the national security establishment. Namely, he turned down recommendations to invade Cuba on 3 occasions, once in 1961 and twice in 1962. Let me elaborate on that. In 1961, when the Bay of Pigs invasion, the exile invasion sponsored by the CIA, approved by Kennedy, failed, and failed immediately, the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the CIA pressured President Kennedy to intervene militarily and to save the invasion. He refused because he had warned the other federal agencies before the Bay of Pigs was launched that under no circumstances would U.S. forces be involved. He was willing to help freedom fighters recapture their homeland. He was not willing to involve the U.S. military in an aggressive war in this hemisphere against a Latin American neighbor. So he decided he would rather take one on the chin and admit some embarrassment to the United States that its exile invasion that it had sponsored had failed, rather than be a liar. So he chose not to be a liar and to stick by his guns. An interview with Allen Dulles many years later, former director of the CIA, revealed that Dulles believed, at the time of the Bay of Pigs, that the president would do whatever was required to save the operation, no matter how the operation unfolded. Daniel Shore, former CBS newsman, expressed his opinion on NPR radio a few years ago that President Kennedy was the victim of a covert operation in the Bay of Pigs, in which many of the people who launched the exile invasion knew it was likely to fail and didn't care and thought that it would suck the president in and force him to commit U.S. military resources to retaking Cuba. That's an opinion I concur with. There were two other occasions when President Kennedy opted not to invade Cuba. One was in the spring of 1962. And actually, in the spring of 62, he refused twice, or rather his administration did. The first refusal was when he rejected Operation Northwoods. Now, Operation Northwoods, these pretexts for invasion, died at some level. We don't know whether it died at the SecDef's desk, at Secretary McNamara's desk, or at the White House, but it died. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Lyman Lemnitzer, who had a very rocky and very contentious relationship with President Kennedy, brought up the subject again at a meeting in March. And the president summarily dismissed the idea of unilateral U.S. military invasion or U.S. Pretexts for starting a war. He summarily rejected this attempt by Lemnitzer to resurrect the Northwoods idea. And a month later, on April 10th of 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff sent a blistering memo to the Secretary of Defense. This memo, dated April 10th, 62, was a lecture, a scolding, and a tutorial to Robert S. McNamara, telling him that the existence of a communist regime in Cuba was incompatible with the security requirements of the U.S. and the Western Hemisphere, that we had to invade with U.S. forces immediately, that we should do it right away before we let the reserves go home. They also said that they thought we could invade Cuba without the risk of general war. General war was the code name in those days for a worldwide nuclear conflict. So they thought we could do it and get away with it without the risk of general war. And they demanded that it be done in the near future. We don't know what McNamara's response was, but it didn't happen. So that's really two occasions, back-to-back, in the spring of 62, where Kennedy refused to invade. President Kennedy's final refusal to invade Cuba occurred during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and it was the one act that I think the national security establishment never forgave him for. The consensus during the missile crisis was that the United States should bomb the hell out of Cuba and follow with a U.S. military invasion to make sure once and for all that the Castro regime was taken down and that all the missiles were removed. President Kennedy instructed the military to prepare for invasion and did so in full sight of the world. And indeed, that was one of the strategies that worked in our favor, is that our adversaries knew that we were preparing to do so if necessary. So they took the threat of invasion seriously. Once the Cuban Missile Crisis was resolved through diplomacy instead of through invasion, President Kennedy had a meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff to thank them for their assistance and advice during the crisis. The meeting was not anything like he had hoped it would be. It was acrimonious and contentious, and General LeMay in particular, as well as Admiral Anderson, the head of the Navy, expressed extreme displeasure, told the president we lost, we should wipe them out. We should invade today and wipe them out. We've lost. It's the biggest defeat in our history, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Admiral Anderson said, we've been had. It was General LeMay that said, it's the biggest defeat in our history. We should wipe them out today. I don't think these people ever forgave the president for refusing to invade Cuba during the missile crisis. And I think that more than any other factor, this acrimony was the proximate cause of the beginning of the assassination plot. Many things occurred during 1963 in which President Kennedy was rapidly changing the course of American foreign policy at the height of the Cold War. All of these things upset the same group of people, the people that ran the CIA and the people in the Pentagon. But that was just adding insult to injury. The main injury in their eyes was failure to invade Cuba. Cuba was the obsession of the national security establishment from 1959 on. And I think it was the proximate cause of the assassination plot, President Kennedy's decision not to invade. Of course, I'm one of the people that's extremely grateful today that he did not do so. There's one more reason that President Kennedy's Cuba policy was completely unacceptable to the national security establishment. And by this I mean the Pentagon and the CIA. President Kennedy, we now know, was engaged in secret negotiations, or I should say negotiations that he thought were secret, to develop better relations with Castro's Cuba. So instead of invading Cuba and removing the Castro regime, which is what the national security establishment wanted him to do, President Kennedy was attempting to establish communication channels with Castro through his secret emissary, Ambassador Bill Atwood, late in 1963. And Ambassador Atwood was using a journalist, a reporter named Lisa Howard. They were both making phone calls, and Lisa Howard's phone calls in particular were being monitored by the NSA and being intercepted. So this attempt at rapprochement with Castro's Cuba, in which the message was going to be, we can live with your government and we can normalize relations, providing you cut your ties with the Soviet Union. If you kick out the Russian advisors and you sever your economic ties with the Soviet Union, all of our good relations can be restored and you have no reason to fear the United States. That was the policy toward which Kennedy was moving. He made that policy clear to a French journalist, Jean Daniel. Daniel delivered the message to Fidel Castro that Kennedy had some sympathy with the Cuban Revolution, that all things could be restored to normal relations if the right conditions were met. And on that very day, President Kennedy was assassinated. So knowledge of this secret attempt at a rapprochement with Cuba by the national security establishment certainly didn't help Kennedy's cause, and they were surely aware of it in September and October and November of 1963. So this has to be added to another one of the reasons why President Kennedy was killed. History tells us today what we didn't know in 1963. The Soviet Union not only shipped and set up 36 medium-range ballistic missiles with 1 megaton nuclear warheads on Cuba in an attempt to prevent a U.S. invasion and to equalize the nuclear imbalance, in which they were at a great disadvantage at the time. But they also shipped to Cuba, to protect the medium-range nuclear missiles, 102 battlefield nuclear weapons. Now, about 4 of these were nuclear mines for use underwater. I think 6 were nuclear bombs that could have been delivered by the IL-28 medium bombers. But the majority of these were missiles that would have been fired at invasion ships or invasion beaches in the event of a U.S. invasion. 12 of the battlefield nukes were Luna missiles, which had very small nuclear warheads, which nevertheless could have destroyed ships and killed a lot of soldiers on the beach. There were 80 so-called FKR cruise missiles, which were like miniature unpiloted drone MiG aircraft, with Hiroshima-size nuclear warheads inside, which could have destroyed a city or a naval base like Guantanamo. In fact, that was the plan. During the missile crisis, unknown to us at the time, one of the Soviet commanders had moved 3 FKR missile batteries close to Guantanamo Bay. This was revealed in the book by Michael Dobbs called 8 Minutes to Midnight. He was intending to fire those in the event of a U.S. invasion. There's no bones about it. Guantanamo Bay would have been destroyed by nuclear fire, and the nuclear escalation would have begun, worldwide probably. When the battlefield nukes were introduced into Cuba, the rules of engagement at that time were that the local commanders had permission to fire the battlefield nuclear weapons in the event of a U.S. invasion and in the event they could not contact Moscow. I want to repeat that. The local commanders had permission to use the nuclear weapons on their own, the battlefield nukes, in the event the U.S. invaded Cuba. On the day that President Kennedy made his missile crisis speech on October 22nd, 1962, at that time, an alarmed Premier Khrushchev in the Soviet Union rescinded the authority for the local commanders in Cuba to use the battlefield nukes. But the fact remains that many of these Soviet military people who were in Cuba at the time have been interviewed subsequently, and they have said in no uncertain terms that if there had been an invasion, they would have used the weapons. They were not going to ignominiously surrender to the Americans and raise their hands. They would have used the weapons on the American invaders, and quite frankly, World War III would have begun, because then the American president would have had no choice but to retaliate with nuclear fire somewhere else in the world against the Soviet Union. And that would have quickly escalated into World War III. So I'm very grateful, as I said, that President Kennedy did not invade, because it would have resulted in a catastrophe. The CIA knew nothing about the battlefield nuclear warheads that were on Cuba. They knew nothing about the 102 battlefield nukes. The CIA had only discovered one type of cruise missile prior to the end of the missile crisis, and that was near the very end of the crisis on Thursday, October 25th. The CIA discovered in photography that there were some Frog missiles on the island. They didn't know whether the Frogs had nuclear warheads or not. It's unclear what the CIA told President Kennedy about the Frogs. We still don't know. That information is still classified. But the planning throughout the entire missile crisis was made on the assumption that we could invade with near impunity, with the knowledge that the Soviets wouldn't be able to seriously oppose us. So those assumptions were wrong on two counts. We did not know about the battlefield nukes, and the United States seriously underestimated the number of Soviet troops on the island, and only later realized that the forces were much more robust and much larger than they had suspected at the time. And when the Americans began to learn, American historians and prior officials, former officials such as Secretary McNamara, began to learn in 1992 and 3 that the Soviets had hit battlefield nukes in Cuba, they were absolutely terrified, petrified. McNamara, in particular, became quite emotional on national television in a Larry King interview, and was horrified at what would have ensued because he knew how close we were to invasion. So I'm very grateful that we didn't invade. But of course, at the time, the Pentagon and the CIA were very resentful that President Kennedy chose not to invade Cuba during the missile crisis. The Vietnam withdrawal orders were cemented without any doubt by Robert McNamara at the May 1963 SecDef conference in Hawaii. We now know that. NSAM 263, National Security Action Memo 263, was issued on October 11th, 1963, codifying and formalizing that withdrawal. McNamara discussed it at length during the SecDef conference in May '63 in Hawaii, but it was made a presidential order by NSAM 263 in October of 1963. And that NSAM also specified, in the fine print as it were, that all U.S. forces were to be withdrawn from Vietnam by the end of 1965. So the order in NSAM 263 was to pull out 1,000 men by the end of the year and to remove all U.S. forces by the end of 1965. That is a fact. It's no longer a subject of debate. Another reason why I believe JFK was killed was that he was working very hard to end the Cold War and to pursue peaceful coexistence with the Soviet Union. President Kennedy's most important speech, in my view, was the so-called peace speech at American University in June of 1963. President Kennedy's peace speech was a great act of courage to propose ending the Cold War and proving that you were serious about it by signing a nuclear test ban treaty with your adversary, the Soviet Union. But that's what he did. He not only advocated acceleration of efforts to sign a nuclear test ban treaty, he also began to talk about disarmament in that speech. So the peace speech at American University on June 10th, 1963, to use a graphic metaphor, was probably the final nail in Kennedy's coffin. If there was anyone in the national security establishment at a high level that was wavering or unsure about the assassination plot at that time, I'm sure that that made up their minds for them. President Kennedy was pursuing widespread changes to American foreign policy, which would have become permanent in his second term if he had been reelected. His reelection seemed imminent and unstoppable to all insiders, to everyone in the know. Everyone knew he would be facing Barry Goldwater from the Republican Party. Everybody knew that he could beat the pants off Goldwater in an election because Kennedy would present himself successfully and truthfully as a moderate and as a change agent, and Goldwater would present himself as a warmonger and a hawk, which of course is exactly what Goldwater did in 1964 against Lyndon Johnson, and he lost that election badly. Lyndon Johnson won in a landslide, partly because of Kennedy's legacy and Kennedy's memory, and partly because of fear of Barry Goldwater by the American people. Now, the peace speech at American University, as eloquent as it was just the tip of the iceberg. President Kennedy, early in his term, had begun exchanging secret correspondence with Premier Khrushchev of the Soviet Union. The men were from very different cultures and very different personal backgrounds, and they needed this tool to help them better understand each other and to get to trust each other. After the resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis, both men were shaken and horrified at how close we had come to general war, as the Pentagon called it. So their secret correspondence accelerated following the missile crisis and continued throughout 1963 along the same themes present in the peace speech. So there was a serious man-to-man negotiation underway, mano a mano, between Jack Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev through secret letters during the end of 1962 and throughout 1963 about ways to end the Cold War. So the most visible aspect of this effort on their part to end the Cold War and to de-escalate tensions was the successful implementation of a limited nuclear test ban treaty in the summer of 1963. And not only did Kennedy sign a treaty with the Soviets, not only did his representatives sign the treaty in Moscow, but he successfully shepherded this treaty through the Senate and ended up signing the instruments of ratification in October of 1963. It was his proudest achievement. But there were going to be other things to come. So this secret correspondence was concerned with things like disarmament, the natural follow-on to any nuclear test ban treaty. If an arms control agreement of any kind had been consummated in Jack Kennedy's second term, that was going to be the reason to justify the American president's visit to Moscow for the first time. Jack Kennedy confirmed to close associates like Bill Walton, who was the family's emissary later after his assassination. He confirmed to close associates that he did intend to visit Moscow. He was hopeful that he could do that in his second term. And signing a nuclear arms agreement of some kind would have been the perfect capstone and justification for that visit. So this secret correspondence, unfortunately, was not totally secret. Some letters were completely private between President Kennedy and Khrushchev, and some of the letters were routed through the State Department before they went out and for comment afterwards. So this effort wasn't totally secret, and it cannot have made anyone in the national security establishment happy at the time. In addition to the peace speech and its proposal that we sign a nuclear test ban treaty with the Soviet Union, President Kennedy was proposing ending his most popular program with the American people. He was proposing ending the Apollo program to land on the moon. Now, the unstated and unspoken goal of Kennedy's space program and the Apollo program was to beat the Soviet Union to the moon, to finally gain the upper ground, the high ground in the space race. So Jack Kennedy and his advisors in 1961, in a state of depression and near panic after the Bay of Pigs fiasco, had selected the moon as the best goal to select in which we could definitely beat the Soviet Union in space. At the time, we were number 2 and they were number 1. And at the time, number 2 was last. The program was very popular with the Congress. It was very popular with big business, with the aerospace industry, and very popular with the American people. Everyone felt in their gut, everyone felt viscerally that this was our chance to embarrass the Soviets and to get our pride back and to beat them to the moon. Everybody was behind this program. Jack Kennedy, the initiator of the moon landing goal, was the one person in government who was having second thoughts. He gave a speech to the United Nations in September of 1963 in which he proposed going to the moon jointly with the Soviet Union instead of separately. He said, why should nations race when they can work together? To him, it was the best way to demonstrate a new détente with the Soviet Union, a new cooperation, the best way to demonstrate peaceful coexistence, and the best way to stop demonizing the Russians, to work with them in a joint project in space. He proposed this in the United Nations in September of '63. The reaction within the American defense establishment and national security establishment must have been abject horror. I mean, truly. Initially, he did not receive any response from Khrushchev because Khrushchev was a little paranoid and he was afraid that the Americans would try to steal Soviet technology, which ended up being a joke because they never did make it to the moon and we landed 6 times successfully. President Kennedy indicated how serious he was about this goal of a joint lunar landing by sending a national security action to the head of NASA, James Webb, in November of 1963. In the month of his death, he sent a presidential order, which he called a national security order, which he personally signed to James Webb, ordering Mr. Webb to begin these cooperative efforts with the Soviets of going to the moon together, and he wanted reports by mid-December. President Kennedy did not even sign the Vietnam withdrawal order. His national security advisor, McGeorge Bundy, signed INSAM 263, but President Kennedy signed the directive to James Webb. He was serious about détente with the Soviet Union. He was serious about ending the Cold War. And landing on the moon together, even if it had taken longer than we wanted it to take, would have been the ultimate symbol of the end of the Cold War, of détente, and of peaceful coexistence. As we all know, President Kennedy was assassinated, and that never happened. But it would have been a truly symbolic moment for men of both nations to step out of the same spacecraft and plant the flags of their 2 countries in the lunar regolith. Those interested in an American empire and a Pax Americana based on military might, in short, a cabal of powerful, like-minded individuals within the military, intelligence, industrial complex, decided this was unacceptable and cast a secret veto on JFK's life. Now, the assassination was clearly carried out in such a way that it could be blamed on America's two arch-enemies at the time, the USSR and Cuba. The patsy, the falsely accused assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, had previously defected to the Soviet Union in 1959, likely as part of an intelligence operation, and had later engaged in a charade in 1963 in which he pretended to be a supporter of Fidel Castro's communist Cuba. His visit to Mexico City in September of 1963 was carefully engineered to implicate both the Soviet and Cuban governments in the assassination. Now, blaming the assassination on America's two principal enemies had two effects. First of all, it killed any hope of détente with the Soviet bloc, and was probably designed to provoke an invasion of Cuba. And second, LBJ and Hoover's FBI cynically used the pervasive fear of World War III as an internal excuse for a massive cover-up of the facts and evidence surrounding the assassination. The legacy of the JFK assassination 50 years later is not a pleasant one to contemplate. The Cold War between the U.S. and USSR ended one generation later than it could have, resulting in many billions of dollars in rubles spent on an escalating nuclear arms race. Countless lives, American and Asian, were wasted in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos in a needless war in Southeast Asia that should not have been pursued. JFK understood this before his death, and this is why he was withdrawing the American advisors from Vietnam before a hot war could start, before the advisors were turned into combat troops. At the time President Kennedy was assassinated, less than 100 Americans had been killed in Vietnam. The slow, gradual exposure of the cover-up has been the primary cause of the corrosive loss of faith in the U.S. government. Most people no longer trust the government. We, the American people, cannot regain our self-respect or our former trust in government until and unless the U.S. government acknowledges that JFK's murder was an inside job, a domestic coup, and admits that individuals within the federal government covered up the crime during the 1960s and 1970s. For those who wish to learn more about the medical cover-up and the alteration of the Zapruder film, I recommend this book, the book that I wrote. Or you can visit my blog site. Now, this is the address of my blog site, inside the ARRB.livejournal.com. There are several products available to you via that blog site. One is a link to 7 in-depth essays that I've written for the Future of Freedom Foundation called JFK's War with the National Security Establishment. A link to Mr. Hornberger's site is available on my blog page, and that will lead you to the 7 essays. Links to 2 extended video interviews are available at my blog site. One is about the medical cover-up, and as previously mentioned, the other video interview is about the alteration of the Zapruder film and features Dino Brugioni. There are links to other important essays available at my blog site, one about the 2 Zapruder film events at the NPIC in Washington, and another one about how JFK's body was transported to Bethesda Naval Hospital 20 minutes prior to the arrival of the Andrews Air Force Base motorcade. This second essay focuses on the important content in the Air Force One audio tapes. I'd like to conclude this presentation with an important quote. President Kennedy said in 1962, in an address supporting the Voice of America radio program, "We seek a free flow of information. We are not afraid to entrust the American people with unpleasant facts, for a nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people." Significant words. And the government today refuses to admit that there was a conspiracy to kill President Kennedy, refuses to admit that there was a cover-up, and attempts to hide its head in the sand while sponsoring third-party surrogates who bombard us with propaganda every November in the mainstream media. This is a shameful state of affairs. America could do better than this. All the American people want is the truth. We don't like to be lied to, and we want to understand our true history. We don't want to live in a world of myth and fantasy. The American people can handle the truth. Thank you.